Hello everyone, and welcome to the Fictional Vortex. So we are back with an interesting movie on what if Naruto was a ranger powered by a vampiric morphin master. Our Naruto X Gen Scots X Nadira, Power Rangers Time Force. But before we start, I just want to remind you to please subscribe to my channel and hit the like button if you enjoy my content. Let's start the story. Chapter 1. Crimson Awakening. Blood splattered across ancient stone as Naruto crashed against the temple wall. The impact knocked precious oxygen from his lungs, leaving him gasping in the suffocating darkness. Moonlight filtered through crumbling ceiling gaps, illuminating dust particles dancing between shadows and revealing the dire situation. 3 of his squad members lay motionless on the chamber floor while Captain Yamato desperately maintained a wooden barrier against something massive hammering from outside. Naruto, Yamato hissed through gritted teeth, veins bulging AC. Ross his temples as he reinforced the buckling barrier. The scrolls, we need to destroy them. This was a trap. Forcing himself upright, Naruto tasted copper and felt warmth trickling down his chin. Internal damage, severe enough that even Kurama's healing seemed sluggish. 3 broken ribs, maybe worse. The mission parameters echoed mockingly in his mind. Simple reconnaissance of an abandoned temple rumored to contain forbidden jutsu scrolls. Nothing had indicated the ancient guardian seals would still be active after centuries, nor that they would summon a monstrosity that had already tore through size ink beasts like paper dolls and left Sakura unconscious in a pool of blood. I don't run, Naruto growled, steadying himself against the altar. Not while my friends are still breathing. The statement wasn't bravado. It was a fundamental truth of his existence, one that had carried him through countless impossible situations. But this time felt different. The Shadow Guardian outside possessed no chakra signature he could detect, operated on principles beyond ninjutsu, and seemed impervious to both Rasengan and Sage techniques. This isn't about running, Yamato countered. Whoa. Odin fortification splintering beneath another thunderous impact. It's about. His words cut short as a massive obsidian claw punctured through his defense, grazing his shoulder and sending him sprawling. The barrier collapsed. Time slowed as the entity breached their sanctuary, a writhing mass of darkness shaped vaguely like a wolf but with too many limbs, too many eyes, its form constantly shifting as though reality itself rejected its existence. Where it stepped, stone corroded into dust. The air around it wavered with unnatural cold that froze Naruto's breath into visible crystals. With Yamato down, Naruto stood alone. His chakra reserves, normally vast oceans of power, had depleted to mere puddles after sustaining multiple Rasengan attacks that had barely slowed the creature. Even Kurama's voice had grown distant, as though something about this entity disrupted their connection. I won't let you have them, Naruto declared, positioning himself between the creature and his fallen comrades. Blood soaked through his tattered Jonin vest, but he stood unwavering, eyes calculating rather than panicked. 3 years as an Anbu captain had refined his former recklessness into something more dangerous, methodical determination. The creature paused, countless eyes blinking asynchronously, before releasing a sound like glass shattering across multiple octaves. It wasn't a roar, it was laughter. Shinobi child. Your defiance is meaningless. Your energy wanes. Your companions fade. The forbidden knowledge returns to darkness. The words manifested directly in Naruto's mind, each syllable leaving frost patterns across his thoughts. Naruto's hand slipped behind his back, fingers closing around a specialized seal tag, his final resort. Designed to create a localized implosion that would collapse the temple. It would likely kill everyone inside, but would prevent whatever ancient secrets existed here from escaping. He'd never been one for self-sacrifice, always finding another way. But protecting Konoha remained his primary directive. As he prepared to activate the tag, his peripheral vision caught a crimson gleam emanating from beneath the central altar stone. Something calling to him, pulsing in rhythm with his heartbeat. Without conscious decision, he found himself drawn toward it even as the Shadow Guardian advanced. The awakened one calls to you, the creature hissed, suddenly hesitant. The sleeper stirs. Naruto lunged for the altar, fingers scrabbling against ancient stone. The worn surface shifted beneath his touch, revealing a hidden compa. Meant containing neither scroll nor weapon, but a simple crimson crystal the size of his palm. Unlike anything he'd encountered, it seemed to contain swirling galaxies within its facets, simultaneously solid yet fluid, ancient yet newborn. The moment his fingers touched its surface, white-hot pain lanced through his nervous system. He couldn't release it, couldn't scream, couldn't breathe, only experience pure agony as the crystal liquefied, seeping beneath his skin through open wounds, burning through veins toward his heart. Within that crystalline prison existed a consciousness, ancient, powerful, hungry. Young warrior, a voice entirely different from the Guardian's whispered through his mind. Your determination intrigues me, your loyalty sustains me, your potential awakens me. Naruto found himself standing in a metaphysical space, neither his mindscape where Kurama resided nor any physical location. A vast crimson lattice extended infinitely in all directions, pulsing ith energy unlike chakra yet somehow familiar. Before him stood a figure both humanoid and alien, tall and elegant with silver-white hair flowing past shoulders adorned with ornate armor resembling samurai traditions and something more technological. Its face remained partially obscured behind an ornate half-mask, revealing only eyes of swirling crimson energy and lips curved into an expression of amused interest. What are you? Naruto managed, finding his voice despite the surreal circumstances. I am Zathaniel, Morphin Master of the Crimson Grid, last of the Nathadian Council, the being replied, circling Naruto with predatory grace. Some called us vampires for our necessary consumption. Others called us gods for our gifts. Neither understood our purpose. Which is? Naruto remained cautious yet unintimidated, analyzing rather than reacting. The being's smile widened, revealing elongated canines. Balance between light and darkness. Power with perspective. Life sustained through calculated consumption. It gestured toward the infinite grid surrounding them. This energy, what your kind might call chakra, exists throughout all realities, all dimensions. What your demon fox grants you is merely one facet of infinite power. You're sealed, Naruto realized, recognizing imprisonment when he saw it. That guardian was protecting your prison. Correct. My siblings feared my methods, though they employed their own hypocrisies. Zathaniel's expression darkened momentarily. I've slumbered for millennia, waiting for one worthy of partnership. Partnership. Naruto's eyes narrowed. You mean possession. Zathaniel laughed, the sound reminiscent of crystal wind chimes. If possession were my aim, young warrior, we wouldn't be conversing. Your body is outside this moment, your friends follow shortly. The Guardian destroys all. I offer another path. Images flooded Naruto's consciousness, his body lying broken beside the altar, blood pooling him as the Shadow Guardian loomed over Sakura's unconscious form. Seconds remained before it would end her life. I require a host to interact with physical reality, you require power beyond you. Our current understanding to save those you cherish. Symbiosis, not subjugation. What's the cost? Naruto asked, years of experience teaching him that power always demanded payment. Perception. Grid requires energy, life force, to maintain balance. You will hunger for it occasionally, requiring consumption that your current morality might find challenging. I won't kill innocence, Naruto stated unequivocally. Nor would I ask it. There exist many sources of life energy, some deserving of depletion, others requiring mere sipping that causes no lasting harm. Zathaniel extended a hand, crimson energy coalescing around long fingers. Choose quickly, Uzumaki Naruto. Your friends have seconds remaining. Naruto hesitated only momentarily before clasping the offered hand. If you betray me or force me to harm innocence, I'll find a way to destroy us both. Zathaniel's smile became genuine. Your conviction is precisely why you're worthy. Now, awaken, Crimson Ranger. Ility snapped back with explosive force. Naruto's body arched from the temple floor, crimson energy cascading across his skin in geometric patterns resembling circuit boards and ancient seals simultaneously. The Shadow Guardian recoiled, countless eyes widening in what could only be described as fear. Number. It shrieked telepathically. The Crimson One cannot rise again. Naruto rose to his feet with fluid grace. His wounds knitting closed as crimson energy reinforced damaged tissue. His typical cerulean eyes now glowed with swirling crimson light, and when he spoke, his voice carried dual tones, his own and something older. Refined. Your purpose is fulfilled, Guardian, Naruto stated calmly, raising his right hand where a device had materialized, a bracelet of silver metal inlaid with crimson crystal. Ancient symbols etched across its surface. The prison no longer exists because the prisoner has found redemption through partnership. Knowledge flooded his consciousness, movement, TS and techniques he'd never learned yet now understood implicitly. His hands formed a sequence unlike any shinobi gesture, finishing with his right arm extended forward, palm open. Crimson grid, activate. Energy exploded outward in geometric patterns, encasing his body in light that solidified into form-fitting armor unlike any ninja gear or samurai protection. Primarily black with crimson AC. Sense following the circuit-like patterns across his chest, shoulders and limbs, the armor seemed simultaneously ancient and futuristic. A helmet materialized last, its visor shaped in stylized fox-like appearance. 9 small crimson crystal fragments embedded across its crown. The Guardian howled, launching itself toward him with previously unseen speed, but Naruto, or whatever he had become, moved faster still. Sidestepping the charge, he delivered a single palm strike to the creature's flank that dispersed shadow matter like smoke beneath sunlight. Your existence is no longer required, he stated, voice echoing with authority. Return to the void. The Guardian reformed, more cautious now, circling with predatory intent. The Masters decreed no ranger powers for this realm. The balance must be maintained. The balance shifted when you were forgotten, Guardian. Centuries of isolation corrupted your purpose. Naruto extended his hand, crimson energy coalescing into a blade resem. Bling both a katana and something more technological. Find peace in completion. The battle lasted mere seconds. The Guardian lunged, Naruto countered with impossible speed, his blade cutting through shadow matter with precision that separated essence from form. The creature dissolved into particles of darkness that scattered through the chamber before dissipating completely. As the immediate threat vanished, Naruto's transformation dissolved, armor receding into the bracelet device now permanently affixed to his wrist. Exhaustion crashed through him like a tidal wave, dropping him to 1 kn. As his body adjusted to the symbiotic changes. The initial transformation always drains significantly. Zathanael's voice explained within his mind. Your companions require medical attention beyond conventional means. Naruto crawled toward Sakura first, finding her pulse threadbare beneath his fingertips. The Guardian's touch had left necrotic patterns spreading across her skin. Convent. Ional medical ninjutsu would never counter this corruption in time. I can guide you, Zathanael offered. But it requires drawing upon the grid to purify the corruption, and that demands energy. Take it from me, Naruto responded without hesitation. Noble but inefficient. There exists another source. Naruto's awareness expanded beyond normal sensory perception, suddenly detecting RGY signatures throughout the temple complex, including numerous smaller shadow entities nesting within the surrounding ruins. Lesser guardians, fragments of the primary consciousness you destroyed. They contain concentrated life energy that, when released properly, can be redirected. Naruto hesitated only briefly before nodding. Show me. Rising unsteadily, he extended his senses further, locating the nearest cluster of shadow fragments. With Zathanael's guidance, he performed a sequence of hand movements that felt both familiar and alien, drawing crimson energy through his fingertips. Had extended outward like seeking tendrils. The shadow fragments sensed the intrusion, scattering in panic, but the crimson energy moved with predatory intelligence, encircling and constricting until darkness compressed into glowing crimson spheres that floated back to Naruto's outstretched hands. Now channel it through your palms into your companions, visualize purification and healing. Kneeling beside Sakura, Naruto pressed crimson suffused hands against the spreading necrosis. The transferred energy illuminated her veins from within, battling darkness with structured light until healthy color returned to her skin. Her breathing strengthened immediately, though consciousness remained distant. He repeated the process with his other teammates, each healing depleting the gathered energy until nothing remained. Yamato stirred first, eyes widening at Naruto's changed appearance, subtle but unmistakable alterations in his facial structure, crimson highlights threading through formerly pure blonde hair, and most notably, eyes that now contained swirling crimson patterns beneath their natural blue. Naruto, Yamato questioned cautiously, hand instinctively moving toward a kunai. What happened? The last thing I remember. The Guardians destroyed, Naruto replied, voice rougher than normal as his throat adjusted to the symbiotic changes. Everyone's alive, but we need to return to Konoha immediately. Sakura and the others need proper medical attention. Yamato studied him with veteran suspicion. You're different. I did what was necessary, Naruto answered simply, offering no further explanation as he created shadow clones to carry his unconscious teammates. We should move before night falls completely. 3 days later, Naruto stood before Kakashi's desk in the Hokage office. Enduring scrutiny from both his former sensei and Shikamaru, who leaned against the window with calculated casualness that didn't mask his analytical attention. The medical Corps reports everyone will recover fully, Kakashi stated, fingers steepled before his masked face. Rather miraculous considering the described severity of their injuries. Fortunate, Naruto responded neutrally. Indeed, Kakashi's visible eye narrowed slightly. Particularly interesting since Sakura mentioned a type of necrotic poisoning she's never encountered, one that should have been fatal within minutes. Yet somehow reversed completely. Silence stretched between them until Shikamaru sighed dramatically. This is troublesome. You're hiding something obvious enough that even Kakashi noticed. Which means it's practically screaming for attention. Thanks for the vote of confidence, Kakashi muttered. Naruto considered his options carefully. Complete honesty risked immediate ISO. Lashon and restriction. The village council would never allow an unknown entity to roam freely, regardless of his status or past service. Yet deception would only delay inevitable discovery. A party. All truth serves better than complete deception, Zathaniel suggested within his mind. Your leaders require sufficient information to trust your judgment without details that would prompt unfortunate interventions. I encountered an ancient power source in the temple, Naruto began carefully. Something sealed away centuries ago that resonated with my chakra specifically. It granted me access to techniques that allowed me to defeat the Guardian and heal the others. And this power source, Kakashi prompted. Naruto raised his wrist, revealing the silver bracelet with its embedded crimson crystal. It's bonded to me now. I can access abilities beyond normal ninjutsu when necessary. Shikamaru pushed away from the window, approaching to examine the device with undisguised curiosity. Technology, not jutsu. Nothing in our records mentions anything like this. It's both, Naruto clarified. The technology channels energy similar to chakra but different. More structured, less dependent on personal reserves. And what does it want? Kakashi asked pointedly. Naruto met his former sensei's gaze directly. To observe, to understand our world. It's been isolated for centuries. It, not they, or the people who created it, just it, Shikamaru noted. Sentient technology, something like that, Naruto acknowledged. Kakashi sighed deeply, closing the mission report folder. Under normal circumstances, I'd order immediate quarantine and full T&I evaluation. But considering your particular history with hosting powerful entities, I have experience maintaining control and separation. Naruto confirmed, grateful that his history with Kurama now served as precedent rather than liability. Precisely why I'm conditionally clearing you for regular duty, Kakashi continued, with 3 stipulations. First, weekly examinations with specialized medical staff to monitor any physiological changes. Second, you partner exclusively with senior jonin who can report any behavioral abnormalities. Third, full disclosure of any new abilities before field deployment. Reasonable, Naruto agreed, relieved the restrictions weren't more severe. Don't mistake monitoring for trust, Shikamaru cautioned. We're proceeding cautiously because of who you are, not what you've brought back. Naruto nodded, understanding the distinction. I wouldn't expect otherwise. As he turned to leave, Kakashi added casually, one more thing, there have been reports of unusual energy fluctuations near the village perimeter. Since your new abilities appear to interact with unfamiliar energy types, you're assigned to investigate with Hinata Hyuga. Her Byakugan might provide useful insights. Convenient, Zathaniel commented internally. The temporal anomalies grow stronger. Your Hokage has excellent instincts. Hinata waited at the village gate, her traditional shinobi attire replaced by the more practical field gear of Anbu Intelligence Division, fitted Black Sea. Clothing with specialized equipment pouches and her family crest subtly embroidered across her shoulder. 3 years leading reconnaissance teams had transformed the once shy heiress into a confident commander. Though she maintained the quiet dignity that defined her character, her pale eyes widened slightly as Naruto approached, immediately detecting the changes in his chakra network, familiar blue patterns now interlaced with crimson structures she'd never encountered before. Your chakra has been fundamentally altered, she stated without preamble, activating her Byakugan for deeper analysis. The new energy follows different pathways, creating a secondary network overlaying your existing one. Naruto smiled wryly. No small talk first. Hello Naruto, how are your potentially fatal injuries? A subtle blush colored her cheeks, but her professional demeanor remained intact. I received the medical briefing. Your recovery defies conventional explanation. Her gaze intensified, Byakugan focusing beyond surface features. This isn't like your bond with the Kyuubi. This energy moves with purpose, almost like it's mapping your system. It's called the Morphin Grid, Naruto explained, walking beside her as they moved toward the coordinates Kakashi had provided. According to Zathaniel, it's a cosmic energy network that spans dimensions, somewhat like chakra but structured differently. Zathaniel, Hinata questioned, deactivating her Byakugan to conserve energy. The consciousness bonded to the crystal, Naruto admitted, deciding honesty served better with Hinata than the partial truth he'd offered Kakashi. He calls himself a Morphin Master, beings who controlled and directed this grid energy across multiple realities. Rather than displaying alarm, Hinata considered this information with analytical interest. Voluntary symbiosis or coerced possession. The direct question surprised him. The Hinata of years past would have approached such topics with careful circumlocution. Voluntary partnership. He requires a host to interact with our world. I required his power to save the team. Our arrangement maintains separation of consciousness. Similar to your early arrangement with Kurama, then. She noted. Before you achieved harmonization. Similar. Though Zathaniel seems less interested in complete integration. He's more observer than participant. Find your companion remarkably perceptive, Zathaniel commented within Naruto's mind. Her visual abilities perceive aspects of the grid most humans cannot comprehend. As they traversed the forest path leading toward the anomaly coordinates, Naruto found himself studying Hinata with renewed interest. Their relationship had evolved into comfortable friendship and professional respect after she had formally withdrawn her romantic feelings following the war, choosing to prioritize her clan responsibilities and career advancement. The decision had actually strengthened their connection, removing awkwardness and allowing genuine camaraderie to develop. You're staring, she noted without looking at him, a small smile playing across her lips. Sorry, he replied automatically. Zathaniel finds your Byakugan fascinating. Apparently, it perceives aspects of the grid most humans can't see. Fascinating enough to justify extended observation of my profile. Her tone contained mild teasing rather than discomfort. Naruto laughed, caught in the harmless deception. That part was all me. I'm still adjusting to seeing my friends through these new perceptions. Everyone's chakra appears differently now. And how does mine appear? She asked, genuine curiosity replacing teasing. Before he could answer, a discordant hum filled the air, vibrations that seemed to oscillate between audible sound and physical sensation. 20 meters ahead, the forest wavered like heat mirages above summer roads, colors separating into prismatic distortions. There, Hinata whispered, Byakugan activating instantly. I can't describe it properly. Like reality folding into itself, creating a pocket where dimensional barriers thin. A temporal fracture, Zathaniel supplied. Concerning. Such phenomena shouldn't exist in this dimension without external influence. Naruto relayed this information as they cautiously approached the distortion. The air grew increasingly dense, pressure building against eardrums and skin as though descending deep underwater. Hinata's Byakugan strained visibly, blood vessels prominent around her eyes from the effort of maintaining focus against the dimensional distortion. There's something inside it, she reported, voice tight with concentration. Humanoid figures. Technology unlike anything in our records, it's like viewing another world through frosted glass. We should investigate directly, Zathaniel urged. Such fractures typically collapse without stabilization. This opportunity may not persist. It's dangerous, Naruto countered aloud, forgetting momentarily to internalize the conversation. Hinata glanced at him questioningly before understanding dawned. Your partner suggests entering the anomaly. He believes it's a temporary window into another dimension, Naruto confirmed. One that might close without warning. Then we should gather what information we can while maintaining safe distance, Hinata concluded practically. I'll document everything visible from here while you. Her words cut short as the anomaly pulsed violently, expanding outward in concentric rings of distorted space-time. Before either could retreat, the wavefront engulfed them, reality dissolving into chromatic chaos that separated perception from physical form. Naruto instinctively reached for Hinata, fingers brushing against H's before dimensional current tore them in different directions. His last glimpse showed panic replacing her professional composure as she disappeared into swirling void. Morph immediately, Zathaniel commanded. Your physical form cannot withstand unprotected dimensional transit. Through disorientation and growing pain as his cells began destabilizing, Naruto focused on the bracelet now burning against his wrist. Crimson Grid, activate. Transformation energy encased him milliseconds before his body would have disintegrated, the armor creating a protective barrier against dimensional forces. Even protected, consciousness threatened to fragment as he tumbled through conceptual space where direction lost meaning and time stretched into taffy-like inconsistency. After what might have been seconds or centuries, reality reasserted itself with bone-jarring impact. Naruto crashed against concrete pavement, armor absorbing most damage but leaving him momentarily stunned. As awareness returned, unfamiliar sensory input bombarded him, the acrid scent of combustion engines, artificial light harsher than anything in Konoha, and distant sounds unlike any village or city he'd visited. Rolling to a defensive crouch, he surveyed surroundings that defied comprehension. Towering structures of glass and steel stretched skyward at impossible heights. Vehicles without horses are visible. Propulsion systems moved along designated paths. Light emanated from sources without flame or apparent chakra. Fascinating, Zathaniel commented, his mental voice vibrating with excitement. We've traversed not only space but time. This civilization's technological development suggests significant temporal advancement. Where are we? Naruto demanded, maintaining morphed form as pedestrian. South across the street pointed and exclaimed at his armored appearance. Another Earth, another time period. My knowledge suggests, approximately 1,000 years ahead of your civilization's development. Though on an alternate technological path. Hinata, Naruto questioned urgently, scanning surroundings for any sign of his companion. Unlikely to have arrived at identical coordinates. Temporal fractures rarely deposit multiple travelers together unless specifically calibrated. Before Naruto could properly process this information, screams erupted from nearby streets. Pedestrians, scattered in panic as mechanical sounds, grinding gears and hydraulic hisses, approached from connecting alleyways. Emerging into the street came creatures that appeared partly mechanical, partly organ. I see. Humanoid forms with technological components integrated into mutated flesh. They moved with predatory coordination, targeting fleeing civilians with weapons attached to misshapen limbs. Fascinating, Zathaniel noted. Mutant technology, genetic manipulation combined with cybernetic enhancement. This world has developed along concerning evolutionary paths. Less observation, more explanation, Naruto growled. Already moving toward the nearest civilian in danger, a young woman with pink-streaked hair cornered against a storefront. These creatures aren't natural to this world either. Zathaniel explained as Naruto engaged the first mutant, armor enhancing his strength as he deflected its mechanical appendage. They bear temporal signatures similar to our arrival. The fracture brought more than just us. The mutant recovered quickly, surprisingly agile despite its bulky appearance. Its targeting sensors locked onto Naruto's armored form with clear priority shift, abandoning civilian targets to focus exclusively on the Crimson Ranger. Primary target acquired, it announced in mechanical monotone. Ranger anomaly detected. Capture protocols initiated. They know what I am, Naruto realized. Dodging energy blasts while positioning himself to draw attention away from civilians. The grid is recognized across many dimensions, Zathaniel confirmed. Ranger Technolo. GY represents significant power regardless of origin world. 4 additional mutants converged on his position, surrounding him with practiced efficiency that suggested military training despite their monstrous appearances. Their weapons charged with pulsing energy unlike any jutsu Naruto recognized. "Surrender, Ranger," the lead mutant demanded. "Dimensional anomalies must be contained and studied." "I prefer freedom," Naruto countered, assessing tactical options. Without knowledge of local terrain or these creatures' capabilities, direct confrontation presented significant risks. "The grid provides weapons beyond your shinobi tools," Zathaniel reminded. "Call forth the Crimson Saber." Following instinctive knowledge that felt simultaneously foreign and natural, Naruto extended his hand. Crimson energy coalesced, solidifying into a blade that hummed with contained power, shorter than a traditional katana but perfectly balanced for his fighting style. "That's new," he muttered appreciatively, shifting into an adapted kenjutsu stance that incorporated both shinobi training and knowledge flowing from Zathaniel's millennia of combat experience. The mutants attacked simultaneously, mechanical limbs extending with snake-like flexibility. Naruto moved with enhanced speed, the armor augmenting already impressive reflexes as he deflected energy blasts with his saber and cown. Tear attacked with precision strikes targeting joint connections between organic and mechanical components. 2 mutants fell to calculated strikes, their systems shorting out as crimson energy disrupted whatever power source animated them. The remaining 3 adjusted tactics, maintaining distance while deploying what appeared to be capture nets charged with disruptive energy. Temporal containment fields, Zathaniel identified. Designed to isolate dimensional travelers. Avoid at all costs. They're calibrated to disrupt grid energy. Naruto leapt skyward, channeling chakra through the AR. More to enhance his jump beyond normal ranger capabilities, a unique synergy of shinobi techniques and grid power that caught the mutants unprepared. At the apex of his jump, he formed hand seals through muscle memory. Shadow Clone Jutsu. 3 perfect duplicates of the Crimson Ranger materialized alongside him, each armed with identical sabers. The mutants' targeting systems faltered momentarily, unable to distinguish original from copies as all 4 crimson armored figures descended upon them with coordinated precision. The battle ended in seconds, Shadow Clone's overwhelming defensive kappa abilities while Naruto himself delivered disabling strikes to primary control systems. As the final mutant collapsed, its vocalization unit sputtered with static before delivering a final message. "Commander, Ranger anomaly exceeds parameters, requesting reinforcements." Naruto dismissed his shadow clones, scanning surroundings for additional threats while civilians watched from safe distance. Their expressions displaying fear mingled with cautious hope. The architecture, technology, clothing, everything confirmed Zathaniel's assessment that they'd traveled to a civilization far advanced beyond Konoha's development. "We should depart before authorities arrive," Zathaniel advised. "This world likely has established protocols for dimensional incursions." "Not without finding Hinata," Naruto countered firmly. "And not without understanding what's happening. These mutants were targeting me specifically, they knew what ranger powers are." Before Zathaniel could respond, W sounds approached, different from the mechanical grinding of mutants but equally organized. Vehicles with flashing lights converged on the scene, disgorging uniformed individuals who moved with tacti. Cal discipline reminiscent of Anbu operations. "Silver Guardians," a civilian nearby whispered to another. "Thank goodness." The uniformed officers established perimeter control with practiced efficiency. Their weapons more advanced than anything in the shinobi world but recognizable in function. Their leader, distinguished by additional insignia, approached cautiously, weapon lowered but ready. "Identify yourself," he commanded, studying Naruto's unfamiliar armor design with professional assessment. "Which ranger team do you represent?" The question confirmed Zathaniel's assertions. Ranger powers existed in this world, recognized and apparently coordinated with local authorities. Before Naruto could formulate a response balancing truth with necessary caution, a new arrival interrupted the confrontation. A motorcycle skidded to precise stop nearby, its rider dismounting with fluid grace that spoke of extensive combat training. Removing her helmet revealed a woman with short brown hair and intense eyes that assessed the situation with veteran experience. Her uniform resembled the Silver Guardians but with subtle differences indicating higher authority. The officers straightened noticeably at her arrival, their leader offering quick salute. "Commander Scott, we've contained the situation. 5 mutants neutralized by unknown ranger." Commander Scott approached Naruto directly, her gaze cataloging details of his armor with professional curiosity. "I've encountered every active ranger team on record," she stated without preamble. "Your design doesn't match any established morphers or grid signatures." "Careful," Zathaniel cautioned. "This woman possesses ranger energy herself, dormant but accessible. A veteran operator." "I'm not from your world," Naruto responded truthfully, maintaining morphed state while assessing potential escape routes if needed. "A dimensional anomaly brought me here, along with those creatures apparently." The commander's expression FTED subtly, surprise quickly masked by professional composure. "Dimensional traveler. That explains the temporal alerts." She holstered her weapon completely, a calculated gesture of trust. "I'm Jennifer Scott, Time Force. If you're caught in dimensional displacement, we should talk privately." "Time Force?" Naruto questioned. "An organization specialized in temporal and dimensional anomalies." She explained with practiced efficiency that suggested she'd delivered similar briefings before. "We've been monitoring fractures across Silver Hills for the past week. Your arrival triggered significant energy spikes consistent with interdimensional transit." "She speaks truth." Zathaniel confirmed after analyzing her biorhythms through the helmet's sensors. "This Time Force possesses CED understanding of dimensional mechanics. They may provide answers regarding the anomalies affecting your world." Naruto considered options carefully. Cooperation offered potential information about both Hinata's whereabouts and the nature of the temporal fractures. Resistance would only complicate an already precarious situation in an unfamiliar world. "I'm listening," he agreed cautiously. "But I need to locate my companion who was separated during transit." Jennifer nodded once, decision made. "Power down first." Walking around morphed tends to attract unwanted attention. After brief internal consultation with Zathaniel confirming no immediate dangers, Naruto disengaged his transformation. Crimson energy receded into the bracelet, revealing his standard Jonin uniform underneath. Distinctly foreign compared to local fashion but less conspicuous than ranger armor. Jennifer's eyes widened slightly at his appearance, particularly the whisker marks and unusual eyes, but maintained professional composure. "Definitely not local," she commented dryly. "Follow me. We'll continue this conversation at headquarters where we can scan for your companion's dimensional signature." As they departed the scene, civilians watched with expressions ranging from curiosity to awe, several capturing images with handheld devices Naruto couldn't identify. One detail remained particularly troubling. The mutants had specifically targeted ranger energy, suggesting they hadn't randomly followed him through the dimensional fracture but had pursued with purpose. Whatever caused the temporal anomalies affecting both worlds, it operated with deliberate intent rather than natural phenomenon. Finding Hinata and returning home had just become considerably more complicated. "The grid stretches across all dimensions," Zathaniel mused within Naruto's mind as they entered Jennifer's vehicle. "Perhaps our partnership was not mere coincidence but necessary preparation for something larger unfolding across realities." The implications of that possibility followed Naruto into this strange new world, where familiar powers operated by unfamiliar rules and unknown enemies pursued objectives that spanned dimensions. One certainty remained: this adventure had only just begun. Chapter 1 End Chapter 2 Fractured Time. Silver Hills sprawled before Naruto like a fever dream of impossible structures and technological wonders. From the passenger seat of Jennifer Scott's vehicle, something she called a patrol cruiser, he observed a civilization so advanced it bordered on magical, yet strangely devoid of the chakra networks that defined his world. Steel and glass towers stretched skyward at heights that would make even the Hokage monument seem diminutive, while vehicles navigated precise ways without visible pilots or chakra propulsion. "First time seeing a modern city." Jennifer, "Call me Jen," asked, noticing his undisguised fascination with holographic advertisements floating above intersections. "Where I come from, our most advanced village has nothing remotely like this," Naruto admitted, tracking a flying transport that hovered without apparent wings or propellers. "The tech Knowledge gap between our worlds must span centuries. Dimensional travel isn't just about crossing space, Jen explained, navigating through traffic with practiced precision. Temporal displacement almost always accompanies spatial shifts. Based on your reaction and equipment, I'd estimate you're from a world at least several hundred years behind our current development path. Or on an entirely different one, Naruto countered. Our civilization developed chakra manipulation instead of. He gestured toward a passing vehicle, whatever powers these machines. Jen's eyebrow arched with professional curiosity. Chakra, as in the energy centers from Eastern spiritual traditions. Similar concept, different application, Naruto clarified. In my world, chakra is manipulable energy flowing through all living things. Shinobi like myself train from childhood to shape it into techniques for combat, healing, and utility. Rather than dismissing his explanation as fantasy, Jen nodded thoughtfully. Every dimension develops along unique evolutionary paths. Some favor technological advancement, others biological adaptation or energy manipulation. Time Force has documented thousands of parallel development tracks across the multiverse. The casual reference to multiversal knowledge reinforced Zathaniel's assessment. This organization possessed sophisticated understanding of dimension mechanics far beyond anything available in the shinobi world. Their temporal science might provide answers regarding both the anomalies and potential return methods, Zathaniel noted internally. Though I sense she withholds significant information regarding ranger powers in this world. As they approached a massive compound surrounded by security barriers, Naruto focused on immediate priorities. You mentioned scanning for my companion's dimensional signature. How reliable is that technology? Depends on several factors, Jen replied, authentication protocols recognizing her vehicle and disengaging multiple security layers automatically. If your friend arrived through the same fracture point, we should detect residual quantum entanglement between your signatures. If they emerged elsewhere or at a different temporal coordinate, she left the implication hanging as they entered an underground facility that dwarfed anything in Anbu headquarters. Personnel in uniform similar to Jen's moved with disciplined efficiency through various stations displaying holographic data Naruto couldn't begin to comprehend. Despite the advanced technology, he recognized the atmosphere immediately, a military operation running at high alert status. You're at war, he observed quietly as Jen parked the vehicle in a designated bay. She paused, surprised by his perception. What makes you say that? The personnel deployment patterns, security protocols, equipment readiness, he listed, shinobi training automatically cataloging tactical details. This isn't standard operation, it's crisis response. A flicker of respect crossed her features. Observant, we're not technically at war, but Time Force is responding to unprecedented dimensional incursions across multiple sectors. The mutants you encountered represent just one faction exploiting the fractures. As they exited the vehicle, 3 individuals approached with purposeful strides, 2 men and a woman whose colorful sense on otherwise professional attire suggested significance beyond standard personnel. The tallest, an African-American man with an authoritative bearing, addressed Jen directly. Commander, we detected the morphing energy signature. Unregistered and unlike anything in our database. His tone conveyed concern rather than accusation as he studied Naruto with professional assessment. Lucas, this is. Jen paused, realizing introductions remained incomplete. Naruto Uzumaki, he supplied, adopting formal posture that reflected Anbu training rather than his former casual demeanor. Years of diplomatic missions had taught him that first impressions with potential allies required appropriate protocol. Dimensional traveler, Jen continued, arrived through the western sector fracture approximately 40 minutes ago. Engaged and neutralized 5 mutant operatives without assistance. The woman, Asian features framed by straight black hair, stepped forward with undisguised technological curiosity. Unknown morpher design, she noted, eyeing the bracelet on Naruto's wrist. Crystalline component suggests non-time force origin, possibly Eltarian derivative. Perceptive, Zathaniel commented internally. The Nathadian Council maintained relations with Eltar before my imprisonment. Their morphing technology shared certain foundational principles. Trip, Katie, prep the Quantu scanner for dimensional signature analysis. Jen directed the green-haired man and the remaining woman. Lucas, Update headquarters on our visitor and request expanded access to the temporal database. We need comprehensive analysis of all fracture points within the last 24 hours. The team dispersed with practiced efficiency, leaving Jen and Naruto momentarily alone in the reception bay. She gestured toward an adjacent corridor. Medical assessment first, standard protocol for dimensional travelers. The transition process can cause cellular damage not immediately apparent. I heal quickly, Naruto assured her. Following nonetheless, the facility's layout registered in his spatial awareness. 3 subterranean levels detected so far, multiple security checkpoints, approximately 200 personnel on site. Even regenerative species can experience quantum destabilization, Jen countered professionally. Her stride and posture reflected military discipline tempered by experience, AC. Amender, who had earned authority rather than inherited it. The medical bay resembled nothing from Konoha's hospitals, examination platforms surrounded by holographic displays and scanning equipment had operated without visible technicians. A silver-haired doctor with cybernetic enhancements visible along his temples approached with clinical interest. Dimensional traveler, he questioned Jen, already activating scanning protocols without awaiting confirmation. Arrived through Western Sector anomaly, she confirmed. Unknown morphing technology, possible cellular damage from unshielded transition. The doctor nodded, gesturing Naruto toward the central platform. Please stand still. The quantum particle scanner is non-invasive but requires minimal movement for accurate results. As Naruto complied, emerald light enveloped him from multiple projectors, creating a 3-dimensional representation of his internal structure on nearby displays. The doctor's expression shifted from professional detachment to undisguised fascination as the scans progressed. Commander, you should see this, he called, manipulating holographic controls to enhance specific aspects of the display. S cellular structure contains dual energy signatures interacting in patterns of never encountered. The primary network resembles standard human biology but with significant enhancements to regenerate IV capabilities and energy storage capacity. That's my chakra system, Naruto explained, recognizing the familiar pathways displayed in unfamiliar format. The secondary network is what's truly remarkable, the doctor continued, highlighting crimson pathways overlaying the blue chakra system. It's integrating with the primary network without disrupting existing functions, creating something entirely new. And these density readings. He indicated several concentrated points throughout the display. These energy reservoirs contain power levels comparable to a fully charged morpher, but distributed throughout the organic tissue rather than contained in external technology. The grid integration progresses faster than anticipated, Zathaniel noted with satisfaction. Your chakra network provides ideal conduits for grid energy, a compatibility I've never witnessed in previous hosts. Is it dangerous? Jen asked directly, her concern professional rather than personal. The doctor considered the question with clinical detachment. Not immediately. The integration appears stable and non-invasive. However, he highlighted Naruto's cardiovascular system where crimson energy concentrated most densely around the heart. This secondary network requires substantial energy input. Based on consumption patterns, it will need regular replenishment from external sources. What kind of external sources? Jen pressed, intuiting potential complications. Before the doctor could speculate, Naruto answered directly, life force energy. The grid, this secondary network, requires occasional consumption from living beings to maintain stability. Jen's expression hardened slightly, hand unconsciously shifting closer to her weapon. Consumption from living beings sounds problematic. It can be selective, Naruto clarified, maintaining eye contact to establish trust. Drawing small amounts from multiple sources causes no permanent harm. The alternative is targeting those who deserve depletion, criminals, enemies. Those who would harm others. Vigilante justice through energy vampirism, Jen summarized, her tone making clear her opinion of that approach. Your companion makes assumptions based on limited understanding, Zathaniel observed. The Morphin grid is neither good nor evil, merely a fundamental force requiring balance. Consumption is necessary physics, not moral choice. The tension dissolved as an alarm blared throughout the facility, holographic displays shifting to security feeds showing multiple incursion points around Silver Hills. The doctor immediately closed Naruto's medical file. Attention redirected to emergency protocols. Command center. Now, Jen ordered, already moving toward the exit. Those readings can wait. Following her through rapidly mobilizing corridors, Naruto observed the facility transitioning to combat readiness with impressive efficiency. Within the central command center, holographic displays showed multiple distant urbances across the city, temporal fractures similar to the one he'd emerged from, each disgorging creatures resembling the mutants he'd encountered earlier. The Time Force team had assembled around a central tactical display, joined by additional personnel in specialized uniforms. Jen immediately assumed command, her demeanor shifting from cautious escort to battlefield commander. 16 confirmed fracture points, all exhibiting identical quantum signatures to previous incursions, reported the green-haired man. Trip, Naruto recalled. Mutant deployment patterns suggest coordinated attack rather than random emergence. They're testing our response capabilities, Lucas added, manipulating tactical overlays to highlight deployment patterns. Each incursion slightly more complex than the previous. Are creating diversions, Jen countered, studying distribution patterns with veteran suspicion. The western quadrant shows highest concentration, but southern financial district remains vulnerable with minimal defenses. Classic misdirection, Naruto agreed, stepping forward to analyze the tactical display. Years commanding Anbu squads had honed his strategic assessment capabilities. If I were coordinating this attack, I'd use the western concentration to draw defensive resources while targeting actual objectives elsewhere. All eyes turned toward him, expressions ranging from surprise to suspicion at his unsolicited input. Jen studied him briefly before nodding. Your assessment aligns with my concerns. Lucas, redirect Silver Guardian units to reinforce southern perimeter. Trip, Katie, morph and engage western concentration to contain visible threats. I'll investigate the financial district personally. Alone, Lucas questioned with clear concern. I'll accompany her, Naruto offered. My abilities complement direct combat applications, and I need field observation of these fractures to locate my missing companion. Jen considered the proposal with tactical calculation rather than emotional response. Acceptable. Your combat effectiveness against mutants is confirmed, and your dimensional transition experience provides relevant expertise. She turned toward a nearby technician. Prepare quantum communicators for field deployment and continue scanning for additional dimensional signatures matching our visitor's quantum frequency. As equipment was distributed and team members departed for assigned sectors, a new figure entered the command center, distinctive immediately for both appearance and the reactions she generated among personnel. Tall and slender with striking pink hair styled in elaborate fashion, her clothing resembled nothing Naruto had seen in this world, flamboyant patterns in bright colors that contrasted sharply with Time Force's practical uniforms. Most notable was the visible physiological difference, subtle indications of non-human genetics in her facial structure and movements. Personnel reactions ranged from professional acknowledgement to visible discomfort as she approached the tactical display with casual confidence that suggested both familiarity with the facility and awareness of her controversial status. Tempora. Fractures increasing in frequency and intensity, she observed, voice carrying musical qualities beyond normal human vocal range. Someone's being naughty with dimensional barriers again. Nadira. Jen acknowledged with complex familiarity, neither friendly nor hostile, but weighted with shared history. Your father's former associates aren't involved. The pink-haired woman, Nadira, rolled her eyes expressively. Please. Those dinosaurs couldn't manipulate temporal physics if you handed them an instruction manual with pictures. This requires sophistication beyond mutant crime syndicates. Her gaze shifted to Naruto. Interest immediately evident. Speaking of sophistication, new recruit. Love the whisker aesthetic. Very bold fashion choice. Dimensional traveler, Jen corrected, her T1 suggesting limited patience for Nadira's personality. Arrived through Western Sector Anomaly approximately 1 hour ago. Nadira circled Naruto with undisguised curiosity, her movement patterns suggesting enhanced agility and non-human muscular structure. Ooh, exotic. Different quantum vibration entirely, not just temporal displacement but complete dimensional phase variance. She leaned closer. studying his features with analytical precision belied by her frivolous demeanor. And carrying two distinct energy signatures. Fascinating biological integration pattern. She perceives significantly more than her behavior suggests. Zathaniel noted with interest. Non-human genetics with enhanced sensory capabilities, possibly engineered rather than evolved naturally. You can detect quantum vibrations without equipment? Naruto questioned, reassessing his initial impression of the flamboyant woman. Mutant genetics, she replied with casual pride, tapping perfectly manicured nails against her temple. Enhanced sensory perception across multiple spectrums. Daddy wanted the perfect daughter, got a perfect quantum physics calculator instead. Ironic, really. Nadira provides consulting expertise on mutant physiology and temporal mechanics, Jen explained with professional neutrality that suggested complicated history. Her father was Rancic, former leader of the mutant resistance. Reformed mutant resistance leader, Nadira corrected pointedly. The whole, attempted destruction of timeline, thing is so last millennium. We're contributing members of society now. Before the conversation could continue, proximity alarms activated throughout the facility. Tactical displays shifted to perimeter sensors showing new fractures forming directly outside Time Force Head Q. U orders, significantly larger than previous anomalies. They've located our central operations, Lucas reported grimly. Precision targeting of headquarters suggests inside information. Our technological tracking of morphing energy signatures, Tripp suggested, highlighting energy patterns across displays. The quantum fluctuations from active morphers create detectable resonance patterns. Defensive positions, Jen ordered, drawing her chrono blaster with practiced efficiency. Naruto, stay with me. Nadira, evacuate to secure levels. Yes, standard protocol, Nadira interrupted with exaggerated boredom. Except I'm actually useful in combat situations, remember. Mutant strength, enhanced reflexes, intimate knowledge of enemy tactics. She flexed fingers demonstrating impressive extendable claws that emerged from seemingly normal nails. Jen's expression suggested ongoing internal debate about Nadira's reliability, but tactical necessity overrode personal reservations. Fine. Eastern approach, secondary containment. No unnecessary risks. Spoilsport, Nadira pouted dramatically before departing with surprising speed, her movements carrying efficient grace that belied her frivolous presentation. As security teams deployed throughout the facility, Jen led Naruto toward the main entrance, her expression hardening into combat readiness. These incursions have escalated, from random emergence to targeted infiltration within weeks. Someone's coordinating multidimensional strikes with specific objectives. Finding my companion becomes more urgent, Naruto noted, Monet. Oring the crimson bracelet as Zathaniel's energy reacted to proximity of the fractures. If she emerged elsewhere without protection or allies. One problem at a time, Jen replied pragmatically, checking her weapon's charge status. Survive current crisis, then expand search parameters. Approaching the main security checkpoint, they encountered the first wave of infiltrators, humanoid figures emerging through wavering distortions in reality itself. Unlike the cybernetic mutants Naruto had encountered earlier, these creatures appeared partially transparent, their forms shifting between solid matter and energetic plasma with each movement. Quantum shades, Jen identified, adjusting her weapon settings. Temporal echoes given partial physicality through dimensional manipulation. Conventional weapons have limited effectiveness. Then unconventional approaches are required, Naruto concluded, raising his wrist where the crimson bracelet pulsed with increasing intensity. Crimson grid, activate. Transformation energy encased him in the now familiar armor, power surging through enhanced pathways as the helmet's advanced sensors automatically analyzed the quantum shade's composition. Through this enhanced perception, he detected energy patterns underlying their semi-corporeal forms, connection points to whatever source powered their manifestation. Their cohesion depends on continuous energy from the dimensional fracture, Zathaniel observed. Disrupt that connection rather than attacking physical forms. Jen watched the transformation with professional assessment rather than surprise, already engaging approaching shades with precisely aimed energy blasts that temporarily disrupted their coherence without permanently dissolving them. Impressive armor, she commented between shots, maintaining tactical retreat toward more defensible position. But unless you have interdimensional phase disruptors built into that suit, we're facing a containment action at best. Something better, Naruto replied, crimson energy coalescing around his hands as he accessed abilities beyond standard morphing parameters. Years of chakra manipulation provided intuitive understanding of energy redirection that standard rangers might lack. I need 15 seconds of covering fire. Without questioning his capabilities, Jen adjusted position to provide requested support. Her combat efficiency demonstrating years of battlefield experience. As she engaged approaching shades with continuous suppressing fire, Naruto channeled grid energy through chakra pathways in a unique hybrid technique. Shadow Clone Jutsu. 5 identical Crimson Rangers materialized alongside him, each crackling with the same energy signature, a technique that clearly surprised Jen despite her extensive Ranger experience. Without requiring verbal coordination, the clones deployed in strategic pattern around the central fracture point, each forming identical hand seals in synchronized sequence. Dimensional Sealing Technique. Crimson Barrier. Energy streams connected all 6 figures, forming geometric patterns that surrounded the fracture point in crystalline lattice structure. The quantum shades reacted immediately, their semi-corporeal forms destabilizing as connection to their source wavered. Several lunged desperately toward the nearest clone, only to dissolve upon contact with the developing barrier. Whatever you're doing, it's working, Jen confirmed, adjusting position to engage stragglers attempting to circumvent the developing containment field. Their quantum coherence is destabilizing. The technique demanded precision beyond standard jutsu application. Grid energy required structured pathways unlike chakra's more flexible flow. Sweat beaded beneath Naruto's helmet as he maintained the complex energy matrix, each shadow clone representing significant power division that standard rangers couldn't achieve. Remarkable adaptation, Zathaniel noted with genuine admiration. Number previous host has successfully merged grid energy with native power systems so effectively. As the barrier solidified into pulsing crimson crystalline structure, the fracture's oscillation patterns stabilized then gradually diminished, forced realignment with natural dimensional boundaries. The remaining quantum shades dissolved as their energy source destabilized, leaving the entrance hall momentarily secure. Naruto dismissed his shadow clones, each dissipation returning divided energy to his primary form, a familiar sensation now complicated by grid energy's structured return patterns. The experience provided tactical data about his developing capabilities and their limitations in this unfamiliar environment. Temporary solution, he cautioned Jen, maintaining RPHED state as sensors detected additional fracture points throughout the facility. The barrier forces realignment but doesn't address whatever's creating these breaches initially. It's more than we've managed previously, she responded with professional appreciation. Time force containment protocols only delay degradation rather than forcing realignment. Before they could advance toward secondary defense positions, communicators activated with Lucas's urgent report. Commander, Southern Defensive Line compromised. Financial District incursion significantly larger than projected, multiple E-Class 5 mutants with specialized temporal disruptors. The Western attacks were diversions, Jen confirmed grimly. Primary objective appears to be Biolab's financial data center. Strategic intelligence gathering, Zathaniel analyzed. Financial systems contain infrastructure access codes beyond mere currency manipulation. We need to split up, Naruto suggested, helmet displays indicating multiple simultaneous breaches throughout the facility. Your team needs your leadership here while someone investigates the financial district target. Jen's expression beneath her helmet's augusted internal conflict between command responsibilities and field operational necessities. After brief consideration, she reached decision with characteristic efficiency. Nadira will accompany you to the financial district, she determined, already adjusting communicator frequencies. Her knowledge of both Silver Hill's infrastructure and mutant tactical patterns provides optimal support for unfamiliar operator. The pink-haired woman, Naruto questioned, recalling her seemingly frivolous demeanor. Is she combat effective? Appearances deceive, Jen replied cryptically. Nadira's mutant genetics grant enhanced strength, reflexes, and sensory capabilities beyond human parameters. More importantly, she possesses intimate knowledge of criminal operations in this timeline. The impulse IED history suggested complicated relationship between Time Force and this former enemy's daughter, but tactical necessity overrode potential concerns. Within moments, Nadira appeared at the checkpoint, her flamboyant clothing replaced by more practical bodysuit that still maintained distinctive color patterns. Financial district infiltration, she questioned with surprising professionalism that contradicted her earlier persona. Quantum displacement signatures suggest Trizerium involvement. Their temporal disruptors match patterns from last month's biotech robbery. Coordinate with our visitor, Jen instructed. Already moving toward command center communications. Priority objectives. Identify infiltration purpose, secure financial data infrastructure, capture tactical intelligence if possible without unnecessary engagement. Quote, "Ooh, teamwork with tall, dark and dimensionally displaced," Nadira commented, theatrical enthusiasm returning as she assessed Naruto's armored form with appreciative gesture. Love the color scheme, very dramatic. Transportation preference, conventional or accelerated. Before Naruto could question the cryptic options, she tapped communicator on her wrist. Initiating transmission. Nadira to circuit. 2 for quantum jump to financial district southern entrance, authorization pattern gamma 6. Immediate response came in cheerful electronic voice, C. Calculating optimal arrival coordinates based on current fracture distribution. Quantum jump initiating in 3, 2, 1. Reality dissolved into crystalline patterns surrounding them, Naruto's perk. Eptions registering brief transition through quantum state before rematerializing at completely different location. A marble-floored atrium beneath towering glass structure housing numerous holographic interfaces and security systems. Teleportation technology, he recognized, momentarily disoriented despite morphing protection. Quantum displacement, technically different from teleportation since we briefly existed as probability patterns rather than matter conversion, Nadira corrected with surprising technical precision before returning to dramatic whisper. But, teleportation, sounds cooler, so we'll go with that. Despite her theatrical mannerisms, Nadira moved with predatory grace indicating extensive combat experience as they advanced through the financial complex. Security systems had activated throughout the building, reinforced barriers deploying from ceiling and floors while holographic warnings flashed evacuation protocols across all surfaces. Primary server infrastructure 3 levels down, she informed him. Navigating security measures with practiced familiarity. If I were conducting corporate espionage with temporal technology, I'd target quantum encryption calls for Biolab's military development division, highest value data with minimal redundancy safeguards. Her tactical assessment reflected sophisticated understanding beyond the frivolous personality. She projected publicly, an incongruity Naruto noted for future reference. As they descended emergency stairwells, his helmet sensors detected energy signatures ahead, similar to the quantum shades but with substantially higher coherence patterns. Multiple contacts approaching, he warned, Crimson Saber materializing in hand. More organized than previous encounters. Trizerium combat units, Nadira confirmed. Extending metallic claws from her fingertips with subtle whirring mechanisms. Elite mutant mercenaries with military-grade temporal modifications. Daddy considered recruiting them before his whole redemption phase. Nasty fighters, especially in enclosed spaces. The approaching hostiles proved her assessment accurate, humanoid figures moving with cybernetically enhanced precision. Their forms incorporating technological components that pulsed with temporal energy. Unlike the shambling mutants from earlier encounters, these operated with coordinated tactical discipline suggesting professional military training. Intruder alert, their leader announced, voice modulated through mechanical implants. Non-standard ranger signature detected. Capture protocols activated. Why does everyone want to capture rather than eliminate? Naruto questioned rhetorically, adopting defensive stance as the mercenaries deployed in pincer formation. Your armor's quantum signature, Nadira explained, positioning herself with surprising tactical complementarity to his stance. Unknown ranger technology represents significant acquisition value across multiple timelines. Dead rangers have limited research potential compared to captured ones. The mercenaries attacked with synchronized precision, energy weapons discharging concentrated temporal disruptors designed to interfere with morphing grid connections. Naruto deflected several blasts with his Crimson Saber while Nadira demonstrated impressive combat capabilities, her enhanced reflexes and strength allowing direct engagement. T with cybernetically augmented opponents. Behind you, she called, executing graceful backflip over approaching mercenary while slashing critical power conduits with extended claws. Naruto responded instantly, decades of shinobi training complementing ranger enhancements as he pivoted to engage the flanking threat. The confined space limited standard ninjutsu applications, but his adapted Phi Ting style incorporated shadow clones for tactical advantage even in restricted environments. "They're herding us away from the server room," he realized, noting subtle positioning adjustments among their opponents. "Creating distance between us and their primary objective. Classic distraction technique," Nadira agreed, dispatching another mercenary with precisely targeted strikes to neural implant junctions. "We need vertical advantage to break containment pattern." Without requiring further coordination, Naruto created shadow clone diversion while Nadira utilized enhanced jumping capability to access overhead maintenance conduits. Their impromptu partnership demonstrated surprising tactical compatibility despite completely different training backgrounds. Her mutant abilities complement his shinobi techniques effectively. Breaking through the mercenary containment pattern, they accessed the central server room where the primary infiltration team had already breached security systems. Advanced technological interfaces beyond Naruto's comprehension displayed cascading data streams while specialized equipment extracted information through temporal phase manipulation. The OP, Ration Commander, distinguished by enhanced cybernetic integration and command modules across specialized armor, immediately recognized the threat, redirecting defensive units while securing extracted data modules. Primary objective achieved, he announced to unseen recipients through integrated communications. Initiating contingency protocols. All units prepare for temporal evacuation. "Oh no you don't," Nadira countered, launching herself toward the commander with impressive acceleration. "Those encryption keys belong to people who actually paid for them." Her direct assault forced defensive response, creating opportunity for Naruto to target the temporal extraction equipment. Recognizing fundamental energy manipulation principles despite unfamiliar technology, he channeled grid energy through the crystalline components of his armor, creating disruption field that interfered with data transfer protocols. "They've already secured primary financial access codes," Nadira reported between exchanges with increasingly desperate mercenaries. "Whatever they're planning requires significant resource allocation." The commander, recognizing imminent mission compromise, activated emergency protocols that initiated facility-wide temporal distortion, reality wavering as dimensional barriers thin throughout the complex. Unlike natural fractures, this distortion appeared controlled and directional, creating extraction pathway for retreating mercenaries. "Dimensional gateway activating," Naruto warned, sensors detecting massive energy buildup. "They're creating escape route through controlled fracture, and destabilizing this entire sector in the process," Nadira added with genuine alarm replacing theatrical mannerisms. That level of temporal displacement could collapse dimensional boundaries across 6 city blocks. The infiltration team retreated toward developing gateway while secondary devices deployed throughout the server room, countdown sequences activating on multiple explosive components designed to maximize structural damage during dimensional transition. "They're weaponizing the dimensional collapse," Zathaniel observed with professional concern. Resulting temporal implosion will destroy evidence while creating substantial civilian casualties. "We need to stabilize the fracture point," Naruto determined, already moving toward the developing gateway. Similar principle to containment barrier but reversed polarity, forced expansion rather than compression. "In human language please," Nadira requested, disarming explosive components with surprising technical proficiency despite dramatic complaints about broken nails. "I need to hold the dimensional doorway open long enough for controlled dissipation instead of explosive collapse," he clarified, positioning himself at the fracture's focal point. "Can you handle the remaining explosives?" "Please," she scoffed with theatrical confidence masking genuine competence. "Dismantling temporal detonators is literally my childhood hobby. Daddy issues manifest in strange ways." While Nadira neutralized remaining explosives, Naruto accessed deeper grid connection through his armor, channeling energy into specialized configuration that Zathaniel guided through unfamiliar mental pathways. The developing technique required precise balance between expansion and containment, allowing dimensional energy to dissipate gradually rather than catastrophic collapse. Dimensional anchor technique. Crimson energy extended from his hands in crystalline lattice patterns that integrated with the fracture's quantum structure, forcing stable configuration against its natural collapse tendency. The mercenary commander, recognizing intervention in their escape plan, directed remaining forces toward Naruto's position with clear desperation. "Protect our dimensional specialist," Nadira called out, intercepting approaching mercenaries with impressive display of combat capabilities belied by her fashionable appearance. Her fighting style incorporated acrobatic movements enhanced by mutant strength and reflexes, creating effective defense perimeter despite numerical disadvantage. The Saint abilization technique demanded complete concentration, leaving Naruto vulnerable to direct assault while maintaining the critical energy matrix. Through helmet sensors, he tracked the mercenary common Dur approaching with specialized temporal disruptor designed to sever his connection to the grid, a potentially fatal disruption given his current deep integration with dimensional energies. Before the commander could deploy his weapon, unexpected intervention arrived in familiar blue-tinted uniform. Jen Scott materialized through quantum jump directly behind the commander, her chrono blaster Ulrea. Discharging precisely targeted energy pulse that disabled his cybernetic systems without lethal damage. "Situation contained," she announced with professional efficiency, securing the commander W.H. Eel assessing Naruto's dimensional technique with experienced evaluation. Impressive stabilization matrix. Time Force requires specialized equipment teams for equivalent effect. The others escaped with financial data, Nadira reported. Securing remaining neutralized mercenaries with specialized restraints. But we prevented structural collapse and civilian casualties, so partial victory. Data theft was secondary objective. Jen determined, examining captured equipment with experienced assessment. This level of technological investment for simple financial information doesn't align with operational parameters. They required public distraction while testing dimensional manipulation capabilities, Zathaniel suggested. This entire operation resembles calibration exercise rather than primary mission. As the dimensional gateway stabilized into dormant configuration, Naruto gradually reduced energy input until natural quantum alignment resumed. The effort left him momentarily drained. Grid manipulation at this scale demanded significant resources his developing system hadn't fully optimized yet. "Power down before you collapse," Jen advised with pragmatic concern. "First, major morphing operations always drain reserves excessively." Following her recommendation, Naruto deactivated his transformation, armor receding into the bracelet as fatigue washed through his normal form. Despite enhanced recovery capabilities, dimensional manipulation techniques created unique strain that even Kurama's healing struggled to address immediately. "That was impressively reckless," Nadira commented with genuine admiration, supporting his temporarily weakened form with surprising gentleness. "Most rangers stick to shooting things in dramatic poses, you went straight for manipulating reality itself. I like your style, Whiskers. Standard operational approach where I come from." Naruto responded with tired smile, acknowledging her unexpected combat competence with respectful nod. "You move pretty well for someone who acts like fashion is their primary concern. Deception is survival skill among mutant communities," she replied with momentary seriousness before theatrical personality reasserted itself. "Plus watching enemies underestimate me before I kick their chromosomes sideways never gets old." Jen interrupted their developing camaraderie with characteristic focus. Time Force headquarters reports multiple fracture points stabilizing across the city. Whatever they were testing, they've collected sufficient data for current phase. "My companion," Naruto remembered, concern overriding fatigue. Any progress locating her dimensional signature. Initial scans detected potential match near Eastern Industrial Sector, Jen confirmed, activating communicator to coordinate extraction team. "Quantum fluctuations consistent with recent arrival through similar fracture point to yours, though temporal coordinates suggest emergence approximately 6 hours before your arrival." 6 hours alone in completely unfamiliar dimension, Naruto processed with growing concern. Hinata's capable, but without contextual understanding of this world. She survived interdimensional transit without morphing protection, Nadira noted with raised eyebrow. That suggests either incredible natural resilience or adaptive capabilities beyond standard human parameters. Hyuga clan members possess unique physiological advantages, Naruto explained, strength gradually returning as his system stabilized. Her Byakugan visual abilities might have protected critical systems during transition. Gen coordinated transport while security teams secured the facility and captured mercenaries. Eastern Sector team reports unusual energy discharges consistent with non-standard defensive capabilities. Your companion may have encountered hostile elements. Then we move immediately, Naruto determined, fatigue forgotten amid concern for Hinata's safety. The Aya, stern industrial sector presented stark contrast to downtown Silver Hill's gleaming architecture. Abandoned manufacturing facilities and deteriorating infrastructure created urban decay landscape remnant. I scent of certain Konoha districts following Paine's assault years earlier. Quantum Transport deposited their team near energy discharge coordinates, environmental sensors detecting recent disturbances consistent with combat activity. Multiple biosignatures detected, Trip reported, scanning equipment identifying movement patterns through deteriorating structures. One matches partial quantum profile from our dimensional visitor. Though with significant variance, others register as standard mutant signatures with moderate technological enhancement. Scavenger groups, Nadira identified with disgusted familiarity. Bottom feeders who patrol dimensional weak points looking for displaced technology or vulnerable travelers. They lack sophistication but compensate with numbers and territorial knowledge. Naruto extended sensory perception developed through sage training, detecting chakra signatures despite this dimension's different energy patterns. Among ambient electronic emissions and unfamiliar power sources, he identified familiar presence, Hinata's distinctive chakra configuration, though strangely altered by dimensional transition. She's approximately 400 meters northeast, he reported confidently. Defensive position, conserving energy while monitoring multiple hostiles. Injured but functional. You detected that without scanning equipment. Lucas questioned skeptically. Different dimensional energy systems, different detection methods, Gen summarized practically. Tactical approach options. Direct intervention risks escalating territorial response, Trip advised. Highlighting structural analysis on portable displays. These scavenger groups maintain extensive early warning systems throughout their territory. They already know we're here, Naruto countered. Detecting subtle movement patterns through environmental awareness. Surveillance devices tracked our arrival immediately. They're assessing threat level before determining response. Nadira nodded confirmation, her enhanced senses detecting similar patterns. Whiskers is right. They're already mobilizing response teams from 3 directions. Standard containment protocol. They NK were rival scavengers rather than time force. Then stealth approach is compromised from beginning, Gen concluded, tactical assessment shifting to direct intervention parameters. Naruto, Avenue personal connection to our extraction target. Led primary approach with Lucas while Trip establishes perimeter containment. Nadira and I will create diversion to divide defensive response. The operational structure reflected professional methodology without excessive planning, adaptive tactical framework rather than rigid protocol. Naruto appreciated the approach, similar to Anbu operational. Parameters that emphasized objective completion through situational adaptation rather than predetermined methodologies. One modification, he suggested, crimson energy already circulating through his system in preparation. My shadow clones can establish multiple simultaneous approaches, creating confusion regarding primary insertion vector while providing real-time intelligence across all sectors. Gen considered the tactical advantage briefly before nodding approval. Implement your specialized assets. Coordination through standard communicators. Priority remains extraction with minimal engagement. As team members deployed toward assigned positions, Naruto created shadow clone array calibrated for specific tactical functions, reconnaissance, diversion, and combat support distributed according to environmental analysis. Each clone possessed independent operational capability while maintaining quantum entangled communication with the original, creating unprecedented battlefield awareness. Moving through deteriorating industrial structures with shinobi stealth enhanced by ranger perceptual capabilities, Naruto approached Hinata's position while monitoring clone-provided intelli. Gents regarding scavenger deployment patterns. Their numbers exceeded initial estimates, approximately 40 individuals with various technological enhancements and mutant adaptations, suggesting organ IZED faction rather than opportunistic gathering. Their coordination indicates leadership structure beyond standard scavenger parameters, Zathaniel observed through shared perception. Someone directs these supposedly random elements toward specific objective. Lucas maintained professional competence despite visible skepticism regarding Naruto's unconventional methodology, providing tactical support while monitoring communication channels. Commander reports diversion initiated at eastern perimeter. Primary defensive response redirecting as anticipated. Approaching Hinata's position. Concealed maintenance chamber beneath former manufacturing facility. Naruto detected subtle chakra-based perimeter warning system she had established. The technique demonstrated impressive adaptation to unfamiliar environmental conditions, utilizing minimal energy while maximizing defensive awareness. Hinata, he called softly, projecting chakra signature in recognizable pattern while remaining beyond physical sight lines. It's Naruto, with allies from this dimension. Brief pause followed before precise response arrived. Chakra pulse modulated in recognition pattern they had established during previous joint operations. The signal contained embedded tactical information. 3 injured hostiles neutralized within her position, 2 active surveillance devices monitoring external approaches, and personal status indicating moderate chakra depletion with minor physical injuries. Perimeter surveillance neutralized, Lucas reported, specialized equipment disrupting electronic monitoring systems. Clear approach window approximately 30 seconds before automated reset protocols engage. Naruto moved with enhanced speed toward the maintenance chamber entrance, finding conventional CCESS secured through combination of mechanical barricades and chakra-reinforced structural modifications. The defensive configuration demonstrated Hinata's impressive adaptability, utilizing unfamiliar materials with familiar techniques to create surprisingly effective protection. Hinata, it's clear, he called through reinforced barrier, recognizing sensory monitoring from within that would confirm his identity beyond vocal recognition. The barriers disengaged with precise sequential deactivation, revealing dim chamber illuminated by emergency lighting systems. Within this makeshift defensive position, Hinata maintained combat-ready stance despite visible fatigue and minor injuries across exposed skin. Her traditional shinobi attire showed signs of recent combat, tears and scorch marks, indicating energy weapon impacts similar to those used by the mutants they had encountered previously. Most notable was her activated Byakugan, the characteristic veined pattern surrounding pupil-less eyes now incorporating subtle luminescent qualities that suggested dimensional transition had altered her genetic abilities. Despite these changes, her expression reflected familiar determination and tactical assessment as she evaluated Naruto's changed appearance and unfamiliar companion. Your chakra system has been fundamentally altered, she observed immediately, Byakugan analyzing his modif IED energy pathways with clinical precision. Integrated with unknown energy source that operates on different dimensional frequency than standard elemental chakra. Long explanation for later, Naruto replied with relieved smile, noting her injuries were indeed superficial despite obvious fatigue. We have extraction teams securing perimeter, but limited operational window before reinforcements arrive. Her attention shifted to Lucas, Byakugan analyzing his technological equipment and physical capabilities with experienced assessment. Time Force Organization, Specialized Temporal Operation, division based on equipment configuration and quantum communication frequencies. Allied forces rather than opportunistic assistance. Lucas blinked in surprise at her detailed analysis from minimal observation. That's impressively accurate. 6 hours provides sufficient observation time for preliminary cultural and organizational assessment, she explained with practical efficiency. 80 gathering limited equipment she had acquired during her isolated operations. This dimension operates on significantly different technological principles than ours, though underlying physical constants remain surprisingly consistent. Her analytical capabilities impressed even Zathaniel, who noted through their connection. Her observational methodology within limited timeframes suggests exceptional intellectual processing beyond standard human parameters. Combined with those unique visual capabilities, she represents significant adaptive potential. 3 minutes until primary reinforcements arrive, Lucas warned. Monitoring perimeter alerts through specialized equipment. We should move immediately. One moment, Hinata requested, kneeling beside 3 unconscious figures secure. Ed through chakra-enhanced restraints, the hostile elements she had neutralized earlier. With clinical efficiency, she applied precise strikes to specific neurological pathways. Memory modification technique to remove recollection of specific abilities displayed during combat. Standard protocol for interdimensional exposure situations. The practical security consciousness demonstrated veteran operational experience beyond what Naruto remembered from their earlier missions together. The intervening years had clearly refined her capabilities toward specialized intelligence applications rather than standard combat roles. Extraction route secured, Gen's voice reported through communicators. Quantum transport standing by at designated coordinates. Be advised, additional temporal fluctuations detected approaching your sector. Possible dimensional fracture forming. The warning proved prophetic as ambient energy patterns shifted noticeably, air pressure fluctuating while electromagnetic disturbances affected equipment functionality. Unlike natural fractures they had encountered previously, this disturbance demonstrated controlled formation patterns suggesting deliberate manipulation rather than random occurrence. Someone's opening dimensional doorway, Lucas recognized, equipment readings confirming unnatural progression patterns. Targeted formation rather than random breach. Sophisticated temporal manipulation beyond standard technology available in this timeline. Zathaniel assessed with growing concern. The precision suggests specific targeting parameters, possibly locked onto unique quantum signatures. They're tracking us, Naruto realized with alarm. The dimensional signature is being used as targeting parameter. Hinata's Byakugan focused toward developing distortion. Her enhanced perception detecting underlying energy patterns invisible to conventional observation. The fracture formation incorporates familiar chakra resonance patterns, specifically calibrated to interface with our dimensional frequency rather than random formation. Someone from our world is controlling this. Naruto questioned with growing unease. Impossible to determine origin precisely, Hinata qualified. Continuing detailed analysis. But the integration methodology indicates familiarity with both chakra-based techniques and this dimension's temporal manipulation technology. Hybrid application rather than singular methodology. The implications suggested concerning possibilities. Either someone from their dimension had access to advanced temporal technology or entities from this timeline had somehow incorporated chakra-based techniques into their dimensional manipulation capabilities. Neither option presented reassuring scenario. Extraction priority unchanged, Lucas determined. Tactical training overriding speculative concerns. Move toward designated coordinates before fracture completes formation. As they navigated toward extraction point through deteriorating industrial structures, Naruto maintained shadow clone surveillance network monitoring both scavenger movements and the developing dimensional anomaly. The fracture continued controlled expansion, its formation patterns suggesting specific targeting parameters rather than random breach characteristics. Nadira and Trip secured interim position providing covering fire against advancing scavenger elements. Their coordinated defense creating extraction corridor toward designated transport coordinates. Gen maintained overwatch position coordinating tactical response while monitoring dimensional instrumentation with growing concern. Fracture expansion accelerating beyond projected parameters, she reported as they approached rendezvous position. Energy signature indicates potent hostile emergence within 60 seconds. Can we close it? Lucas questioned, covering their approach with precisely targeted suppression fire. Negative, Trip responded, monitoring equipment readings with technical expertise. Formation pattern indicates external control mechanism beyond our current countermeasure capabilities. Hinata's Byakugan provided additional intelligence beyond conventional scanning equipment. The fracture incorporates specialized containment parameters designed to prevent collapse through conventional methods. Whoever created this anticipated standard countermeasures. Then we accelerate extraction and deal with whoever comes through once we're at secure location, Gen determined, tactical pragmatism overriding investigative curiosity. As quantum transport protocols initiated, preliminary energy fields establishing synchronized patterns necessary for safe translocation, the dimensional fracture reached critical expansion threshold. Reality distort. Around crystalline formation patterns as something began emerging from the interdimensional pathway, humanoid figure surrounded by technology unlike either world's standard configurations. That device architecture, Zathaniel observed with genuine alarm. It incorporates both Eltarian temporal manipulation principles and Morphin grid connectivity components. Someone has merged technologies that should remain fundamentally separate. The figure emerging through dimensional gateway remained partially obscured by transit energies, but distinctive characteristics became visible as mate. Realization progressed. Specialized armor incorporating both technological components and familiar design elements from shinobi tactical gear. Most concerning was the energy signature radiating from NTRAL power source embedded within the armor's chest piece, pulsating crimson crystal similar to Naruto's bracelet but significantly larger and emitting unstable harmonic patterns. Impossible, hot. Hanel whispered through their connection. That's Morphin master technology corrupted through improper integration with incompatible power sources. Before the figure could complete materialization, quantum transport activated, displacing their team through controlled dimensional shift that deposited them within Time Force headquarters' secure arrival chamber. The abrupt transition from battle field conditions to controlled environment created momentary disorientation even among experienced operators. Hinata maintained combat readiness despite the transition, Byakugan remaining active as S. He analyzed their new surroundings with characteristic thoroughness. Her tactical positioning naturally complemented Naruto's, years of joint operations creating unconscious coordination patterns that required no verbal communication. Welcome to Time Force, Jen greeted her formally once security protocols confirmed successful extraction. I'm Commander Jennifer Scott. Your companion has provided limited information regarding your situation, but we'll need comprehensive debriefing to establish appropriate assistance parameters. Hinata Hyuga, Konoha Intelligence Division, she responded with formal precision. Deactivating her Byakugan to conserve remaining energy reserves. I appreciate your intervention assistance. The local hostile elements proved persistent if technologically primitive. You neutralized 3 enhanced mutants with unknown combat techniques while establishing sophisticated defensive perimeter using salvaged materials, Nadira noted with impressed assessment. No, exactly standard damsel in distress scenario. The physiological vulnerabilities remained consistent despite technological enhancements, Hinata explained with practical simplicity. Neural pathway. Why disruption functions consistently across most humanoid species regardless of secondary adaptations. The clinical description of what had clearly been effective combat application against numerical Lee's superior forces reflected the intelligence operative she had become, precise, analytical, and considerably more confident than the shy heiress Naruto remembered from their younger years. Medical assessment first, Jen directed with practical concern, noting visible fatigue despite Hinata's composed demeanor. Unshielded dimensional transition causes cellular damage that may not manifest immediately. Then full tactical debriefing regarding both your observations during isolation period and that dimensional breach targeting pattern. As medical personnel approached with scanning equipment, Hinata's attention returned to Naruto. Her expression containing complex mixture of relief, concern, and analytical assessment. Your physiological changes extend beyond energy pathway modifications. Cellular structure shows fundamental alteration at genetic level, integration with non-human components that resonate on quantum frequency similar to Ranger technology demonstrated by these allies. Quote, that's an impressively detailed analysis from visual observation alone, Tripp noted with scientific curiosity while preparing scanning equipment. Byakugan provides cellular-level observation capabilities, Naruto explained. Unsurprised by her precise assessment. Combined with medical training, it creates diagnostic capabilities beyond conventional equipment. Fascinating evolutionary adaptation, Tripp commented. Adjusting scanner parameters to incorporate new information. The dimensional transit appears to have enhanced certain aspects of your genetic expression patterns. Your visual spectrum perception extends significantly beyond normal human parameters according to these readings. I've noticed increased perception across quantum frequency ranges previously invisible, Hinata confirmed with analytical interest rather than concern. Interdimensional exposure appears to have activated latent genetic potential within Byakugan structure. While medical assessment proceeded and debriefing preparations established, Naruto observed subtle changes in Hinata beyond the obvious enhanced Byakugan effects. Her movement patterns demonstrated increased confidence and purpose compared to previous years, command experience evident in her positioning and environmental awareness. The timid heiress had evolved into composed intelligence operative with exceptional observational capabilities and tactical assessment skills. Your companion possesses remarkable adaptive capabilities, Zathaniel noted with genuine respect. Her altered visual abilities now perceive aspects of the GR-id typically invisible to non-ranger entities. Combined with her analytical methodology, she represents significant research potential regarding interdimensional energy interactions. As medical assessment confirmed no critical damage despite unshielded dimensional transit, security alerts activated throughout the facility, proximity warnings indicating the dimensional breach from industrial sect. Or had re-established connection at new coordinates directly outside headquarters perimeter. They tracked quantum displacement signatures through dimensional barriers, Trip reported with alarm, Moni. Touring equipment displaying unprecedented tracking capabilities. That technology shouldn't exist in any known timeline. The figure emerging through the gateway, Naruto recalled with growing concern. They possessed technology Zathaniel recognized as corrupted Morphin Master components. Morphin Master? Jen questioned sharply, recognition evident in her expression. That classification Reaper, sense prehistoric power sources predating known Ranger technologies by millennia. Time Force historical records contain only fragmentary references to their existence. Yet another indication that these events transcend random occurrence, Zathaniel observed internally. Multiple connections between dimensions previously isolated from each other, technologies merging that should remain separated by cosmic design. And now direct pursuit across dimensional barriers. Someone coordinates multidimensional campaigns specifically targeting Ranger energy signatures, Jen concluded, tactical ice plays showing multiple breach points forming around headquarters perimeter with precision suggesting centralized control rather than random manifestation. But why target us specifically? Lucas Ku, owned as security protocols activated throughout the facility. Dimensional travelers represent minimal strategic value compared to established power centers. Hinata's reactivated Byakugan studi. The dimensional distortions with analytical precision, identifying pattern similarities invisible to conventional observation. The fracture formation methodology incorporates elements from both dimensions, chakra manipulation principles combined with temporal physics applications. Someone possesses comprehensive understanding of both technological paradigms. Which should be impossible, Trip added with growing concern. The knowledge transfer required for such integration would demand extensive cross-dimensional exposure beyond any recorded historical interaction. As security teams deployed throughout the facility and defensive systems engaged, Naruto recognized fundamental truth underlying these escalating events. Their arrival through dimensional fracture hadn't been random occurrence or natural phenomenon, but calculated element within larger strategy. Whatever entity coordinated these breaches specifically targeted the intersection between Ranger technology and chakra-based abilities. The realization prompted uncomfortable question that Zathaniel articulated through their connection. What if our partnership wasn't coincidence but anticipated development within predetermined sequence? The probability factors against such precise alignment of dimensional factors suggest deliberate manipulation rather than random convergence. Before Naruto could fully process these implications, the facility's primary display activated with emergency transmission, field teams reporting distinctive figure emerging through central breach point. The visual feed revealed armor incorporating elements from both dimensions, powered by corrupted crimson crystal that pulsed with unstable energy patterns. That crystal, Jen recognized with growing alarm. It's similar to Morpher component but significantly larger and emitting unstable quantum frequencies. A corrupted Morphin Master artifact, Zathaniel confirmed with genuine concern. Specifically, a fragment, remnant of imprisonment crystal similar to my own but improperly integrated with incompatible power sources. The resulting energy signature suggests catastrophic instability patterns. The armor figure advanced through defensive perimeter with concerning ease, specialized weapons neutralizing security systems through precisely calibrated disruption patterns that suggested intimate familiarity with Time Force technology. Most alarming was the effortless dismissal of Ranger-level defenses designed to contain entities with morphing capabilities. That's not just advanced technology, Naruto realized. Recognizing familiar movement patterns beneath unfamiliar armor. Those are shinobi combat techniques adapted for technological enhancement. Whoever that is understands both worlds' capabilities intimately. Hinata's Byakugan focused on the approaching figure with maximum resolution, penetrating armor layers to analyze underlying physiological structure. Her expression shifted from a analytical assessment to genuine shock, the first break in professional composure since their reunion. Impossible, she whispered, certainty momentarily shaken by observational evidence contradicting logical possibility. The cellular structure and chakra pathway configuration, it's you, Naruto. Altered and corrupted, but fundamentally identical genetic pattern with equivalent morphin grid integration. The revelation created momentary silence as tactical implications registered among all present. Jen recovered first, professional training overriding personal reaction as she implemented containment protocols with increased urgency. Alternate dimensional variant, she classified efficiently, security systems recalibrating for adjusted threat assessment. Temporal duplicate with divergent development path. Possibly from alternate timeline where different choices created alternate outcome. Or future version from potential timeline, Tripp suggested, analyzing temporal signature components with specialized equipment. The quantum resonance patterns suggest temporal displacement in addition to dimensional transit. The possibility created disturbing implications regarding their mysterious opponents' motivations and capabilities. If this entity represented alternate version of Naruto with corrupted Morphin Master technology, it possessed intimate knowledge of both his abilities and potential weaknesses. More concerning was the implication that this development represented potential future outcome rather than divergent possibility. The corruption patterns within that crystal suggest forced integration rather than willing partnership. Zathaniel observed with growing unease. Someone has extracted Morphin Master essence through violent means and integrated component through technological subjugation rather than symbiotic balance. As the armored figure approached primary entrance with methodical precision, disabling sequential security systems with concerning ease, Naruto recognized immediate necessity transcended speculative analysis. Whatever this entity represented, alternate self, future possibility, or something else entirely, it presented clear threat. Requiring immediate response rather than philosophical debate. I'll engage directly, he determined, crimson energy already circulating through modified pathways in preparation for transformation. My abilities present optimal countermeasure against equivalent capabilities. Tactical analysis supports your assessment, Jen agreed with professional pragmatism. But engagement parameters require containment objective rather than neutralization. If this entity represents alternate timeline version, information extraction presents priority objective over elimination. The cellular degradity on patterns indicate limited operational timeframe, Hinata added, Byakugan providing detailed physiological assessment beyond conventional scanning capabilities. The corrupted integration between biological systems and morphin grid energy creates unsustainable consumption patterns. This entity's current form cannot maintain stability beyond approximately 30 minutes. The information provide tactical advantage, containing the threat required outlasting natural degradation process rather than direct neutralization. As Naruto prepared for confrontation with this disturbing alternate version of himself, Zathaniel provided final observation that contextualized the escalating situation. The convergence of multiple dimensions, corrupted Morphin Master technology, and targeted pursuit suggests coordinated campaign beyond random incursion. Someone manipulates events across dimensional boundaries toward specific objective, with you as either target or catalyst. Whatever awaited beyond headquarters reinforced entrance represented merely first engagement in multidimensional conflict whose parameters extended far beyond simple transportation accident. The dimensional fractures acting previously isolated realities served specific purpose within larger design, with Naruto's unique integration of shinobi abilities and ranger powers somehow central to unfolding events. As secure ITY barriers disengaged with final warning klaxons, the armored figure breached primary entrance, visibly identical morpher bracelet raised toward headquarters interior as corrupted voice emerged through mechanical distortion. Target located. Primary acquisition phase initiated. Chapter 2 and Chapter 3. Shadows of the Grid. The corrupted Naruto advanced through Time Force Headquarters' main corridor, each step releasing crimson energy flares that blackened reinforced flooring beneath armored boots. Unlike the sleek, integrated design of Naruto's Ranger form, this entity's armor exhibited jagged, asymmetrical plates with exposed circuitry pulsing between gaps. Technological components forcibly merged with organic material rather than harmoniously integrated. Thermal dampeners at maximum. Trip reported from the security station, monitoring vital signs with growing concern. Internal temperature exceeds containment parameters. Whatever powers that armor is burning through its host. Through headquarters surveillance feed, Naruto observed the twisted mirror of himself, familiar physical structure distorted by technological corruption and unnatural energy patterns. The most disturbing element wasn't the armor's aggressive design but the eyes visible through damaged faceplate sections, once blue irises now consumed by swirling crimson energy that leaked from damaged eye sockets like luminescent tears. That integration method represents fundamental violation of symbiotic principles. Zathaniel observed with rare emotional response, disgust mingled with something approaching fear. Someone extracted morphin essence through forced fragmentation rather than willing partnership. The suffering required for such corruption. Life signs. Gen demanded, coordinating evacuation of non-essential personnel while maintaining tactical command presence. Present but degrading rapidly, Hinata reported, her Byakugan providing details beyond conventional scanners. Cellula. Our structure exhibits advanced decay patterns consistent with forced energy integration. Chakra pathways show extensive damage from incompatible power source. Without intervention, complete biological failure occurs within 27 minutes. Then we contain without destroying, Naruto determined, Ranger energy already circulating through enhanced pathways. Whatever this version of me represents, there is much victim as threat. Nodding agreement, Gen activated facility-wide containment protocols while issuing precise orders. Lucas, Northeast Corridor countermeasures. Trip, power dampening fields at maximum capacity. Katie, prepare medical containment for potentially hostile biomorphic entity. What about me? Nadira questioned, materializing beside Naruto with surprising stealth. For someone wearing impractical heeled boots and metallic accessories that should logically announce every movement. Civilian consultant status restricts combat deployment, Gen reminded her with professional detachment betrayed by subtle concern in her eyes. Nadira responded with dramatic eye roll. Please. That regulation exists because Daddy threw a fit about his precious princess facing danger. I'm not sitting this out while Whiskers faces evil twin scenario. Before Gen could formulate appropriate regulatory response, the decision became irrelevant as reality distorted around them. Space folding inward as though compressed by invisible force. The corrupted Naruto had bypassed standard approach protocols, implementing spatial manipulation technique that transferred him directly INTO command center through dimensional shortcut rather than physical navigation. Impressive application of space-time ninjutsu, Hinata observed with professional assessment despite immediate danger. Her stance shifting to defensive position with fluid precision. Adapting Flying Thunder God principles through technological amplification rather than seal-based methodology. The armored figure materialized fully within the command center, damaged systems releasing electromagnetic pulses that disrupted nearby equipment. Visual displays flickered chaotically while environmental controls fluctuated between temperature extremes. Most concerning was the specialized containment field surrounding the intruder, hemispherical barrier that isolated him from standard security countermeasures while allowing offensive capabilities to project outward. Target acquired, he announced, voice distorted through damaged vocal systems into unnatural harmonic patterns. Primary Uzumaki variant located. Extraction protocols initiated. Who sent you? Naruto demanded. Morphing energy held ready but transformation withheld while dialogue possibility remained. What do you want with me? The corrupted figure tilted his head with mechanical precision, damaged faceplate revealing fleeting expression of confusion beneath technological components. Instruction parameters exclude subject interaction beyond physical acquisition. Dimensional transport preparation requires precise quantum signature matching. Verbal exchange inefficient. The stilted speech patterns suggested cognitive function compro. Mised by whatever process had corrupted this alternate version, personality subsumed beneath programmed directives rather than autonomous decision-making. Despite obvious degradation, tactical assess me. NT capabilities remained intact as the figure analyzed present opposition with calculating efficiency. 5 entities present, 4 registered dimensional natives plus primary acquisition target. High S damaged helmet scanned each individual methodically. Tactical threat assessment. Time Force Rangers, containable. Mutant hybrid, minimal threat. Hyuga operative, moderate threat requiring prioritized neutralization. I take offense at minimal threat. Classification, Nadira commented, extending metallic claws with theatrical flourish. My manicurist charges fortune for these combat-grade modifications. The corrupted Naruto ignored her commentary, focus remaining absolute as damaged armor plates reconfigured around central power source. The crystal embedded within his chest pulsed with increasing intensity. Crimson light spilling through fracture lines across corrupted ranger armor. Dimensional extraction initiated. Reality distorted around the command center as the crystal's pulsa. Tions intensified. Spatial coordinates shifting as though viewed through shattered glass while gravity fluctuated unpredictably. Equipment not secured to structural supports began floating randomly BEF. Or crashing downward as gravitational constants reasserted momentarily, only to reverse direction again seconds later. He's creating localized dimensional fracture. Trip warned. Equipment readings. Confirming spatial instability extending outward from the intruder's position. The temporal displacement field will consume this entire section within minutes. Crimson grid, activate. Naruto called. Transformation energy encasing him immediately as Zathanael's guidance flowed through enhanced pathways. Unlike previous transformations, this morphing sequence incorporated advanced knowledge through recent experiences, armor components materializing with strategic modifications based on observed threat parameters. The Crimson Ranger armor formed with crystalline precision, its design more streamlined than previous manifestations while incorporating additional power conduits throughout chest and limb sections. Most notably, the helmet design had evolved to include enhanced sensory arrays specifically calibrated for dimensional anomaly detection. His corruption creates vulnerability. Zathanael advised through their connection. The forced integration between grid energy A&D technological components creates unstable harmonic patterns we can exploit. Target the connection points between crystal fragments and biomechanical interfaces. While Naruto engaged the primary threat, Gen activated emergency protocols with practiced efficiency, security barriers deploying throughout the command center to contain dimensional distortion effects while evacuation procedures clear. Red non-essential personnel from affected sections. Lucas, Trip, Morphers online. Katie, secure the quantum stabilizers. Her commands reflected years of battlefield experience, each directive précis and prioritized without wasted communication. The corrupted Naruto recognized immediate threat prioritization, damaged sensors focusing exclusively on his non-corrupted counterpart with mechanical intensity. Primary target defensive capabilities exceed projected parameters. Containment approach adjusted. From specialized compartments within damaged armor, mechanical components emerged, auto-no. Most devices deploying throughout the command center in geometric pattern that expanded the dimensional distortion field. Each device anchored to available surfaces, crystalline components pulsing in synchronized rhythm that amplified the central crystal's dimensional manipulation capabilities. Those are quantum anchors, Trip identified with alarmed recognition. They're establishing stable dimensional corridor between our location and predetermined coordinates. Can we disable them? Jen questioned, already drawing her chrono blaster while security barriers continued deploying around critical infrastructure. Negative. Trip responded after quick analysis. The quantum entanglement network operates on closed system architecture. Disabling individual nodes redirects power distribution without disrupting overall function. Then we target the source, Naruto determined, Crimson Saber materializing in his hand as he advanced toward his corrupted counterpart. The engagement between n-dimensional variants created surreal combat scenario, identical physical templates utilizing similar abilities through fundamentally different methodologies. While Naruto's techniques flowed from harmonious partnership between chakra and grid energy, his corrupted counterpart employed mechanical precision guided by programmed combat algorithms rather than intuitive adaptability. Your resistance inefficient, the corrupted Naruto stated through damaged vocal systems as they exchanged precisely calculated strikes. Dimensional transfer inevitable, surrender optimizes biological preservation. Not my style, Naruto countered. Crimson Saber deflecting mechanical appendages extending from his opponent's damaged armor. Whatever process created your current state can be reversed. Let us help you. Momentary hesitation disrupted the corrupted Naruto's attack pattern. Fractional delay suggesting remnants of original personality briefly surfacing through programmed directives. The damaged faceplate retracted partially, revealing disturbingly familiar features beneath technological components forcibly integrated with organic tissue. Help. Not possible, he managed through glitching vocal systems. Genuine emotion briefly overwhelming mechanical monotone. Process. Irreversible. Dimensional. Coordinates. Locked. The personal connection dissolved as suddenly as it had emerged. Mechanical components reasserting control as faceplate sealed and attack patterns resumed with increased intensity. Whatever consciousness remained within the corrupted shell recognized the moment. Airy vulnerability and compensated with heightened aggression. While Naruto engaged his counterpart directly, Time Force Rangers completed their own morphing sequences, Gen, Lucas, Trip and Katie Trans, forming into their respective ranger forms with practiced synchronization. Their armor designs reflected technological advancement beyond Naruto's more mystical manifestation, specialized components C.A. liberated for temporal operations rather than dimensional manipulation. Target the quantum anchors, Gen ordered, her pink ranger form moving with practiced efficiency toward nearest device. Disrupt. The geometric pattern to destabilize the dimensional corridor. The corrupted Naruto anticipated this tactical approach, damaged armor reconfiguring to deploy secondary defense systems. Mechanical components detached from primary form, reconfiguring into autonomous combat units that intercepted approaching rangers with programmed efficiency. Clever adaptation, Hinata observed from strategic position. Her Byakugan tracking energy flows throughout the expanding battlefield, sacrificing armor integrity to maintain quantum anchor network. Desperation strategy indicating primary objective PR. Priority exceeds self-preservation protocols. While Rangers engaged defensive units, Naruto pressed his advantage against increasingly compromised counterpart. Each exchange confirmed Hinata's Ass's SM. Ent. The corrupted version sacrificed structural integrity to maintain dimensional transfer capabilities, prioritizing mission completion over survival. Why am I so important? Naruto demanded during momentary disengagement. Tactical assessment suggesting continued dialogue might reveal critical information. What makes my specific variant valuable enough for this extraction? Uncorrupted integration. His counterpart responded through damaged systems, momentary clarity suggesting genuine personality briefly resurfacing. First successful symbiotic balance between grid energy and chakra network. Previous subjects rejected integration or succumbed to corruption. The revelation created disturbing implications. Naruto represented successful experiment among multiple attempts, suggesting Eastmatic program rather than isolated incident. Before he could extract additional information, the corrupted Naruto's programming reasserted control, terminating unauthorized disclosure as attack PA. TTERNS resumed with mechanical precision. Across the command center, Gen and Lucas systematically neutralized autonomous defense units while Trip and Katie targeted exposed power conduits connecting quantum anchors. Despite coordinated effort, the dimensional distortion continued expanding, reality fracturing around established corridor as transfer protocols approached completion. The quantum N-Chore network reaches critical synchronization in 47 seconds. Trip reported, scientific expertise providing precise assessment despite chaotic battlefield conditions. Once dimensional corridor stabilizes, anything within the field transfers to predetermined coordinates. Nadira, despite supposed minimal threat classification, demonstrated impressive adaptive capabilities as she system. Adequately disabled mechanical components with surprising technical knowledge belied by her theatrical persona. Her movements incorporated enhanced reflexes and strength from mutant genetics while implementing precision strikes against vulnerable connection points. These integration circuits follow Fraxian design principles, she noted while disabling particularly complex component. Daddy used C. technology during his Conquer the Past phase. Effective but notoriously unstable when overheated. The casual commentary contained critical tactical information that Hinata immediately recognized. Her Byakugan focused on the corrupted Naruto's central power source, analyzing thermal patterns with microscopic precision. The crystal's integration circuits operate beyond sustainable temperature threshold, she confirmed. Calculations processing with mechanical efficiency. Targeted disruption of cooling systems would create cascading failure throughout power distribution network. On it, Nadira responded with cheerful determination, already moving toward optimal position with surprising stealth belying her flamboyant appearance. Recognizing developed strategy, Naruto adjusted his engagement approach, maintaining direct confrontation while maneuvering his corrupted counterpart toward position where Nadira could access vulnerable cooling components. The coordination required verbal communication, each combatant recognizing their role within developing tactical framework through professional assessment rather than explicit direction. Dimensional corridor stabilization at 70%. The corrupted Naruto announced through damaged systems, oblivious to developing counter-strategy as programmed objectives maintained priority. Transfer protocols initializing. Resistance futile. As dimensional distortion reached critical threshold, Nadira executed precisely timed intervention, enhanced claws slicing through exposed cooling conduits with surgical precision. Naruto simultaneously disabled defensive countermeasures through calculated distraction techniques. The effect manifested immediately, thermal regulation systems failing catastrophically as crystal temperature spiked beyond sustainable parameters. Fracture lines expanded across the corrupted Naruto's central power source, crimson energy destabilizing as harmonic patterns collapsed into chaotic fluctuations. Critical system failure, he reported mechanically even as armor components began disintegrating around increasingly unstable power source. Dimensional corridor destabilizing. Transfer protocols compromised. Rather than satisfaction at successful countermeasure implementation, Naruto felt genuine concern for his corrupted counterpart's deteriorating condition. Despite representing potential threat, this entity remained fundamentally connected to his own existence, dimensional variant whose suffering transcended tactical considerations. We can help you, he offered again, deactivating offensive capabilities while maintaining defensive posture. Time Force has medical technology that might stabilize your condition. Momentary clarity returned to damaged optical systems as personality briefly resurfaced through failing programming. Help. Others. Many. Subjects. Dimensional. Laboratory. Coordinates. Before critical information could transfer, the corrupted Eastal reached catastrophic failure threshold, energy containment field collapsing as unstable power surged throughout remaining systems. Rather than conventional explosion, the release manifested as dimensional implosion, reality folding inward around the corrupted Naruto's position as his physical form collapsed into singularity point before disappearing entirely. The quantum anchor network deactivated simultaneously. Dimensional corridor collapsing as transfer protocols terminated with incomplete execution. Throughout the command center, reality gradually stabilized, spatial coordinates relig. Ning with natural parameters as gravitational constants resumed normal function. Deactivating his Ranger transformation, Naruto approached the implosion point with analytical caution rather than emotional response. Nothing physical remained of his corrupted counterpart. No armor fragments or biological residue indicating conventional destruction. The complete absence of material evidence suggested dimensional translocation rather than obliteration. He wasn't destroyed. Zathaniel confirmed through their connection. The crystal's failure created uncontrolled dimensional shift rather than terminal event. His physical pattern transferred to indeterminate coordinates without proper stabilization protocols. Can we track him? Naruto questioned aloud, addressing both Zathaniel and Time Force personnel simultaneously. Trip approached the implosion point with specialized scanning equipment, his own Ranger transformation deactivated as scientific curiosity replaced combat necessity. The quantum signature left residual trace patterns we can potentially analyze. Not precise coordinates, but dimensional frequency range that narrows potential location parameters. More importantly, Gen added while securing disabled mechanical components for analysis, we recovered intact technology samples that might provide information regarding origins and objectives. His final statement, S indicated multiple subjects within dimensional laboratory, Hinata noted, Byakugan examining residual energy patterns with microscopic precision. The reference suggests systematic experimentation rather than isolated incident. Which means others like him exist, Naruto concluded grimly, implications creating disturbing possibilities regarding both past and future developments. The question remains, who's conducting these experiments, and what's their ultimate objective? Time Force's Advanced Research Laboratory occupied Sublevel 3 of Headquarters Complex, specialized facility. Designed for analysis of temporal anomalies and dimensional artifacts beyond conventional scientific parameters. Equipment unlike anything from Naruto's world occupied precisely arranged workstations, each dedicated to specific analytical methodology within broader investigative framework. Trip led the analytical team with enthusiastic scientific curiosity tempered by methodical precision. Despite youthful appearance and occasionally excitable personality, his technical expertise demonstrated mastery beyond conventional parameters, genetic engineering providing enhanced intellectual capability, i.e. specifically calibrated for technological innovation. The integration circuitry follows recognizable design principles, he explained while examining recovered components through specialized microscopic array. Basic architecture resembles Time Force technology but incorporates significant modifications beyond our current development path. Future tech, Lucas questioned, providing security. Why oversight while maintaining healthy distance from potentially dangerous artifacts? Not exactly, Trip clarified, adjusting holographic display to highlight specific components. The fundamental approach differs from our established development trajectory. This represents alternative technological evolution rather than advanced iteration of existing principles. Parallel dimensional development, NT rather than linear temporal advancement, Gen summarized with practiced understanding of temporal mechanics. Technology from dimension that evolved along different scientific pathway than our own. Yet incorporating elements from both worlds, Naruto observed, recognizing components that resembled chakra conduction materials used in specialized shinobi equipment. These cylindrical conduits share structural similarities with chakra metal alloys used in Anbu tactical gear. Hinata's Byakugan provided additional insights beyond conventional analysis capabilities. The integration methodology suggests deliberate hybridization rather than coincidental similarity. Someone with comprehensive understanding of both technological paradigms designed these components specifically to bridge dimensional energy disparities. Which should be theoretically impossible, Trip noted with scientific fascination rather than dismissal. True cross-dimensional technology integration requires understanding fundamental constants that differ between realities. The knowledge base necessary for such development would require extensive exposure to multiple dimensional frameworks simultaneously. Someone's been traveling between dimensions for significant time period, Gen suggested, tactical assessment identifying concerning possibilities beyond immediate evidence. These fractures might represent ongoing campaign rather than recent development. While technical analysis continued, Nadira examined recovered crystal fragments with surprising expertise belied by her theatrical mannerisms. Her approach appeared casual, holding fragments at various angles while making exaggerated expressions of concentration, but her observations demonstrated sophisticated understanding beyond her cultivated frivolous persona. These crystalline structures contain temporal imprints, she noted, passing fragment beneath specialized scanner with practiced precision. Like viewing historical recording embedded within molecular structure. Fascinating archival methodology, though ethically questionable depending on information acquisition protocols. Her unexpected technical commentary drew surprise. Said attention from Time Force personnel unaccustomed to her demonstrating scientific knowledge beyond cultural references and fashion expertise. Noticing their expressions, she responded with characteristic dramatic flair. What? Mutant princess can't have hobbies beyond shopping and hair styling. Temporal crystallography happens to be fascinating subject. The molecular memory capacity alone presents revolutionary information storage applications. Returning attention to recovered fragments, she continued professional analysis beneath theatrical presentation. These particular samples contain multiple temporal imprints, like layered recordings from different time periods compressed into singular structure. The degradation patterns suggest repeated dimensional transition without proper stabilization protocols. Can we access these recordings? Jen questioned, recognizing potential intelligence value beyond physical evidence. Theoretically, Nadira confirmed with uncharacteristic technical precision. Though proper extraction requires specialized equipment beyond standard time-force technology, the crystalline lattice structure incorporates quantum entanglement properties that conventional temporal scanners can't properly isolate. We need a Maya, Tripp concluded after examining Nadira's findings with appropriate scientific verification. Her dimensional resonance chamber might extract temporal imprints without destructive scanning methods. Dr. Mizushima maintains strict consultation parameters, Lucas reminded with practical concern. After last year's unauthorized equipment requisition incident, she implemented comprehensive access restrictions. Who's Amaya? Naruto questioned, recognizing name represented significant resource based on contextual indicators. Dr. Amaya Mizushima, Jen explained with professional respect evident in her tone. Leading theoretical physicist specializing in dimensional boundary mechanics and quantum entanglement principles. Former Time-Force Scientific Division before establishing independent research facility following philosophical disagreements regarding application protocols. She thought Time-Force was too restrictive about dimensional exploration. Tripp clarified with characteristic directness. Wanted to pursue aggressive boundary testing beyond established safety parameters. She also makes amazing ND has questionable taste in decorative art, Nadira added with fond familiarity suggesting personal connection beyond professional association. Brilliant but socially awkward in adorably intense way. You'll like her. Whiskers. She collects dimensional artifacts like others collect shoes. Jen considered available options with tactical efficiency, weighing immediate information requirements against procedural complications. Her decision reflected practical necessity rather than regulatory adherence. I'll contact Dr. Mizushima personally, she determined, already moving toward communications array. These artifacts represent significant security concern beyond standard operational parameters. Regulatory exceptions apply under Section 17 protocols. While awaiting response from this dimensional specialist, Naruto found himself studying recovered artifacts with growing unease. The corrupted Ranger technology represented violation of principles Zathaniel considered fundamental, Orct extraction and mechanical integration rather than symbiotic partnership. Beyond technical concerns, the existence of his corrupted counterpart created uncomfortable existential questions regarding potential alternative development paths. You're contemplating troubling possibilities, Zathaniel observed through their connection, perceiving emotional patterns beyond verbal expression. Whoa, wondering if that corrupted version represents potential future rather than alternative past. The technology seemed designed specifically for my unique physiological structure, Naruto responded internally. Maintaining outward focus on artifact examination while continuing private conversation. That suggests whoever created it possessed intimate knowledge of my specific chakra network and its interaction with grid energy. A concerning observation, Zathaniel acknowledged. Though multiple explanations exist beyond predetermined destiny, dimensional variants often share fundamental characteristics despite divergent development paths. The philosophical discussion paused as Naruto became aware of Hinata's subtle observation, her Byakugan deactivated but perceptive attention noting his distracted expression with characteristic analytical precision. Despite years of friendship and professional partnership, her ability to detect his internal conversations without visible indicators remained impressive. You're communicating with the entity bonded to your crystal, she noted quietly, positioning herself beside him with casual professionalism that provided conversational privacy without obvious isolation. Your micro-expressions display response patterns consistent with internal dialogue rather than independent contemplation. Zathaniel, Naruto confirmed, appreciating her direct approach rather than suspicious speculation. The Morphin master consciousness within the crystal. Our partnership maintains separate awareness rather than merged consciousness. Her remained analytical rather than judgmental, assessing information from objective perspective rather than emotional response. The symbiotic integration affects your physiological systems beyond energy pathway modifications. Cellular structure throughout your body incorporates crystalline components at microscopic level. The observation surprised him, though Zathanale's reaction suggested this. Development represented expected progression rather than concerning abnormality. Is that dangerous? Uncertain without longitudinal observation, she replied with clinical precision before softening slightly. Though the integration appears stable and non-invasive, the crystalline structures follow natural cellular organization patterns rather than disruptive replacement methodology. Her data, eye-led observation demonstrated both impressive analytical capabilities and genuine concern beneath professional assessment, caring about his well-being while respecting his autonomy regarding symbiotic partnership. The balance reflected their evolved relationship dynamic from awkward adolescent interactions to mature professional respect. Their conversation paused as Jen returned from communications array, her expression indicating successful contact despite apparent complications. Dr. Mizushima agrees to examine the artifacts, but refuses facility transfer. We'll need to transport everything to her research complex. Typical Amaya, Nadira commented with affectionate exasperation. Control issues wrapped in scientific justification. Her equipment works perfectly fine here, but she needs home field advantage for proper dramatic entrance. Her specialized resonance chamber cannot be transported, Jen corrected with practiced patience suggesting frequent similar exchanges. The Quantum alignment calibration requires stable geographical positioning that transportation would compromise. Excuses wrapped in technical jargon, Nadira countered dramatically before shifting to unexpected practical solution. We should bring Whiskers and Lavender Eyes with us. Amaya loves studying dimensional travelers almost as much as dusty artifacts. She'll be so distracted by their unique Quantum signatures that she'll forget to be difficult about access protocols. Despite theatrical presentation, the suggestion contained legitimate tactical consideration, leveraging scientific curiosity against procedural resistance. Jen's expression suggested reluctant recognition of this pragmatic approach despite professional preference for regulatory compliance. Dr. Mizushima's research facility maintains comprehensive security protocols, she noted for Naruto and Hinata's benefit. Independent operation status grants regulatory autonomy beyond standard time force oversight. Her eccentricity ties include significant paranoia regarding potential application of her research by unauthorized entities. She has good reason for caution, Tripp added while securing artifacts for transport. Her dimensional boundary theories revolutionized temporal physics fundamentals. Multiple organizations attempted recruitment through methods ranging from lucrative contracts to less ethical persuasion techniques. Translation: everyone from government agencies to shady corporations tried bribing or kidnapping her, Nadira clarified with characteristic bluntness. After third assassination attempt, she decided personal research facility with absurd security measures seemed reasonable career development. The description created intriguing portrait of this dimensional scientist, brilliant but paranoid. Independent yet essential enough that Time Force maintained relationship despite apparent philosophical differences. Naruto found himself curious about this researcher whose expertise might provide critical information regarding both dimensional anomalies and his own developing abilities. Dr. Amaya Mizushima's research facility defied conventional architectural expectations, geometric structure incorporating both futuristic design elements and traditional Japanese aesthetic principles. Located at Silver Hill's northwestern boundary where urban development transitioned to preserved forest. The complex occupied precisely landscaped grounds surrounded by security systems disguised within seemingly decorative features. Biometric scanning embedded within stone lanterns, Hinata served through activated Byakugan as their vehicle approached ornate entrance gate. Quantum disruption fields disguised as decorative water features. Impressive security integration within traditional design elements. Amaya appreciates aesthetic harmony alongside functional necessity, Nadira explained with uncharacteristic appreciation for architectural subtlety. Her heritage influences Daisy GN philosophy despite predominantly scientific focus. The entrance gate opened automatically as their vehicle approached, security systems recognizing authorized signatures without requiring manual identification. Within the perimeter, carefully maintained gardens created peaceful atmosphere that contrasted with advanced technology visible throughout the complex. Traditional elements, stone pathways, precisely trimmed vegetation, bamboo water features, coexisted alongside monitoring equipment and security systems disguised within natural-appearing structures. The dimensional resonance pattern throughout this facility exceeds standard background fluctuations, Hinata noted, her enhanced Byakugan detecting energy variations invisible to conventional perception. Localized reality exhibits subtle modification parameters consistent with controlled dimensional boundary thinning. Dr. Mizushima's research focuses on dimensional boundary mechanics, Gen confirmed while leading them toward central structure. Her experimental protocols sometimes involve controlled manipulation of localized dimensional constants to facilitate specialized observational methodologies. She makes reality bendy in specific places to see what happens, Nadira translated with characteristic simplification. Perfectly safe unless you're sensitive to existential nausea or occasional temporary phase shifting. The central research building combined traditional Japanese architectural elements with futuristic technological integration. Sliding doors operated through automated systems while interior spaces. Balanced minimalist aesthetic with advanced equipment arrays. Unlike Time Force's institutional efficiency, this facility reflected personal design philosophy where function harmonized with form rather than superseding aesthetic considerations. Within the main laboratory space, complex equipment configurations occupied precisely arranged workstations surrounding central platform containing specie. A leased chamber, cylindrical structure composed of materials unlike standard technological components. The chamber's surface incorporated crystalline elements within metallic framework, energetic pulses flowing through geometric patterns etched across its exterior. The dimensional resonance chamber, Trip identified with undisguised scientific admiration. Dr. Mizushima's revolutionary approach to quantum entanglement manipulation. Her published theories transformed temporal physics fundamentals while her practical applications remain largely theoretical despite demonstrated effectiveness. Quote, because sharing breakthrough technology invites industrial espionage and military applications, remarked a precise voice from adjacent doorway. Theoretical publications generate academic debate, fun. Sessional prototypes attract individuals with concerning motivational parameters. Dr. Amaya Mizushima entered the laboratory with measured steps that suggested habitual precision rather than affected formality. Appearing approximately 30 years old with distinctive features indicating mixed Japanese and European heritage, her physical presence commanded attention through focused intensity rather than conventional charisma. Laboratory attire, white coat over practical clothing, maintained professional appearance while subtle personalization through traditional embroidered patterns demonstrated individualism within functional parameters. Most striking were her eyes, dark brown with unusual gold flecks that seemed to capture and reflect light differently depending on viewing angle. Her gaze contained analytical intensity that suggested constant observation and assessment beyond social pleasantries, evaluating everything within environment through scientific perspective rather than emotional framework. Commander Scott. She acknowledged Gen with professional respect before her attention shifted immediately to Naruto and Hinata with undisguised scientific interest. Dimensional travelers with unique quantum signatures. Fascinating physiological adaptations to trans-dimensional transition without conventional protective measures. Without awaiting formal introduction or observing standard social protocols, she approached Hinata directly, specialized handheld scanner already activated as she examined the Hyuga with unrestrained curiosity. Ocular modification beyond genetic engineering parameters. Natural evolutionary adaptation enhanced through dimensional transition exposure. The quantum frequency modulation within cellular structure suggests selective permeability to interdimensional energy patterns. Rather than displaying discomfort at this direct examination, Hinata responded with matching analytical interest, professional recognition between individuals who prioritized information acquisition over social conventions. Your observational equipment detects quantum frequency variations beyond standard scanning parameters. Custom calibration for dimensional boundary fluctuations specifically. Modified harmonic detection array incorporating specialized crystal refraction principles, Amaya confirmed with appreciative recognition of Hinata's perceptive assessment. Standard quantum scanning methodology utilizes linear frequency analysis insufficient for detecting multidimensional oscillation patterns. Their immediate technical exchange bypassed conventional introductory protocols, establishing communication through shared analytical framework rather than social pleasantries. Amaya's attention shifted to Naruto with identical scientific intensity, scanner recalibrating automatically as it detected his unique energy signature. Extraordinary integration pattern, she observed with unrestrained fascination. Symbiotic relationship between Dimensi, Onal energy matrix and native biological system. The crystalline structures throughout cellular composition indicate progressive adaptation rather than instantaneous modification. I appreciate clinical assessment without moral judgment, Zathaniel noted through their connection. This scientist perceives functional mechanics beyond superficial categorization. Dr. Mizushima, Gen interrupt. TED with practiced redirection developed through previous interactions, we've brought artifacts requiring specialized analysis capabilities beyond standard time force equipment parameters. Amaya's focus shifted reluctantly from Naruto's unique physiology to the secured container trip presented. Upon viewing recovered components, her expression transformed from general scientific interest to intense concentration, controlled excitement beneath professional composure as she recognized significant research opportunity. Dimensional integration technology incorporating multiple reality constants, she identified immediately. Specialized equipment already analyzing recovered artifacts. The quantum signature fluctuation indicates trans-dimensional development methodology rather than isolated design principles. Fascinating engineering approach despite concerning application parameters. Can you extract information from these crystal fragments? Jen questioned directly, maintaining Missy on focus despite Amaya's natural tendency toward theoretical tangents. Temporal imprint extraction requires specialized calibration, Amaya confirmed while already adjusting resonance chamber settings with practiced efficiency. The crystalline structure contains multiple information layers encoded through quantum state manipulation rather than conventional data storage methodology. While Amaya prepared her equipment with focused intensity, Naruto observed the laboratory with tactical assessment habitually developed through years of Anbu operations. Beyond advanced technology and security systems, the facility contained subtle indicators of personal history, traditional calligraphy displayed alongside scientific commendations, family photographs discreetly positioned among technical reference materials. Worn meditation cushion placed near window overlooking carefully maintained garden. These personal elements created more complete portrait of this brilliant scientist beyond profess. Ional accomplishments, individual with cultural heritage she honored alongside scientific pursuits, family connections maintained despite isolated research focus, meditative practices integrated within rigorous intellectual framework. The balanced integration reflected philosophical approach beyond purely scientific methodology. Naruto's observations paused as uncomfortable sensation developed within his modified physiological system, growing pressure throughout enhanced energy pathways as grid connection demanded resources beyond current availability. The familiar hunger Zathaniel had warned about during their initial partnership manifested with increasing intensity, need for life energy to maintain stable integration between symbiotic components. The recent combat and dimensional manipulation techniques depleted reserves beyond sustainable levels, Zathaniel explained through their connection. Consumption becomes necessary rather than optional at current depletion parameters. Not exactly convenient timing, Naruto responded internally, maintaining outward composure despite growing discomfort that approached genuine pain as energy pathways strained against insufficient resources. Alternatives exist beyond conventional feeding patterns, Zathaniel suggested with practical consideration. This facility contains numerous plant specimens with sufficient life energy to provide minimal sustainability without requiring sentient sources. The suggestion offered temporary solution without ethical complications, though Naruto recognized long-term sustainability would eventually require more comprehensive approach to balancing symbiotic energy requirements. Before he could implement this stopgap measure, Hinata's perceptive observation identified his condition with characteristic precision. Your energy pathways show significant depletion patterns, she noted quietly, positioning herself to provide conversational privacy while others focused on technical preparations. The crystalline structures throughout your cellular system display resource consumption beyond regeneration capabilities. Her analytical assessment contained no judgment, merely factual observation and implicit offer of assistance without requiring explicit acknowledgement of potentially uncomfortable condition. The approach reflected both professional respect and personal understanding developed through years of friendship. The grid requires periodic energy consumption to maintain stable integration, Naruto confirmed, appreciating her direct approach rather than concerned hovering. Nothing immediately critical, but becoming increasingly uncomfortable. Hinata considered this information with practical assessment rather than emotional response. The surrounding vegetation Pr. avoids insufficient energy density for efficient consumption requirements. Alternative sources within current environment include specialized research specimens with potentially unpredictable reactive properties. Her analysis demonstrated both impressive observational capabilities and practical problem-solving approach untainted by conventional moral hesitation. Before Naruto could respond, she continued with unexpected suggestion. My chakra system maintains substantial reserves despite recent activities. Controlled transfer through established pathways would provide immediate stabilization, and without requiring external consumption sources. The offer surprised him despite their years of professional partnership and personal friendship. Chakra sharing between shinobi represented significant and trust. Vulnerability requiring complete confidence in recipient's control and intentions. Beyond technical consideration, the personal implications carried weight beyond casual assistance. A practical solution with minimal complications, Zathaniel noted with approval. Her chakra quality contains exceptional refinement parameters particularly compatible with your integrated system. Beef. Or Naruto could formulate appropriate response balancing gratitude against concern for her well-being. Amaya's equipment activated with spectacular energy discharge that drew everyone's attention toward the resonance chamber. The cylindrical structure pulsed with brilliant illumination as recovered crystal fragments levitated within specialized containment field, holographic displays materializing around the chamber as extraction protocols initiated. Temporal imprint extraction progressing at optimal parameters, Amaya reported with controlled excitement beneath professional terminology. Ideal data patterns suggest multiple recording layers with chronological separation indicating extended experimental timeline. The holographic displays resolved into recognizable imagery, laboratory environment unlike either Time Force facilities or conventional shinobi medical centers. The technological integration demonstrated hybrid approach incorporating elements from both dimensions within specialized research facility designed specifically for biological experimentation. Most disturbing were the containment units visible throughout the laboratory, transparent chambers containing humanoid subjects connected to monitoring equipment and energy extraction systems. Each subject exhibited different integration stages between biological systems and technological components, many displaying obvious distress indicators despite restraint systems preventing significant movement. Experimentation subjects, Gen identified with professional detachment masking genuine concern. Multiple individuals undergoing forced integration procedures between biological systems and technological components. The methodological approach indicates systematic development program rather than isolated research, Tripp added. Scientific assessment focusing on equipment configurations visible within temporal recording. These subjects represent sequential development stages within progressive experimental framework. As holographic display continued extracting temporal imprints, specific details became clearer. Identification markers visible on containment units indicating chronological positioning within experimental sequence. Most concerning was terminology displayed prominently throughout the facility. Ranger Integration Program, Phase 3 subjects. They're attempting to create Ranger equivalent operatives through technological means rather than traditional grid connection methods, Gen realized, professional experience providing context beyond visible evidence. Bypassing the Nadu raw selection process that identifies compatible individuals for Ranger powers. Artificial replication of naturally occurring symbiotic relationship, Amaya translated with scientific precision while continuing extraction protocols. Fundamentally flawed methodological approach that disregards essential compatibility factors between host physiology and grid energy patterns. The temporal imprint, NT shifted to specific subject, earlier version of the corrupted Naruto they had encountered, before extensive degradation had compromised physical integrity. The recording showed scientific personnel conducting integration procedures with clinical detachment despite subjects' obvious distress during forced crystal implantation procedures. Subject displays exceptional integration tolerance compared to previous specimens. Noted clinical voice within recording. Chakra network provides natural conduits for grid energy distribution throughout biological systems. Recommend accelerated implementa. Chion timeline for remaining Uzumaki variants. The casual reference to remaining variants created disturbing implication regarding systematic collection of alternate dimensional versions of Naruto specifically for experimental purposes. Before further information could manifest, the recording shifted perspective, focusing on individual overseeing operations from elevated observation platform. He figure remained partially obscured through specialized cloaking technology that distorted visual identification, though general physical parameters suggested tall humanoid with distinctive technological integration throughout visible portions. Most notable was specialized apparatus surrounding what appeared to be damaged cranial structure, mechanical components supporting or replacing significant portions of head and upper torso. Proceed with integration protocols for all viable specimens, the obscured figure directed with voice modulated through mechanical systems that removed identifying characteristics. The successful symbiotic template provides necessary calibration parameters for remaining subjects. Accelerate dimensional acquisition operations across all identified coordinates. The recording deteriorated as crystal fragmentation compromised data integrity. Holographic display destabilizing before completely dissipating despite Amaya's efforts to maintain extraction protocols. The resonance chamber powered down automatically as safety systems prevented potentially dangerous overload conditions during forced extraction attempts. The crystalline degradation prevents complete temporal imprint recovery. Amaya reported with scientific disappointment rather than emotional frustration. Molecular structure destabilized beyond viable data extraction parameters. Weave. Confirmed systematic experimentation program targeting interdimensional variants, Gen summarized with tactical precision. The corrupted ranger who attacked headquarters represents successful protot. YPE within larger operation specifically focused on replicating ranger abilities through technological means. And they're specifically targeting dimensional variants of me, Naruto added grimly, I am. Plications creating disturbing possibilities regarding both past anomalies and future developments. The dimensional fractures aren't random, they're deliberate extraction operations collecting specific subjects across multiple realities. But why target you specifically? Lucas questioned with practical assessment. What makes your particular physiological structure valuable enough to justify multidimensional collection operations? The unique compatibility between your chakra network and grid energy, Zathaniel suggested through their connection. Your natural energy manipulation capabilities provide ideal foundation for stable integration that conventional physiology cannot support. Before Naruto could share this assessment, Hinata provided equivalent analysis based on her independent observations. His chakra network architecture creates natural compatibility with grid energy that conventional physiological systems cannot replicate. The specialized pathways developed through Jinchuriki adaptation provide unprecedented integration potential between disparate energy sources. Her assessment demonstrated both impressive analytical capabilities and intimate familiarity with Naruto's unique physiological structure, knowledge developed through years of Byakugan observation and professional partnership. The precision matched Zathaniel's internal explanation almost exactly, despite developing from entirely different knowledge foundation, which explains why that obscured figure mentioned Uzumaki variants, specifically, Gen noted, tactical assessment identifying concerning strategic implications. They're not randomly collecting dimensional travelers, they're systematically targeting specific genetic profiles with optimal integration potential. The dimensional fractures we've encountered represent targeted extraction operations rather than natural phenomena, Tripp concluded, scientific understanding providing context beyond immediate evidence. Someone possesses technology capable of creating controlled breaches between specific dimensional coordinates for precise acquisition purposes. This revelation transformed their understanding of recent events from random anomalies to coordinated campaign with specific objectives, systematic collection of dimensional variants sharing optimal physiological characteristics for experimental purposes. The implications extended beyond immediate security concerns into existential threat targeting multiple realities simultaneously. We need to locate their primary research facility, Naruto determined, tactical. Assessment identifying critical objective beyond information gathering. If they're collecting variants across multiple dimensions, others like me are currently subjected to these integration procedures. The statement reflected both practical necessity and personal responsibility, recognition that dimensional variants represented extensions of his own existence rather than abstract concept. Whatever connection existed between alternate versions transcended philosophical consideration into moral obligation to prevent suffering of those sharing his fundamental identity. Tracking interdimensional onal coordinates presents significant methodological challenges, Amaya noted with scientific precision rather than dismissal. Conventional temporal tracing techniques cannot penetrate dimensional boundaries without established quantum entanglement between origin and destination points. Unless we utilize pre-existing connection, Hinata suggested, her Byakugan studying residual energy patterns within recovered artifacts. These components maintain quantum entanglement with original manufacturing source despite dimensional transition. Theoretical tracking methodology exists through resonance principle applied to entangled particles. Amaya's expression shifted from professional assessment to genuine admiration, recognition of legitimate scientific insight beyond casual suggestion. Quantum backtracing through entangled component signatures. Theoretical approach with limited experimental verification but sound conceptual framework. In human language, Nadira requested with theatrical exasperation masking practical inquiry. We can potentially track these components back to their original manufacturing location by exploiting quantum connections that persist regardless of dimensional separation. Trip translated with simplified precision. Like following invisible thread connecting specific particles across reality barriers, which requires specialized equipment beyond current availability. Jen noted with practical assessment. Theoretical approach without immediate implementation capability doesn't advance operational objectives. Unless we combine technological approach with biological methodology. Naruto suggested, developing strategy incorporating multiple knowledge frameworks rather than isolated approach. My connection to the grid provides dimensional perception capabilities that might enhance technological tracking attempts. Fascinating potential integration. Amaya responded with immediate scientific interest, already adjusting equipment parameters based on developing theoretical framework. Utilizing biological grid connection as amplification mechanism for quantum entanglement detection. Unprecedented methodological approach with significant experimental potential. While Amaya reconfigured specialized equipment with enthusiastic intensity, Naruto found himself experiencing increasingly uncomfortable energy depletion symptoms, the symbiotic system demanding resources beyond current availability with growing insistence. The discomfort approached genuine pain as modified pathways strained against insufficient supply, creating potent IAL operational liability if left unaddressed. Hinata noticed his condition with characteristic perceptiveness, maintaining conversational privacy while others focused on technical preparations. Our energy depletion reaches critical threshold parameters. Operational effectiveness compromised without immediate stabilization measures. Her practical assessment contained neither judgment nor SSIVE concern, merely factual observation requiring appropriate response. Without awaiting verbal acceptance, she positioned herself beside him with professional efficiency, hand extended with palm facing upward in traditional chakra transfer position. Controlled transfer through established parameters, she stated simply, the offer requiring no additional explanation between experienced shinobi familiar with field support protocols. Recognizing both practical necessity and genuine concern beneath professional presentation, Naruto accepted her assistance with grateful acknowledgement. Their hands connected with practiced precision. Chakra transfer initiating through established pathways developed through years of joint operations and training exercises. Unlike standard chakra sharing between conventional shinobi, the transfer interaction created unique response within Naruto's modified system. Hinata's exceptionally refined chakra flowed through established pathways before encountering crystalline structures integrated throughout his cellular composition. Rather than simple energy addition, the interaction created harmonic resonance between chakra and grid energy, Hinata's contrib. Yushin catalyzing reaction beyond conventional energy transfer into something approaching alchemical transformation. Remarkable compatibility parameters, *, Zathaniel noted with genuine fascination. Her chakra quality creates synergistic reaction rather than simple additive effect. The harmonic resonance between your integrated systems demonstrates unprecedented efficiency beyond standard consumption patterns. The effect manifested visibly as subtle luminescence traveled through Naruto's chakra pathways, traditional blue energy intertwining with crimson grid patterns to create unified flow rather than separate systems. Hinata's Byakugan activated automatically in response, her enhanced perception detecting energy interaction patterns invisible to conventional observation. The Krista L-line structures throughout your cellular system respond differently to my chakra compared to your own, she observed with clinical precision despite obvious fascination. The integration creates harmonic resonance pattern that amplifies energy efficiency beyond standard transfer parameters. The chakra sharing between experienced partners would appear unremarkable to casual observation, standard field support protocol familiar to any trained shinobi. However, both participants recognized significant difference from conventional interaction, energy transfer creating effects beyond normal parameters into something approaching symbiotic resonance between their distinct systems. Thank you, Naruto acknowledged simply once transfer completed, stabilization achieved with remarkable efficiency, requiring minimal consumption compared to standard feeding patterns. Hinata nodded acknowledgement with characteristic understatement, professional composure maintained despite subtle indicators of personal significance beneath practical assistance. Before further conversation could develop, Amaya's equipment activated with spectacular energy discharge, resonance chamber reconfigured for specialized detection protocols rather than temporal imprint extraction. Quantum entanglement detection parameters established, she reported with controlled excitement beneath technical terminology. Requery. In-grid connection interface to amplify dimensional resonance frequencies beyond standard detection threshold. The request required no additional explanation as Naruto positioned himself within Daisy G-nated area adjacent to resonance chamber. Rather than full ranger transformation, he accessed partial grid connection, crimson energy flowing through modified pathways while maintaining normal physical form. The connection established interface between biological grid access and technological detection systems, creating hybrid methodology beyond conventional scientific parameters. Remarkable integration between biological system and technological interface, Amaya observed with undisguised scientific fascination while adjusting equipment calibration. The harmonic resonance creates detection capabilities beyond theoretical parameters into practical application range. As specialized equipment synchronized with Naruto's grid connection, holographic displays materialized throughout the laboratory. Three-dimensional representation of dimensional frequencies extending beyond conventional perception into conceptual space where traditional directional reference lost meaning. The visualize it. Ion represented reality layers as overlapping geometric patterns rather than physical locations, conceptual framework rather than geographical mapping. Multidimensional frequency representation, Aya explained while navigating complex display with practiced familiarity. Conventional spatial coordinates inadequately express interdimensional relationships. This visualization represents reality layers through quantum frequency relationships rather than physical positioning. Despite complex presentation, Naruto recognized functional methodology beneath unfamiliar format, the display repression. Dimensional relationships through energy patterns rather than physical coordinates, similar to sensory perception techniques developed through sage training. His natural adaptation to unconventional null perception frameworks allowed intuitive understanding beyond technical explanation. There, he identified, directing attention toward specific frequency pattern where disruption indicators suggested unnatural boundary manipulation. That dimensional layer shows artificial thinning patterns consistent with technological intervention rather than natural fluctuation. Amaya adjusted equipment focused toward identified coordinates. Specialized analysis confirming his intuitive assessment with technical verification. Confirmed artificial boundary manipulation utilizing specialized technology. Beyond conventional temporal physics parameters. The dimensional frequency distortion indicates controlled breach methodology rather than natural fracture development. Can we access those coordinates? Jen questioned with practical focus on operational capability rather than theoretical confirmation. Conventional dimensional transit requires established gateway parameters between specific coordinates. Amaya responded with scientific precision. Without pre-existing transit infrastructure, interdimensional movement requires energy expenditure beyond sustainable technological implementation. Unless we utilize natural fracture points as transit foundation, Hinata suggested, her Byakugan studying dimensional frequency patterns with analytical precision. The boundary thinning creates potential access points requiring significantly reduced energy parameters compared to establishing new transit corridors. The suggestion demonstrated impressive adaptation of conventional Shinobi-S space-time principles to interdimensional transit applications, practical methodology derived from familiar conceptual framework applied to unfamiliar parameters. Amaya's expression indicated professional recognition of legitimate theoretical approach despite originating from unfamiliar knowledge base. Utilizing existing boundary weaknesses as transit foundation, she confirmed with appreciative acknowledgement. Viable methodological approach requiring specialized calibration parameters but significantly reduced energy requirements compared to conventional dimensional gateway establishment. Which means we can potentially access their research facility directly, Naruto translated for practical operational consideration. Using existing fracture points as entry method rather than establishing new dimensional pathway. Theoretical approach without immediate implementation capability, Gen noted with practical assessment. We lack necessary equipment for controlled dimensional transit. Even utilizing existing fracture points as foundation. Unless we combine technological approach with biological methodology, Naruto countered, developing strategy incorporating multiple knowledge frameworks. My connection to the grid provides dimensional manipulation capabilities that might establish transit pathway through existing fracture points with technological guidance rather than independent implementation. The suggestion created momentary silence as implications registered among those present, potential dimensional transit capability beyond conventional technological limitatio. NS through hybrid methodology incorporating biological grid connection with scientific guidance. Amaya's expression transformed from professional assessment to barely contained scientific excitement. S research possibilities expanded beyond theoretical parameters into practical application range. Unprecedented methodological integration between biological grid interface and technological dimensional mapping. She observed with characteristic precision masking genuine enthusiasm. Theoretical viability requires experimental verification through progressive implementation protocols rather than immediate full-scale application. Translation. Start small before attempting interdimensional jumping, Nadira interpreted with characteristic simplification. Reasonable precaution considering explosive decompression across reality barriers tends to rearrange molecular structure in aesthetically displeasing patterns. We establish verification protocols through controlled experimentation. Gen determined with practical command decision balancing operational necessity against reasonable caution. Dr. Mizushima develops appropriate technological support systems while we gather additional intelligence regarding target facility through conventional methods. The strategic approach reflected balanced methodology, neither reckless immediate action nor excessive procedural delay, but Misu. Red development incorporating multiple knowledge frameworks toward specific operational objective. While technical discussions continued regarding implementation details, Naruto found himself considering broader implications beyond immediate tactical considerations. The dimensional variants being collected and subjected to experimental procedures represented extensions of his own existence, alternate 8 versions sharing fundamental identity despite different developmental pathways. Their suffering created moral obligation transcending conventional rescue operations into something approaching existential responsibility. Whatever connection existed between dimensional variants, it created imperative beyond tactical considerations into fundamental question of identity across reality boundaries. Your concern extends beyond tactical considerations into philosophical territory, Zathaniel observed through their connection. The relationship between dimensional variants represents complex question without simple resolution. Are alternate versions truly extensions of singular identity or separate entities sharing fundamental patterns? Does philosophical distinction matter when they're suffering? Naruto countered internally, practical compassion overriding abstract consideration. Whatever theoretical relationship exists between dimensional variants, preventing their continued exploitation represents moral necessity beyond definitional debates. A perspective that demonstrates why our partnership functions where previous attempts failed. Zathaniel noted with approval. Your pragmatic compassion balances theoretical consideration with practical application, a characteristic previous hosts often lacked in either direction. The conversation paused as Naruto became aware of Hinata's subtle observation, her Byakugan temporarily deactivated but perceptive attention noting his internal dialogue with characteristic analytical precision. Rather than questioning or commenting, she simply positioned herself nearby with supportive presence that required no verbal acknowledgement, understanding without intrusion, support without imposition. As technical preparations continued around them, Naruto found himself appreciating this evolved relationship with someone who had once approached him with youthful infatuation but now offered mature partnership based on mutual respect and understanding. The transformation from awkward adolescent dynamics to professional collaboration represented genuine growth beyond conventional romantic narratives into something arguably more valuable. True partnership between equals who understood each other's strengths and vulnerabilities without requiring either explanation or pretense. "We'll find them," she stated simply, correctly, interpreting his primary concern without requiring extensive discussion, and implement appropriate intervention protocols with optimal efficiency. The understated assurance contained both tactical confidence and personal commitment, professional assessment alongside emotional support without conflating the two. Her evolved confidence allowed direct communication without former hesitation, while maintained analytical framework prevented emotional considerations from compromising operational effectiveness. Before Naruto could respond appropriately, alert signals activated throughout the fossil security systems detecting dimensional disturbance developing outside perimeter boundaries. Holographic displays shifted focus automatically toward developing anomaly, specialized sensors provided. Detailed analysis of boundary disruption patterns forming approximately 300 meters from the research complex. Dimensional fracture forming with artificial manipulation signatures, Amaya reported. Equipment providing comprehensive assessment beyond visual confirmation. The quantum frequency patterns match those we identified within target coordinates. Someone is establishing connect ion from their facility to our location specifically. They track the artifacts, Trip realized, specialized scanners confirming quantum entanglement patterns between recovered components and developing fracture point. The entanglement connection works both ways. We found their coordinates while they simultaneously tracked component signatures to our location. Perimeter security activated, Gen confirmed. Tactical displays showing defensive systems engaging throughout the complex. Dr. Mizushima, evacuation protocols recommended while we contain whatever emerges from that fracture. Negative. Amaya countered with unexpected intensity beneath professional terminology. This facility contains research materials beyond replication parameters if compromised. Security protocols include comprehensive defensive capabilities beyond conventional parameters. As if confirming her statement, additional security systems activated throughout the complex, specialized components emerging own seemingly decorative structures as defensive perimeter established beyond conventional expectation from research facility. The integration demonstrated sophisticated preparation beyond paranoid caution into legitimate security implementation based on realistic threat assessment. Impressive defensive infrastructure, Hinata observed through activated Byakugan, identifying systems invisible to conventional perception. Quantum disruption fields designed specifically for interdimensional entities rather than conventional intruders. Experience suggests appropriate preparation parameters. Amaya responded with momentary personal insight beneath professional presentation. Previous interdimensional research attracted attention from entities with concerning acquisition motivations. While security systems engaged, Naruto accessed grid connection in preparation for potential combat scenario. Crimson energy flowing through enhanced pathways without full transformation, maintaining Adina's state without unnecessary power expenditure. The recent energy transfer from Hinata provided optimal operational capacity, her uniquely compatible chakra creating efficiency beyond standard consumption patterns. The developing fracture contains signatures similar to previous extraction operations, Zathaniel observed through enhanced perception. Targeted acquisition parameters rather than random incursion. They seek specific objectives beyond general disruption. The dimensional fracture expanded with controlled precision unlike natural phenomena, geometric patterns suggesting Technological manipulation rather than random boundary failure. As the breach stabilized into functional gateway, figures emerged with methodical deployment patterns indicating military training rather than random emergence. Humanoid forms in specialized environmental suits designed for dimensional transit protection. Most concerning was their equipment configuration, weapons and scanning devices specifically calibrated for Ranger energy detection and containment. Their deployment pattern established immediate perimeter while specialized equipment scanned surrounding area with precise methodology. Why focused on specific signature detection rather than general surveillance? Ranger Acquisition Team, Gen identified with professional recognition based on equipment configuration. Specialized Unit, S designed for capture rather than elimination. Their primary objective appears to be live acquisition rather than general disruption. Which means they want you specifically, Lucas added. Tactical assessment identifying concerning strategic implications. They track the artifacts expecting to find you with them. The acquisition team advanced with coordinated efficiency, specialized scanner S directing their movement toward the research facility with clear indication they detected target signatures within the complex. Their approach demonstrated professional discipline rather than random aggression, methodical implementation of specific operational protocols rather than general assault pattern. We have approximately 3 minutes before they breach outer perimeter, Gen calculated based on observed movement patterns. Dr. Mizushima, your security systems appear substantial but potentially insufficient against specialized dimensional operatives with specific acquisition objectives. Standard defensive parameters represent minimal implementation, Amaya responded with unexpected tactical precision beneath scientific terminology. Contingency protocols available beyond conventional expectation parameters. Her statement proved immediately accurate as she activated specialized console with practiced efficiency, additional security systems emerging throughout the complex It transcended conventional defensive technology into something approaching offensive weaponry disguised within architectural elements. The implementation suggested military-grade preparation beyond search protection into something approaching combat readiness. You've been expecting something like this, Naruto observed, recognizing preparations beyond paranoid precaution into legitimate battle. Preparation based on specific threat assessment. Dimensional research attracts proportional attention, Amaya confirmed with momentary personal insight beneath professional terminology. Previous experiences suggested appropriate preparation parameters beyond conventional security implementation. The acquisition team reached outer perimeter, specialized equipment detecting defensive systems with concerning efficiency as they implemented countermeasures with practiced coordination. Their methodical approach confirmed professional training beyond random incursion, specialized operatives with specific objectives rather than general disruption force. Time Force Rangers, deploy, Gen ordered with command authority, her team responding with immediate transformation sequence that converted civilian appearance into specialized ranger forms designed for temporal operations. Their coordinated efficiency demonstrated extensive experience as unit rather than individual operators. Tactical positioning establishing defensive formation protecting research facility while preparing engagement protocols. Naruto accessed full transformation with equivalent efficiency, crimson energy encasing him in armor configuration adapted for current tactical requirements, enhanced sensory components and defensive reinforcement prioritized over offensive capabilities based on acquisition threat assessment. The modified design reflected learning process within symbiotic partnership, each transformation incorporating adjustments based on previous experience and current operational parameters. Hinata required no transformation beyond activated by Akugan, her combat stance reflecting specialized training adapted for current circumstances. Despite lacking ranger enhancement or specialized equipment, her positioning demonstrated confident capability based on extensive operational experience rather than technological dependence. Most surprising was Nadira's combat preparation, theatrical personality. Why replaced by focused intensity as she accessed specialized equipment disguised within seemingly decorative accessories. Her movement patterns shifted from exaggerated expressiveness to precise efficiency, suggesting military training beneath cultivated frivolous persona. What? She questioned, noticing Naruto's surprised observation despite helmet concealing his expression. Daddy insisted on Comprehensive combat training between shopping expeditions. Criminal overlord daughter requires appropriate self-defense capabilities or something equally dramatic. The acquisition team breached outer perimeter with concerning efficiency, specialized equipment neutralizing defensive systems through precise countermeasures suggesting prior knowledge rather than adaptive response. Their coordinated approach maintained professional discipline despite impressive resistance from Amaya's security implementation, methodical advancement rather than chaotic assault. Primary target confirmed, the IR commander announced through specialized communication system, scanner focusing directly on Naruto's morphed form. Uzumaki variant with stable grid integration detected. Secondary acquisition objectives identified. Interdimensional travelers with enhanced genetic expression. Containment protocols initiated. The specific identification confirmed earlier suspicions. These operatives sought particular targets beyond random acquisition. With Naruto's stable grid integration representing primary objective while Hinata's enhanced Byakugan qualified as secondary interest. Their deployment shifted immediately upon confirmation. Specialized equipment reconfiguring for capture operations rather than general assault protocols. Dimensional acquisition team confirmed, gen assessed based on equipment configuration and tactical approach. Their primary objective appears to be capture rather than elimination, with specialized containment technology designed for Ranger-specific capabilities, which provides tactical advantage, Naruto noted, recognizing operational limitation within enemy approach. Capture protocols require additional restraint compared to elimination parameters, creating exploitable vulnerabilities within assault methodology. The observation demonstrated tactical experience beyond youthful impulsiveness, strategic assessment identifying operational opportunities rather than reactive response. Gen acknowledged the valid analysis with professional appreciation, tactical approach adjusting to incorporate this understanding into coordinated defense strategy. Time Force, Containment Formation Beta. She ordered, her team responding with practiced efficiency as they established defensive perimeter protecting both research facility and identified acquisition targets. Their coordinated movement demonstrated extensive unit experience, each member understanding their role within broader tactical framework without requiring explicit direction. As acquisition team, deployed specialized equipment designed for Ranger containment, Naruto implemented counter-strategy developed through Anbu tactical training enhanced by Ranger capabilities. Rather than conventional frontal engagement, he utilized shadow clone technique combined with grid energy manipulation, creating multiple identical Crimson Rangers that disoriented targeting systems while implementing flanking maneuvers against vulnerable equipment configurations. Multiple Ranger signatures detected, reported acquisition team member with evident confusion as targeting systems failed to distinguish original from copies. Scanner calibration insufficient for accurate target isolation. Fascinating integration between ninja techniques and Ranger capabilities, Amaya observed from secured observation position. Scientific curiosity maintaining priority despite active combat situation. The shadow replication incorporates grid energy within duplicated forms rather than simple illusion methodology. While acquisition team adjusted targeting parameters, Time Force Rangers engaged with coordinated efficiency, years of joint operations creating seamless tactical implementation without requiring explicit communication. Each Ranger utilized specialized capabilities against specific vulnerabilities, their combined approach creating comprehensive pressure against numerically superior but tactically disoriented opposition. Hinata's contribution demonstrated impressive adaptation to unfamiliar combat scenario, her Byakugan providing critical intelligence regarding equipment vulnerabilities while Pr. Isai's strikes disabled key systems with minimal energy expenditure. Despite lacking Ranger enhancements or specialized technology, her effectiveness matched enhanced operatives through superior tactic implementation and precisely applied technique. Most surprising was Nadira's combat effectiveness, theatrical personality completely subsumed beneath focused intensity as she engaged multiple opponents with impressive efficiency. Her movement patterns incorporated both enhanced mutant capabilities and formal combat training, creating unexpected threat against operatives who clearly classified as minimal concern based on initial appearance. Your threat assessment algorithms need serious recalibration, she informed disabled opponent with momentary return of dramatic persona between precisely applied combat techniques. Appearance-based classification systems represent outdated methodology with significant failure potential. The acquisition team maintained professional discipline despite unexpected resistance. Their commander implementing adaptive protocols as initial approach proved insufficient against coordinated defense. Rather than continuing direct engagement, they deploy yet specialized dimensional technology designed to bypass conventional defense through reality manipulation rather than physical confrontation. Dimensional shift protocols initiated, their common day are announced as specialized equipment activated with pulsing energy signature. Target acquisition through phase variance rather than direct extraction. The technology created localized reality disto. RTION. Spatial coordinates shifting between dimensional frequencies rather than conventional positioning. The effect bypassed physical barriers through conceptual manipulation, allowing acquisition T.M. to potentially extract targets without overcoming defensive resistance through conventional means. They're attempting dimensional extraction directly, trip-warned, specialized equipment detecting. Developing distortion field with concerning precision. The technology creates localized reality shift that could extract targets without physical transportation requirement. Concerning implementation of dimensional manipulation principles, Zathaniel observed through enhanced perception. The technology incorporates grid energy within mechanical framework rather than symbiotic partnership, creating unstable extraction potential with significant failure parameters. The dimensional shift technology exhibits unstable integration patterns, Hinata confirmed through Byakugan observation. Her enhanced perception detecting fluctuations invisible to conventional scanning. The energy distribution suggests potential cascade failure if containment parameters exceed stability threshold. The assessment identified critical vulnerability within enemy approach. Their advanced technology created impressive capabilities but incorporated fundamental instability through forced integration rather than balanced methodology. Recognizing tactical opportunity, Naruto implemented counter-strategy utilizing this vulnerability rather than attempting direct neutralization. Grid disruption technique. Crimson energy extended from his hands in precisely calculated pattern, targeting not the acquisition team themselves but the dimensional technology they deployed. Rather than attempting to destroy the equipment through conventional means, the technique created harmonic disruption within the grid energy components forcibly integrated within mechanical systems, exploiting fundamental instability through precise frequency manipulation rather than brute force approach. The effect manifested immediately. Dimensional shift technology destabilizing as forced grid integration collapsed under precise disruption pattern. Rather than conventional technological failure, the disruption created cascading reality fluctuation as dimensional manipulation components lost containment stability, locally. Z fracture expanding beyond controlled parameters into chaotic dimensional boundary collapse. Containment failure. The acquisition team commander reported with genuine alarm replacing professional detachment. Dimensional stability compromised beyond recovery parameters. Immediate extraction required to avoid terminal phase variance. The team implemented emergency protocols with practiced efficiency despite clearly unplanned circumstances, specialized equipment establishing extraction pathway back through original dimensional gateway as localized reality continued destabilizing around their position. Their retreat demonstrated professional discipline despite tactical failure, orderly withdrawal rather than chaotic rout, maintaining equipment security despite operational compromise. A.S. acquisition team retreated through dimensional gateway. The fracture began collapsing behind them, reality reasserting natural parameters as artificial manipulation technology withdrew from active implementation. The rapid stabilization suggested controlled closure rather than catastrophic collapse, indicating sophisticated failsafe protocols within extraction technology despite operational failure. They're implementing controlled withdrawal, Gen observed with professional assessment as Rangers maintained defensive positions despite enemy retreat. The organized extraction indicates contingency protocols rather than desperate escape. They anticipated potential failure scenarios within operational planning, which means they'll attempt alternative acquisition approach rather than abandoning objectives entirely. Naruto concluded with tactical understanding developed through years of Anbu operations. This represents tactical adjustment rather than strategic withdrawal. The assessment reflected mature strategic understanding beyond immediate battlefield conditions, recognizing broader operational framework rather than isolated engagement. Jen acknowledged the valid analysis with professional appreciation. Her own tactical assessment reaching similar conclusion despite different experiential background. Dimensional gateway stabilized, Trip reported as specialized equipment. T confirmed reality parameters returning to normal configuration. No residual fracture points detected within sensor range. They closed the connection completely, Amaya noted with scientific prec. Ishin while examining recovered equipment components abandoned during extraction. The technology implements comprehensive dimensional sealing protocols rather than partial closure methodology. Impress. Sieve containment principles despite concerning application parameters. While security systems verified perimeter stability and Rangers secured abandoned equipment for analysis, Naruto deactivated High-S transformation. Crimson energy receding into normal form as immediate combat necessity concluded. The recent engagement had demonstrated both impressive capabilities within their defensive collaborat. Ion and concerning sophistication from interdimensional opposition targeting specific individuals across reality boundaries. Your security preparation exceeded standard research facility parameters. Jen observed to Amaya while Rangers secured the area, professional curiosity regarding unexpected defensive capabilities beneath apparent scientific focus. Experience suggests appropriate implementation beyond conventional expectations. Amaya responded with momentary personal insight beneath scientific terminology. Previous research attracted attention from entities with concerning acquisition motivations. The understated explanation suggested significant history beyond immediately visible circumstances, personal experiences that had transformed theoretical researcher into someone implementing military-grade defensive systems within seemingly academic facility. Whatever had occurred previously clearly influenced her current preparation parameters beyond conventional scientific caution. As Rangers completed security verification and recovery operations, Hinata approached Naruto with characteristic analytical precision rather than emotional response to recent combat. Her Byakugan remained activated, continuing assessment beyond immediate tactical situation into broader strategic consideration. The acquisition team's equipment incorporated multiple technological principles beyond standard development parameters. She observed with professional assessment. Integration methodology suggests comprehensive research across multiple dimensional frameworks rather than isolated knowledge base. Meaning whoever coordinates these operations has extensive multidimensional experience. Naruto translated practical implications from technical assessment. They're not simply exploiting random fracture points but implementing systematic acquisition program across multiple realities simultaneously. The conclusion created concerning strategic implications beyond immediate tactical consideration. Their opposition represented sophisticated organization with multidimensional operational capabilities rather than isolated threat within specific reality framework. Whatever entity directed these activities possessed resources and knowledge transcending conventional limitations into something approaching multiversal implementation scale. Which means our response requires equivalent multidimensional approach. Naruto determined. Strategic assessment identifying necessary methodology beyond conventional tactical response. We need to access their primary research facility directly rather than responding to individual incursions within isolated reality frameworks. Implementation requires specialized methodology beyond conventional parameters, Hinata noted with practical consideration rather than dismissal. Multidimensional transit without established gateway infrastructure presents significant technical challenges beyond standard operational capabilities. As we combine technological approach with biological methodology, Naruto countered, developing strategy incorporating multiple knowledge frameworks rather than isolated approach. My connection to He Grid provides dimensional manipulation capabilities that technological implementation alone cannot achieve without excessive resource requirements. Their developing strategic discussion attracted Amaya's scientific interest, her analytical focus shifting from recovered equipment to potential methodological innovation with characteristic intensity. Her approach demonstrated genuine engagement, beyond academic curiosity, practical problem-solving application rather than theoretical consideration without implementation intention. The biological grid interface provides dimensional manipulation capabilities beyond conventional technological implementation, she acknowledged with scientific precision. Combined with appropriate guidance systems and stabilization protocols, potentially viable. E-transit methodology beyond standard limitations. You're suggesting using Naruto as living dimensional gateway, gen-translated practical implications with characteristic directness. Creating interdimensional transit capability through biological interface rather than technological implementation alone. Symbiotic implementation rather than isolated methodology, Amaya clarified with technical precision. Biological grid interface providing fundamental dimensional manipulation while technological components establish stability protocols and coordinate targeting parameters. Neither system sufficient independently but potentially viable through integrated application. The proposed methodology represented genuine innovation beyond conventional approaches from either world, neither pure technological implementation nor isolated biological capability, but integrated application combining strengths from multiple knowledge frameworks. The approach transcended traditional boundaries between scientific methodology and energy manipulation techniques into something representing true multidimensional response appropriate for confronting threat operating across reality barriers. Implementation requires experimental verification through progressive development protocols. Amaya continued with scientific caution beneath evident enthusiasm regarding innovative approach. Theoretica. Viability requires practical confirmation before full-scale application considering potential catastrophic failure parameters. We start small before attempting interdimensional transit, Naruto agreed with practical understanding of necessary precautions. Developing methodology through controlled experimentation while gathering additional intelligence regarding target facility through conventional means. The balanced approach reflected mature operational perspective beyond youthful impulsiveness, recognizing necessary preparation without excessive delay, appropriate caution without paralyzing hesitation. Whatever personal growth had occurred during intervening years had transformed formerly impulsive ninja into someone capable of strategic patience without sacrificing decisive action when necessary. As technical discussions continued regarding implementation details and security systems restored normal operational parameters, Naruto found himself considering broader implications beyond immediate tactical considerations. The existence of systematic program targeting dimensional variants created concerning possibilities regarding connection between alternate realities, bridges forming between previously isolated worlds through artificial manipulation rather than natural development. The boundaries between dimensions represent fundamental cosmic structure rather than arbitrary separation. Zathaniel observed through their connection. Artificial manipulation without proper understanding creates potential instability beyond isolated fracture points into systemic Nadira degradation across multiple reality frameworks. Meaning these experiments could damage the entire multiverse structure rather than just creating local problems. Naruto translated practical implications from cosmic perspective. They're potentially destabilizing reality itself through forced integration between dimensions that should remain separate. A concerning possibility requiring appropriate response beyond isolated tactical consideration. Zathaniel confirmed with uncharacteristic urgency beneath philosophical perspective. Whatever entity directs these operations either disregards fundamental cosmic principles or deliberately pursues systemic destabilization for specific purpose beyond immediately visible objectives. The implications created imperative beyond personal concern for dimensional variance. Potential threat to reality framework itself through artificial manipulation of cosmic boundaries without proper understanding or appropriate stabilization protocols. Whatever motivated these interdimensional experiments, the consequences extended beyond immediate victims into potential systemic damage across multiple realities simultaneously. As Naruto contemplated these disturbing possibilities, Hinata approached with characteristic perceptiveness, recognizing deeper concern beneath surface consideration without requiring explicit explanation. Her presence offered support without intrusion, understanding without imposition, balanced assistance reflecting evolved relationship beyond former hesitation into genuine partnership based on mutual respect and shared purpose. We'll implement appropriate countermeasures, she stated simply, correctly identifying his fundamental concern without requiring extensive discussion. Whatever cosmic principles they violate, our response will establish necessary correction parameters through proper methodological approach. The understated assurance contained both tactical confidence and deeper understanding. Recognition that current situation transcended conventional threat response into something approaching cosmic responsibility. Despite potentially overwhelming implications, her practical approach maintained focus on implementable solutions rather than philosophical paralysis, characteristic perspective that complemented his own operational methodology. Together, Naruto acknowledged with genuine appreciation for both practical support and deeper understanding beneath professional partnership. The simple response contained multiple meanings beyond superficial acknowledgement: recognition of evolved relationship, appreciation for balanced assistance, commitment to shared purpose despite extraordinary circumstances. As technical preparations continued around them and strategic discussions established implementation framework for their multidimensional response, Naruto recognized fundamental truth transcending tactical considerations: whatever connected alternate versions across reality boundaries created responsibility beyond personal interest into something approaching cosmic obligation. The dimensional variants suffering through experimental procedures represented not just alternate possibilities but fundamental aspects of existence itself, connections forming bridge between isolated worlds that required protection beyond conventional understanding. Whatever awaited beyond dimensional boundaries, their response would incorporate balanced integration between different knowledge frameworks, technological precision with biological implementation, scientific methodology with energy manipulation techniques, structured approach with adaptive flexibility. The multidimensional threat required equivalent multidimensional response transcending traditional limitations into something representing true cosmic balance between opposing forces. The grid, vast energy network connecting all realities through fundamental cosmic structure, provided both challenge and opportunity within current circumstances. Its shadows contained both danger and potential depending on implementation approach and underlying motivation. Within this complex framework, their developing partnership represented potential balance between opposing forces, integration methodology transcending artificial separation into something approaching natural harmony across reality boundaries. As Amaya's facility transformed from research complex into operational headquarters for their interdimensional response initiative, Naruto committed himself to whatever cosmic responsibility awaited beyond conventional understanding, protection extending beyond personal survival into fundamental defense of reality itself against those who would destabilize cosmic balance for whatever purpose guided their multidimensional experiments. The shadows of the grid extended across all realities, containing both darkness and light depending on implementation approach and underlying motivation. Within this complex framework, air response would establish necessary balance between opposing forces, correction parameters against artificial manipulation threatening fundamental cosmic structure across multiversal framework. Chapter 3 End Chapter 4, Crimson Return. Dimensional boundaries stabilizing. Transition sequence complete. The clinical voice from Tripp's portable scanner provided unnecessary confirmation of what Naruto already felt. The distinctive shift in air composition, the subtle change in atmospheric pressure, and most significantly, the rich tapestry of familiar chakra signatures surrounding them like an invisible welcome home. After 3 weeks navigating Silver Hill's technological landscape, the natural energy patterns of Konoha registered against his enhanced senses with almost overwhelming intensity. Zathanael's voice echoed within his mind, unusually contemplative. Fascinating juxtaposition between realities. Your world possesses significantly higher ambient energy concentration despite reduced technological development. The chakra network permeating this environment creates natural conduits that our transition methodology exploited with remarkable efficiency. Naruto offered no response, focusing instead on the faces of his companions as they absorbed their first glimpse of the shinobi world. They stood at the base of the Hokage monument, the massive stone faces of village leaders looming above them in silent judgment of these interdimensional visitors. He'd chosen this arrival point deliberately, far enough from population centers to avoid creating panic, yet iconic enough to provide immediate cultural context. Jen Scott surveyed their surroundings with a ranger's tactical precision, analyzing sight lines, calculating escape routes, identifying potential threat vectors. Her gaze lingered on the monument, expression unreadable as she processed the cultural significance of carved leaders watching over their village. You mentioned your world had different priorities than technological advancement, she observed, voice carefully neutral. The craftsmanship required for that monument suggests artistic and symbolic investments rather than purely practical considerations. Nadira's reaction provided stark contrast to Jen's measured assessment. The pink-haired mutant spun in a complete circle, taking in the forest-bordered village with theatrical enthusiasm, her movements expressive enough to compensate for the restraint shown by her more disciplined companion. "Delightfully retro," she exclaimed, clapping her hands with genuine excitement. "All this greenery and those adorable little buildings. It's like a historical theme park but with actual people living in it." She paused, noticing Naruto's expression. "That came out wrong, didn't it? I meant charming, authentic, refreshingly non-industrial." Hinata's diplomatic skills activated immediately, her years in clan politics allowing her to smoothly redirect potential offense. "Your worlds develop me." NT Path prioritized technological infrastructure over natural integration. Our civilization evolved alongside nature rather than attempting to dominate it, creating different aesthetic and functional priorities. Her intervention demonstrated perfect balance between cultural pride and diplomatic understanding, acknowledging differences without implying superiority of either approach. The subtle ill reflected her growth from shy heiress into accomplished diplomat, capable of bridging not just clan divisions but dimensional cultural gaps. "We should move," Naruto suggested, sensing approaching G-chakra signatures that indicated border patrol units had detected their arrival. "The Hokage expects us at the administration building, and unexpected dimensional transit tends to attract attention from security forces." As if summoned by his words, 4 masked Anbu materialized in strategic positions surrounding their group, their appearance seemingly instantaneous to untrained observers though. Naruto detected their approach seconds before. Their masks, bear, tiger, hawk and rat, concealed identities while their postures communicated professional assessment rather than immediate hostility. N's hand instinctively moved toward her chrono blaster before freezing mid-motion as she recognized the disciplined control in their stance, not immediate threats but security professionals performing their function. Her ranger training allowed her to recognize counterparts despite vastly different equipment and techniques. Identification protocols. Captain Uzumaki requested the Anbu with the bear mask, voice deliberately neutral. Naruto provided the established authentication sequence, a combination of hand signals, chakra pulse patterns, and verbal confirmation codes that verified his ID. NTITY beyond transformation techniques or other deception methods. Returning from reconnaissance mission Sigma 7 with authorized dimensional consultants as discussed in preliminary communications with the Hokage. The Anbu commander verified the authentication before signaling his team to adopt escort formation rather than containment posture. "Welcome back, Captain. Your extended absence narrated significant concern among certain administrative elements. The formal phrasing contained subtle personal message that Naruto interpreted correctly. Kakashi had been worried but would rather face Madara again than admit it openly. The thought brought unexpected warmth after weeks in a dimension where few understood the complex relationships binding Konoha's shinobi community together. As they moved through the forest path leading toward the village proper, Naruto observed the reactions of his dimensional companions with amused interest. Gen maintained professional composure despite occasional startled glances when wildlife moved too quickly or village defenders traveled through treetops rather than ground routes. Her military training provided framework for adapting to unfamiliar tactical environments. Though the absence of technological support systems clearly required mental adjustment, Nadira demonstrated no such restraint, her reactions shifting between theatrical amazement and genuine curiosity with each new discovery. "Are those people actually running up vertical surfaces?" she gasped, pointing toward shinobi traversing buildings without mechanical assistance. "That's absolutely fabulous. Much more elegant than our clunky gravity manipulators. Do you offer tutorials? I'd look amazing bouncing between rooftops." Rather than finding her enthusiasm offensive, the Anbu escort seemed unsure how to categorize this flamboyant stranger whose appearance and behavior defied every classification schema in their threat assessment protocols. Her pink hair and vibrant clothing might suggest civilian status, but her enhanced physical movements and subtle mutant characteristics registered against their trained senses as potential combatant. Hinata again demonstrated diplomatic skill, explaining contextual elements to both dimensional visitors with casual precision that neither overwhelmed with information nor condescended to their intelligence. Chakra manipulati. On allows direct interaction with physical elements that your dimension achieves through technological means. Our children learn basic surface adhesion techniques before advancing to more complex applications. Fascinating physiological adaptation, Tripp commented through the communicator Jen carried, his voice slightly distorted by dimensional interference. The energy network you call Chakra C reads efficiency patterns that our technology replicates through significantly more complex mechanisms. As they approached the village proper, Naruto observed genuine surprise on his companion's FA. CES as Konoha's true scale became apparent. The initial impression of quaint traditional architecture expanded into recognition of a substantial metropolis, smaller than Silver Hills but impressive in its organic integration with surrounding landscape. Buildings constructed with natural materials stretched alongside massive trees preserved within the village boundaries, creating harmonic blend between human habitation and natural environment. Your population density exceeds my initial estimates, Jen observed, automatically calculating defensive parameters and evacuation routes with ranger precision. The structural engineering principles are more sophisticated than external appearance suggests. We rebuild frequently, Naruto explained with understated simplicity that masked complex history. The most recent village reconstruction incorporated advanced architectural principles while maintaining traditional aesthetic values. Hinata's subtle glance conveyed volumes without words. Shish. ARED memory of Pain's devastating assault that had necessitated complete rebuilding of their home. The unspoken communication between them represented years of shared experience that required no explicit reference. Their relationship evolved beyond the need for constant verbal confirmation. As they entered more populated areas, the reactions from villagers created fascinating study in cultural dynamics. Civilians noticed the strangers with undisguised curiosity, Jen's tactical uniform and authoritative bearing drawing respectful distance while Nadira's flamboyant appearance attracted open stars and occasional whispered comments among younger residents. Your social structure maintains clear delineation between civilian and military elements while allowing integrated community function, Jen observed with professional assessment. The respectful distancing suggests established protocols regarding operational security without creating antagonistic division. Ninja villages represent unique socio-political structure. Hinata explained with academic precision that masked personal investment in the system she described. Military function integrated within civilian infrastructure Atesh interdependent community rather than segregated development. Nadira's attention had shifted entirely to the diverse fashion displayed throughout the village, her expression suggesting both critical assessment and genuine appreciation for styles completely different from her own dimension. The practical elements incorporated within aesthetic presentation create fascinating functional harmony. She noted with unexpected analytical precision. Combat readiness without sacrificing individual expression, something our uniformed services could learn from. The observation surprised Naruto, Ge. Nuine insight beneath theatrical personality that recognized practical value beyond superficial differences. Nadira continued to defy simple categorization, her apparent frivolity masking perceptive intelligence that manifested in unexpected moments between dramatic flourishes. Their approach to the administration building attracted increased attention from both shinobi and civilians, word of the IR arrival spreading through unofficial communication networks that operated with efficiency no official system could match. By the time they reached the steps leading to the Hokage's office, a small crowd had gathered at respectful distance, curious onlookers balancing desire for information against ingrained respect for operational security. Shikamaru waited at the entrance, his seemingly casual posture belying sharp attention that assessed every aspect of their group with characteristic thoroughness. 3 years as Kakashi's chief advisor had added subtle signs of responsibility to his appearance without diminishing the fundamental Nara characteristics, calculating intelligence poorly disguised beneath affected laziness. Only you would turn simple reconnaissance into full diplomatic incident. He greeted Naruto with familiar exasperation masking genuine relief. Interdimensional visitors, temporal anomalies, and potential multiversal conspiracy, all because you couldn't resist investigating strange energy readings like a normal person. Normal is overrated, Naruto responded with easy familiarity, their friendship long past the need for formal greetings. Jen Scott, commander of Time Force, He indicated the professional ranger who acknowledged Shikamaru with respectful nod, and Nadira, consulting specialist on interdimensional mutations. Former criminal masterminds. Daughter and fashion consultant extraordinaire, Nadira added with theatrical bow that somehow conveyed both mockery of formal protocols and genuine diplomatic respect. Absolutely thrilled to visit our delightfully pre-industrial civilization. The architectural aesthetic is simply inspired. Shikamaru's expression flickered between confusion and resigned acceptance, a familiar response to encountering personalities that defied easy classification. Troublesome, he muttered before reverting to professional efficiency. The Hokage awaits with Security Council. Intelligence Division has compiled preliminary reports based on your communications, but full debriefing requires first-hand accounts. As they entered the building, Naruto noticed subtle security enhancements implemented during his absence. Additional sensor arrays disguised within traditional decor, modified barrier seals incorporated into structural elements, Anbu positioning that created overlapping coverage without obvious military presence. The changes reflected appropriate response to interdimensional threats without generating public alarm, Kakashi's characteristic approach to security enhancement. The Hokage's office maintained traditional appearance despite technological additions implemented since their communication with Time Force began. Alongside familiar scrolls and administrative materials, specialized equipment provided by TRIP allowed cross-dimensional communication despite reality barriers, an unprecedented technological integration within the traditionally conservative administrative center. Kakashi himself presented study in contrasts. Traditional Hokage robes worn with characteristic casual disregard, masked face revealing single eye that conveyed both lethargy and intense attention simultaneously. 3 years in administrative leadership had added subtle stress indicators visible only to those who knew him well, though his fundamental demeanor remained unchanged, calculated laziness concealing tactical genius. Welcome back from your brief investigation that somehow expanded into interdimensional diplomatic mission, he greeted Naruto with dry humor masking genuine concern. Only 3 weeks overdue with bonus dimensional visitors and potential multiversal conspiracy threatening reality itself. Fairly standard mission outcome for Team 7, historically speaking. The interdimensional conspiracy was entirely coincidental, Naruto defended with matching humor that masked serious purpose. The visitors are professional courtesy rather than mission parameter. Kakashi's attention shifted to their dimensional companions, his single visible eye conveying thorough assessment despite apparently casual glance. Commander Scott, he acknowledged with surprising familiarity given dimensional separation. Your operational reports proved most informative despite technical translation challenges. Time Force protocols demonstrate impressive adaptability across cultural frameworks. Jen responded with professional recognition between operational counterparts, her posture automatically adjusting to match the formal yet casual atmosphere Kakashi cultivated. Hokage Hatake. Our intelligence division implemented our communication protocols with remarkable efficiency despite technological disparities. The adaptive capacity of your organization suggests significant flexibility beneath traditional appearance. Their exchange represented perfect balance between diplomatic courtesy and professional assessment, each recognizing counterparts' capabilities without requiring explicit acknowledgement. The unspoken communication between experienced commanders transcended dimensional differences into universal language of leadership responsibility. Kakashi's attention shifted to Nadira with subtle adjustment that indicated recognition of different interpersonal protocols required. And the interdimensional fashion consultant with surprisingly detailed knowledge of mutant criminal organizations. He noted with characteristic blend of humor and perceptiveness. Former criminal organizations, Nadira corrected with theatrical dignity before breaking into genuine smile. Daddy's completely reformed now. Community service, motivational speaking to troubled mutants, only occasional megalomaniacal relapse during family holidays. The standard redemption narrative, rather than confusion at her dramatic presentation, Kakashi responded with matching understated humor. Entirely reasonable. Our village historically specializes in dramatic redemption arcs, often following excessive property damage and philosophical monologuing. Their unexpected rapport created momentary surprise among observers, Kakashi's usual reserve with strangers conspicuously absent as he matched Nadira's theatrical communication style with surprising comfort. The interaction demonstrated his often overlooked interpersonal adaptability beneath lazy exterior, capable of adjusting communicative on approach based on individual needs rather than rigid protocols. The informal exchanges paused as Security Council members entered, selected clan representatives and administrative officials whose elective assessment would determine official response to interdimensional developments. Their expressions ranged from professional neutrality to undisguised curiosity as they observed the dimensional visitors with varying degrees of diplomatic restraint. Formal introductions proceeded with efficient protocol that balanced necessary ceremony against practical information exchange. Throughout the process, Hinata provided subtle cultural context for the dimensional visitors while simultaneously offering clarification for council members regarding Time Force organizational structure and operational parameters. Her diplomatic abilities created communication bridge between drastically different cultural frameworks without imposing either system upon the other, translation that preserved meaning without requiring conceptual sacrifice. As council members settled into traditional seating arrangement, Naruto prepared for comprehensive debriefing regarding both interdimensional transit mechanics and potential threats identified during their reconnaissance. Before formal proceedings could begin, however, Kakashi raised his hand in characteristic gesture that immediately commanded attention despite its apparent casualness. Before proceeding with technical details and security protocols, he stated with deceptive lightness that masked serious intent. Perhaps our visitors might appreciate a contextual understanding of our village and its operational parameters. Cultural exchange before strategic assessment seems appropriate diplomatic courtesy. The suggestion represented subtle tactique. Delay rather than mere hospitality, providing additional observation time regarding their dimensional visitors while demonstrating respectful consideration that established positive diplomatic foundation. Several council members displayed momentary surprise before recognizing the strategic wisdom beneath apparent social courtesy. An excellent suggestion, agreed Homura Mitokado, his advisory position carrying weight despite advancing age. Understanding cultural context provides essential framework for effective security cooperation. While arrangements proceeded for appropriate village tour and cultural orientation, Naruto observed private communication between Kakashi and Shikamaru, subtle gestures indicating secondary protocols implemented beyond official proceedings. The coordinate Ion confirmed his initial assessment of enhanced security measures throughout the village, appropriate precautions implemented without creating obvious militarization that might generate diplomatic complications. Your leadership demonstrates impressive strategic consideration beneath casual presentation, Gen observed quietly as they exited formal chambers toward arranged cultural orientation. Quote, "The security enhancements throughout your village show sophisticated threat assessment without creating civilian concern. Kakashi-sensei specializes in appearing completely unprepared while implementing multiple contingency plans simultaneously," Naruto explained with fond familiarity. His laziness is highly strategic. Their conversation paused as they emerged into bright afternoon sunlight. Village activities continuing around them with normal rhythm despite extraordinary circumstances. Unlike Silver Hill's constant technological hum, Konoha's soundscape featured human voices, natural elements, and occasional training exercises creating organic harmony that both dimensional visitors seemed to find simultaneously disorienting and fascinating. Your atmospheric composition contains significantly higher oxygen concentration than our dimension, Gen noted, environmental scanner providing automatic analysis despite appearing like simple communicator device. The botanical density throughout your village creates unique microclimatic conditions that would require extensive technological intervention in our world. The trees are enormous, Nadira exclaimed with less technical but equally accurate observation. Neck craned to observe massive specimens integrated throughout village architecture. Like, impossibly, fantastically gigantic. Are they naturally occurring or chakra-enhanced botanical experiments? Either way, absolutely fabulous landscape design choice. Hashirama Senju, the first Hokage, possessed unique Mokudan abilities allowing manipulation of plant life beyond natural parameters. Hinata explained with academic precision that masked complex historical context. The village design incorporates living architecture that continues growing alongside constructed elements, creating symbiotic relationship between human habitation and natural environment. Their cultural orientation began with carefully selected route that showcased village functions while avoiding sensitive security installations. Standard diplomatic tour modified to accommodate potential interest from individuals with military background. Throughout the process, Naruto observed fascinating contrast between his companions' reactions to unfamiliar cultural elements. Gen approached each location with ranger analytical precision, assessing functional parameters, security implementations, and operational efficiencies beneath cultural presentation. Her questions focused on practical applications rather than philosophical underpinnings, professional curiosity regarding how different developmental pathway achieved similar functional outcomes through entirely different methodologies. Your medical facilities integrate energy manipulation with biological knowledge rather than technological intervention, she observed while touring hospital complex where healing techniques demonstrated fundamental differences from her dimensions approach. The efficiency parameters suggest advantages in certain treatment categories despite technological limitations. Sakura Haruno, who had joined their tour during medical facility visit, responded with professional pride tempered by scientific curiosity regarding alternative approaches. Chakra-based healing allows direct cellular manipulation that your technology achieves through different mechanisms. Each system presents specific advantages depending on treatment requirements and available resources. Their professional exchange represented perfect balance between pride in respective systems and genuine curiosity regarding alternative approaches. Recognition that different developmental pathways created unique solutions to universal challenges rather than hierarchical advancement from primitive to sophisticated methods. Nadira's approach provided fascinating contrast to Gen's analytical assessment, her attention captured by cultural elements that military-focused observers might dismiss as irrelevant detail. Where rangers saw tactical positioning, she noticed social dynamics. Where security professionals assessed defensive parameters, she observed interpersonal relationships that created community fabric beyond military function. Your children play combat games that simultaneously function as preliminary training exercises, she noted while observing academy students during recreational period. The socialization process integrates professional development without creating artificial separation between personal identity and occupational function. Fascinating developmental approach compared to our specialized educational tracking. The observation demonstrated surprising sociological insight beneath theatrical personality, genuine analytical intelligence focused on different parameters than her more obviously professional companion. Together, their complementary perspectives created more comprehensive understanding than either could achieve independently, balance between tactical assessment and social comprehension. Throughout the cultural orientation, Hinata provided contextual framework that neither overwhelmed with excessive detail nor condescended with oversimplification. Her diplomatic skills created communication bridge between drastically different cultural systems, translation that preserved essential meaning without requiring conceptual sacrifice from either perspective. Your social structure integrates military function within civilian community rather than maintaining institutional separation, she explained as they observed seamless interaction between shinobi and civilians throughout marketplace. Professional specialization exists within unified cultural framework rather than creating distinct societal segments with separate developmental paths. Fascinating integration model compared to our dimensional approach, Gen acknowledged with professional assessment. Time Force maintains specialized function within broader social structure but operates through institution. Separation rather than community integration. As afternoon progressed toward evening, their orientation concluded at traditional restaurants selected for appropriate balance between cultural authenticity and diplomatic comfort. The setting provided opportunity for more casual interaction beyond formal briefings, allowing personal connections to develop alongside professional assessment. Seated around traditional low table, their unusual group attracted curious attention from other patrons despite obvious efforts to maintain respectful distance. The dimensional visitors presented unperceived NTED sight within village accustomed to strange occurrences, Gen's professional uniform and authoritative bearing marking her as foreign authority figure while Nadira's flamboyant appearance defied Eve. Rai classification category within traditional shinobi society. Your cultural orientation provided comprehensive contextual framework beyond official documentation, Gen acknowledged as servers praise. NTED traditional meals with ceremonial precision that impressed even interdimensional visitors. The integrated functionality within traditional appearance demonstrates sophisticated balance between preservation and adaptation. A diplomatic observation that politely avoids mentioning we seem primitive compared to your dimension's technological development, Shikamaru noted with characteristic bluntness masking genuine curiosity. An interesting reversal from historical exploration narratives where advanced societies encountered primitive cultures. Rather than taking offense, Gen Kansi read his observation with thoughtful precision. Dimensional variance represents alternative development rather than linear progression. Your civilization prioritized energy manipulation while ours focused on technological implementation, different pathways rather than hierarchical advancement stages. Like parallel fashion trends developing independently, Nadira contributed with characteristic enthusiasm that somehow managed to contain legitimate insight within theatrical presentation. Neither inherently superior but creating distinct aesthetic and functional outcomes based on available resources and cultural priorities. The unexpected analogy created momentary silence before Kakashi chuckled softly beneath his mask. A surprisingly apt comparison, though I imagine our respective other designers would have strong opinions regarding which developmental path produced superior fashion outcomes. Their meal continued with increasingly comfortable exchange between dimensional representatives. Cultural differences providing conversation foundation rather than communication barrier. Throughout the interaction, Naruto observed subtle assessment occurring beneath social pleasanter. Wise, each participant gathering information regarding potential allies while establishing relationship parameters beyond formal diplomatic protocols. As evening deepened, their gathering concluded with arrangements for appropriate accommodations and tomorrow's security briefing regarding interdimensional threats. Throughout the careful diplomatic dance, Naruto recognized Kakashi's strategic approach, establishing personal connections before addressing potential threats, creating relationship foundation that would support difficult security discussions rather than beginning with adversarial positioning. Walking through quiet evening streets toward arranged accommodations, Naruto found himself alongside Hinata, their natural synchronization creating private conversation opportunity without requiring obvious separation from the larger group. Their relationship had evolved beyond need for constant verbal communication, comfortable silence conveying as much as explicit discussion. "You've changed," she observed quietly. Statement containing neither judgment nor excessive analysis, simple observation offered without requiring response. The dimensional transition or the symbiotic partnership? He questioned with similar directness, their friendship long past the need for conversational disguise. "Neither," she replied with gentle certainty. "Your fundamental energy signature remains consistent despite enhanced parameters and integration modifications. The change exists within your personal perception framework rather than external manifestation." Her observation demonstrated both impressive analytical precision and intimate familiarity with his baseline state, ability to detect subtle shifts invisible to less perceptive observers. The unspoken question beneath her observati required no verbalization between friends who understood each other beyond surface communication. Seeing alternate possibilities changes perspective, he acknowledged, answering her unasked question with matching honesty. Different versions of myself existing across dimensional boundaries creates interesting philosophical questions regarding identity beyond individual manifestation. Existential consideration beyond practical application, she translated with characteristic understanding. Though practical implications remain equally significant regarding interdimensional threat assessment and response methodology. Their conversation represented perfect balance between philosophical consideration and tactical assessment, neither purely abstract contemplation nor exclusively practical analysis, but integrated approach that considered both dimensions simultaneously. The harmony between their complementary perspectives created comprehensive understanding beyond what either could achieve independently. The dimensional laboratory contained multiple variants, he continued, sharing concerning information within private conversation before tomorrow's official briefing. Whoever directs these operations possesses technology capable of locating and extracting specific individuals across dimensional boundaries with surgical precision. Targeting genetic profile rather than random acquisition. Hinata concluded with analytical precision that required no additional explanation. The methodology suggests comprehensive interdimensional monitoring capabilities beyond conventional surveillance parameters. Their discussion continued as they reached the diplomatic accommodation building, traditional structure modified for visiting dignitaries with appropriate balance between comfort and security. As arrangements finalized for overnight accommodations, Naruto sensed familiar chakra signature approaching with characteristic directness that ignored conventional protocols regarding appropriate meeting hours. Sasuke Uchiha appeared without ceremonial announcement, his arrival deliberately calculated to occur after formal proceedings concluded but before security briefings began. His timing represented characteristic independence, neither completely disregarding official protocols nor allowing institutional structures to dictate his actions. 3 years as independent, operative conducting extended reconnaissance missions had reinforced his natural tendency toward autonomous function within loosely defined institutional framework. The interdimensional traveler's time force, he acknowledged with minimal greeting, attention focused immediately on essential information rather than social pleasantries. Your communication technology functions across dimensional barriers despite theoretical limitations regarding quantum frequency disparities. Rather than taking offense at abrupt approach, Gen recognized fellow professional prioritizing functional requirements above diplomatic ceremony. Modified quantum entanglement principles adapted for cross-dimensional application, she confirmed with matching directness. Our technical specialist can provide implementation parameters if compatible with your security protocols. Their immediate understanding demonstrated professional recognition transcending cultural differences, operational priorities communicate. Clearly without requiring extensive explanation or ceremonial introduction. The efficiency pleased Sasuke, whose tolerance for diplomatic formalities remained minimal despite years of personal growth beyond former extremism. Show me, he requested simply, neither command nor question but practical statement that expected reasonable compliance based on shared operational objectives rather than hierarchical authority. As technical discussion proceeded regarding communication implementation across dimensional barriers, Naruto observed Hinata's diplomatic intervention providing contextual framework that neither participant might consider necessary but significantly improved information transfer efficiency. Her subtle explanations regarding terminology differences and conceptual framework. South created translation bridge that allowed technical exchange without confusion or misinterpretation. Their impromptu meeting continued beyond initial technical focus into broader security implications regarding interdimensional threats. Throughout the exchange, Sasuke demonstrated characteristic direct assessment that prioritized practical application above theoretical consideration or diplomatic sensitivity. The dimensional laboratory extracts subjects for experimental purposes rather than random collection, he summarized with clinical precision that masked genuine concern beneath professional detachment. Their targeting methodology suggests comprehensive monitoring capabilities across reality barriers with specific acquisition objectives rather than opportunistic gathering. Correct, Gen confirmed, matching his direct approach with professional precision. The technology required for such operations exceeds standard temporal manipulation capabilities within our dimension, suggesting either advanced future technology or alternative development pathway beyond our current understanding. Or interdimensional theft collecting technological components across multiple realities. Sasuke suggested with tactical insight based on extensive criminal investigation experience. Combining different developmental pathways creates implementation possibilities beyond isolated knowledge frameworks. His assessment demonstrated impressive analytical capabilities beneath abrupt social presentation, genuine tactical intelligence focused on practical threat assessment rather than theoretical exploration. The perspective provided valuable addition to their developing response strategy, considering criminal methodology alongside scientific analysis and military assessment. As technical discussion concluded with practical implementation arrangements, Sasuke departed with characteristic minimal farewell, sufficient acknowledgement to avoid offense without unnecessary ceremonial extension. His interaction style remained uniquely his own, unchanged by years of operational experience beyond necessary adaptations for practical effectiveness. Your colleague demonstrates impressive analytical capabilities despite unconventional social protocols, Gen observed once Sasuke had departed, her assessment professional rather than judgmental. His perspective provides valuable tactical considerations beyond institutional analysis parameters. Sasuke specializes in independent assessment unrestrained by organizational limitations, Naruto explained with fond exasperation masking genuine respect. His social skills remain perpetual work in progress. With accommodation arrangements finalized and initial diplomatic exchanges concluded, their group separated for evening rest for tomorrow's comprehensive security briefing. The dimensional visitors retreated to assigned quarters with appropriate escort ensuring both their comfort and subtle monitoring, standard protocol foe. Our unprecedented diplomatic situation requiring both hospitality and reasonable security precautions. Finding himself momentarily alone before returning to his own residence, Naruto paused atop administrative building roof. Surveying familiar village landscape transformed by evening illumination into patterns simultaneously recognizable and changed from his childhood memories. The perspective offer, both literal and metaphorical overview, physical vantage point alongside philosophical consideration regarding how dimensional travel had transformed his perception of home and identity. Your contemplation contains both nostalgia and evolutionary awareness, Zathaniel observed through their connection. Recognition of fundamental constants alongside acceptance of inevitable transformation, balanced perspective unusual among hosts experiencing dimensional expansion beyond original reality framework. Everything seems simultaneously exactly the same and completely different, Naruto acknowledged. Internal conversation flowing with practiced ease after weeks of symbiotic partnership. Not the village itself, but my perception of it within larger context. Dimensional awareness fundamentally transforms perception parameters beyond simple knowledge acquisition, Zathaniel confirmed with philosophical precision. Experiencing alternate realities creates comprehensive understanding that theoretical knowledge cannot replicate, embodied wisdom rather than abstract concept. Their conversation paused as Naruto detected approaching chakra signature, familiar pattern that required no visual confirmation to identify. Hinata joined him without announcement, her presence neither intrusive nor hesitant but comfortable companionship requiring no explanation or invitation. Their ship had evolved beyond formalities into natural synchronization that allowed shared space without demanding constant interaction. The village appears different when observed from interdimensional perspective, she noted. Statement neither question nor assumption but opening for conversation if desired without requiring response. Everything exists simultaneously as itself and as infinite alternate possibilities, he confirmed. Appreciation for her understanding requiring no explicit acknowledgement between friends who knew each other beyond surface communication. Home remains constant, while perception expands beyond original parameters. Their conversation developed with natural rhythm unforced by artificial conversational requirements or social expectations. Throughout the exchange, Naruto appreciated the evolved relationship that allowed genuine communication without performance or pretense. Friendship deepened through shared experience and mutual growth rather than remaining fixed within childhood parameters or romantic idealization. Tomorrow's security briefing will generate significant concern among council members, Hinata observed, practical consideration balancing philosophical discussion with tactical awareness. The interdimensional laboratory represents unprecedented threat category beyond conventional defensive preparation. Kakashi already implemented NHANCED security protocols throughout the village, Naruto noted, recognizing subtle changes invisible to less experienced observers. The casual presentation masks comprehensive contingency planning typical of his leadership approach. Their discussion continued with balanced integration between philosophical consideration and practical assessment, neither exclusively abstract contemplation nor solely tactical analysis, but harmonious approach considering both dimensions simultaneously. The complementary perspective created comprehensive understanding beyond what either could achieve independently. Their friendship evolved into genuine partnership based on mutual respect and shared purpose. As night deepened around them, conversation concluded with natural completion rather than abrupt termination or awkward extension. Their friendship required no ceremonial farewell or elaborate closure, comfortable understanding that allowed natural interaction without performance or obligation. With silent acknowledgement, they separated toward respective residences, tomorrow's security briefing requiring appropriate rest despite philosophical questions that might otherwise prompt extended discussion. The following morning brought comprehensive security briefing within specially prepared chamber beneath administrative building, location selected for both symbolic significance and practical security considerations. Unlike traditional council chambers designed for governmental functions, this facility represented pure military application, tactical displays and communication equipment. Arranged for optimal information exchange without ceremonial distraction. Assembled participants represented carefully selected group beyond standard administrative council, specialized security profe. Chanels and intelligence operatives whose collective assessment would determine operational response to interdimensional threats. Their expressions ranged from professional neutrality to undisguised concern as preliminary information circulated before formal briefing began. Kakashi entered without ceremonial announcement, Hokage robes replaced by standard Jonin uniform that symbolized transition. From administrative leadership to direct operational command. The subtle shift registered immediately among assembled shinobi, postures adjusting automatically as institutional hierarchy temporarily reconfigured around mission parameters rather than governmental structure. Our interdimensional visitors have provided comprehensive intelligence regarding potential threats beyond conventional defensive parameters. He began without preamble, characteristic efficiency replacing casual persona when operational necessity required direct approach. Time Force Commander Scott will present technical assessment before we establish appropriate response protocols. Jen stepped forward with Ranger precision, her presentation organized for maximum information efficiency without unnecessary elaborati. Honor technical complexity beyond required detail. Throughout her briefing, specialized equipment provided visual reference regarding dimensional mechanics and identified threats, technology modified for compatibility with Konoha's systems through TRIPS remote guidance. The interdimensional laboratory extracts subjects across multiple realities for experimental purposes related to Ranger power replication. She explained with clinical precision that masked moral outrage beneath professional presentation. Their methodology targets specific genetic profiles with optimal integration potential between chakra networks and grid energy. Her briefing continued with comprehensive detail regarding identified operations, technological capabilities, and potential objectives beyond immediately visible actions. Throughout the presentation, assembled shinobi demonstrated impressive adaptability regarding conceptual frameworks beyond their dimensional experience, analytical capabilities allowing rapid integration of unfamiliar parameters into existing tactical understanding without requiring extensive contextual explanation. Their recent activities suggest escalation beyond experimental phase into potential implementation stage. Jen concluded with Ranger directness that prioritized critical information above diplomatic sensitivity. The technology developed through these experiments potentially threatens dimensional stability beyond immediate subjects, creating systemic risk across multiple realities simultaneously. The assembled security professionals processed this information with characteristic shinobi discipline, concern contained beneath analytical assessment rather than emotional response despite potentially apocalyptic implications. Their questions focused on practical application rather than philosophical consideration, operational priorities maintaining precedence above existential contemplation despite unprecedented circumstances. The chakra harvesting operations identified within our dimension represent tactical component within strategic framework. Sasuke contributed, his independent assessment providing valuable addition to official analysis. Their collection methodology indicates specific interest in our energy manipulation capabilities beyond general resource acquisition. This observation shifted discussion toward immediate defensive considerations, identifying potential targets within shinobi world that might attract interdimensional interest beyond random resource collection. Throughout this tactical exchange, Naruto observed fascinating integration between dimensional perspectives, Time Force operational protocols combining with shinobi tactical assessment to create comprehensive approach beyond what either system could develop independently. The tailed beasts represent obvious high-value targets given their concentrated chakra parameters, Shikamaru noted with characteristic analytical precision. Though accessing Jinchuriki P.R.E. sensed significant tactical challenges compared to ambient energy collection operations. Unless they target historical chakra concentrations rather than current manifestations, Hinata suggested, intelligence background providing unique perspective regarding potential methodologies. Significant battle sites contain residual energy signatures centuries after initial release events, potentia. LLY offering collection opportunity without confronting active defenses. This observation created momentary silence as implications registered among assembled security professionals, possibility that historical locations represented vulnerability beyond current defensive preparations. The concept expanded threat assessment parameters beyond active infrastructure into historical significance areas, traditionally unprotected by conventional security measures. The Valley of the End, Sasuke identified immediately, tactical mind connecting conceptual framework with specific vulnerability. Multi-PLE significant chakra release events concentrated within limited geographical area, creating energy density beyond normal environmental parameters even centuries after initial manifestations. The final valley containment failure during our conflict with Kagaya created additional energy dispersion throughout that region, Naruto added, personal experience providing context beyond historical records. The dimensional boundary already demonstrated instability during previous conflict, potentially creating natural access point for artificial manipulation techniques. Their collective assess-me NT rapidly identified additional potentially vulnerable locations throughout shinobi territories, historical battlefields, sealed containment sites, and natural energy convergence points that might add racked interdimensional interest beyond obvious infrastructure targets. Throughout this tactical discussion, Gen and Nadira contributed valuable external perspective, observations unrestricted by traditi. Onal assumptions are historical knowledge limitations. Your world's chakra network creates natural conduits that interdimensional technology might exploit for transit purposes beyond conventional gateway requirements, Gen noted. Ranger experience with dimensional mechanics providing unique insight regarding potential vulnerabilities. Natural energy convergence points potentially function as TRA. NSIT amplifiers requiring minimal technological implementation compared to artificial gateway establishment. Like using existing highway instead of building new road through wilderness, Nadira TRA. N slated with characteristic simplification that somehow maintained essential technical accuracy. Much more efficient for interdimensional travelers with limited infrastructure budget and questionable construction permits. The unexpected analogy created momentary break in tension despite serious circumstances, her theatrical presentation somehow making complex dimensional mechanics accessible without sacrificing essential understanding. Several security professionals displayed brief smiles despite professional composure, her communication style creating cognitive accessibility beyond technica. Terminology without condescending to intelligence. As tactical assessment continued, potential response strategies developed with integrated methodology incorporating both dimensional perspectives. Time Force protocols adapted for shinobi implementation creating comprehensive approach beyond what either system could develop independently. Throughout this process, Naruto observed fascinating lead-ship dynamic between Kakashi and Gen, neither attempting dominance but naturally allocating responsibilities based on respective expertise areas without requiring explicit negotiation or formal hierarchy establishment. Field reconnaissance teams should include both dimensional representatives for optimal threat assessment capabilities, Kakashi determined, strategic approach balancing tactical necessity against diplomatic consideration. Combined expertise provides comprehensive evaluation beyond what either system could achieve independently. Agreed. Gen confirmed with Ranger efficiency. Though limited personnel resources require strategic deployment rather than comprehensive coverage. Priority targets identified through combined intelligence assessment rather than conventional vulnerability parameters. Their professional understanding demonstrated leadership compatibility beyond cultural differences, shared responsibility without territorial protection or authority competition. The integration created operational efficiency that impressed even veteran shinobi accustomed to Kakashi's unconventional but effective command methodology. As briefing concluded with established action plans and assigned reconnaissance responsibilities, participants dispersed toward implementation preparations with characteristic efficiency. The operational framework represented impressive INTEG ration between dimensional approaches. Time Force protocols adapted for shinobi implementation while maintaining essential functionality despite technological disparities and cultural differences. Naruto remained behind with small group including Kakashi, Gen, Sasuke and Hinata, core tactical team whose combined expertise would direct broader operational implementation. Their discussion continued. Ed with greater detail regarding specific responsibilities and coordination protocols between dimensional representatives during field operations. The Valley of the End represents highest probability. Y target based on combined vulnerability factors, Sasuke assessed with characteristic directness. Historical chakra concentration, previous dimensional boundary disturbance, and geographical isolity. On creating minimal civilian risk exposure during potential interdimensional incursion. Optimal reconnaissance deployment would include both chakra sensitivity capabilities and dimensional mechanics expertise, Hinata added. Intelligence background providing structural framework for team composition recommendations. Combined perception parameters allowing comprehensive threat assessment beyond isolated specialization limitations. Naruto and I will take primary reconnaissance responsibility, Sasuke determined with characteristic assumption that operational necessity superseded formal authority channels. Our combined capabilities provide optimal assessment parameters while maintaining sufficient combat effectiveness if intervention becomes necessary. Kakashi's expression suggested momentary amusement at this predictable assertion of operational independence. Sasuke's growth beyond former extremism had never extended to embracing institutional hierarchy or formal command structures. Rather than challenging this self-assigned mission parameter, however, the Hokage simply nodded acceptance, recognizing both tactical validity and futility of attempting alternative assignment AGA. Inst Team 7's characteristic autonomous operation tendencies. Commander Scott should accompany as dimensional mechanics expert, he suggested instead, adjusting team composition through addition rather than correction. Her Ranger experience provides valuable technical assessment capabilities beyond our conventional parameters. I'll coordinate from Central Command with Trip providing remote technical support. Jen agreed with professional assessment that prioritized optimal team composition above personal preference. Nadira should remain here as cultural liaison and communication specialist, her unique perspective providing valuable translation between dimensional frameworks. The suggestion demonstrated both tactical wisdom and diplomatic consideration, recognizing Nadira's unique UE contribution potential despite unconventional presentation while maintaining operational efficiency through appropriate skill allocation. The approach impressed even Sasuke, whose tolerance for diplomatic considerations generally remained minimal despite years of personal growth beyond former extremism. Hinata's Byakugan provides essential perception capabilities regarding both chakra network analysis and dimensional boundary assessment, Naruto added, completing team composition recommendation based on operational requirements rather than personal preference despite obvious benefit overlap. Her intelligence background creates additional analytical advantage regarding pattern recognition beyond visual data collection. The suggestion received universal agreement, recognition that Hinata's unique capabilities provided essential contribution regardless of personal relationship considerations or team dynamic concerns. Her professional qualifications transcended any potential complications. Operational necessity maintaining priority above potential awkwardness given their personal history. With reconnaissance team established and operational parameters defined, implementation PR. Operations proceeded with characteristic efficiency, equipment modifications, communication protocols, and contingency planning developing through collaborative process incorporating both dimensional perspectives. Throughout this technical discussion, Naruto observed fascinating integration between drastically different operational methodologies, time force protocols adapted for shinobi implementation on while maintaining essential functionality despite technological disparities. As formal preparations concluded and team members dispersed toward individual readiness activities, Naruto found awkward unity for private conversation with Kakashi, brief exchange between former student and teacher beyond official operational parameters. Their relationship had evolved beyond formal hierarchy while maintaining fundamental respect that required no ceremonial reinforcement or institutional validation. The dimensional laboratory creates concerning possibilities beyond immediate tactical considerations. Kakashi noted with uncharacteristic directness that indicated genuine concern beneath casual presentation. Their interest in specific genetic profiles suggests targeted acquisition rather than random experimentation. They're collecting versions of me across dimensions, Naruto confirmed, matching honesty with someone who had earned complete transparency through years of demonstrated loyalty and genuine care beneath affected indifference. The corrupted ranger we encountered represented successful prototype within larger operations specifically focused on replicating my unique integration capabilities. Kakashi absorbed this confirmation with characteristic outward calm that masked sharp tactical assessment beneath casual demeanor. Which suggests whoever directs these operations possesses comprehensive understanding regarding your specific physiological structure and its interaction with this grid energy. Knowledge requiring either extensive study opportunity or intimate familiarity beyond random observation. The implication created disturbing possibilities regarding potential enemy identity. Someone with specific knowledge about Naruto's unique physiological structure Bayo. ND general information available through conventional intelligence gathering. The suspect pool became simultaneously more limited and more concerning, potential candidates possessing both technical capabilities and personal knowledge representing particularly dangerous combination. We'll identify them, Kakashi stated with simple certainty that required no elaborate reassurance or excessive confidence demonstration. And implement appropriate response protocols with characteristic efficiency. The understated assurance contained both tactical confidence and personal support, professional meant alongside subtle reminder that Naruto faced these threats with established support network rather than isolated independence. Despite conversational brevity, the exchange provided genuine reassurance through shared understanding developed across years of demonstrated reliability rather than empty promises or elaborate declarations. Their conversation concluded with natural completion rather than ceremonial farewell, their relationship requiring no formal closure or elaborate acknowledgement. With silent understanding, they separated toward respective preparation activities, tomorrow's reconnaissance operation requiring appropriate equipment modifications and contingency planning despite philosophical questions that might otherwise prompt extended discussion. Dawn painted the Hokage monument with golden illumination as reconnaissance team assembled at village gates, 4 individuals whose combined capabilities represented optimal assessment team despite unusual composition by conventional standards. Their equipment demonstrated fascinating integration between dimensional approaches, traditional shinobi gear modified with time force technological additions creating hybrid functionality beyond either system's standard implementation. Jen Scott examined specialized scanner with ranger precision, equipment modified for compatibility with chakra-rich environment that created unique calibration challenges compared to standard temporal operations. Her expression reflected professional focus rather than cultural disorientation despite unfamiliar surroundings and operational methodology. The dimensional frequency calibration requires manual adjustment within chakra-saturated environments, she noted. Technical observation directed toward trip through modified communicator allowing cross-dimensional consultation despite reality barriers. Standard automatic calibration protocols cannot distinguish between ambient energy fluctuations and potential boundary disturbances. Implementing modified detection algorithms based on established baseline parameters, Trip's voice responded through communicator, slight distortion indicating dimensional interference despite technological compensation measures. The chakra network creates fascinating background pattern that conventional temporal physics cannot properly categorize within standard classification schema. Their technical exchange continued with specialized terminology and conceptual frameworks beyond conventional understanding, scientific precision maintaining priority despite operational constraints and field conditions. Throughout this process, Naruto observed Hinata's subtle observation, her Byakugan providing comprehensive assessment regarding both technological functionality and potential integration modifications beyond current implementation. Your scanning equipment detects quantum frequency variations through artificial sensor array, she noted with analytical precision rather than critical assessment. The methodology creates effectiveness limitations within natural energy environments compared to biological perception systems calibrated for ambient chakra variations. Rather than taking offense at potential criticism, Jen demonstrated professional appreciation for legitimate technical observation. Correct assessment. Our technology developed within dimension lacking Nadu. Raw energy network comparable to your chakra system, creating perception limitations when transplanted outside original operational environment. Potential integration methodology exists combining technological precision with biological sensitivity, Hinata suggested, intelligence background providing structural framework for innovative approach beyond conventional limitations. Your scanning EQ. Equipment could potentially utilize chakra-sensitive components as detection enhancement rather than relying exclusively on artificial sensors developed for different environmental parameters. The SUG. Hestion represented genuine innovation beyond traditional boundaries between technological implementation and energy manipulation techniques, neither purely scientific approach nor exclusively chakra-based methodology, but integrated application combining strengths from both dimensional frameworks. The perspective impressed even Sasuke, whose appreciation for technical innovation generally remained limited to direct combat applications rather than sensing equipment. Intelligent modification proposal, he acknowledged with characteristic minimal expression that nonetheless represented significant recognition from someone whose compliments remained exceptionally rare despite years of personal growth beyond former emotional limitations. As technical preparations concluded and final equipment checks completed, their team departed through village gates with efficient movement that balanced speed against observation requirements. Rather than conventional formation patterns, their arrangement evolved naturally based on individual capabilities and operational responsibilities, organic implementation rather than rigid protocol adherence. Sasuke maintained forward position utilizing both conventional senses and specialized dojutsu abilities, providing comprehensive environmental assessment beyond normal perception parameters. His movement demonstrated characteristic precision, economy of motion reflecting years of disciplined training and field experience beyond formal institutional instruction. Hinata positioned herself for optimal Byakugan implementation, elevated vantage points riveting maximum coverage area while maintaining communication proximity with team members. Her specialized perception abilities created unique tactical advantage beyond conventional reconnaissance capabilities. Detection range and detail resolution exceeding any technological equivalent currently available within either dimension. Gen adapted remarkably well to unfamiliar terrain navigation despite technological dependence differences between dimensions. Her ranger training provided fundamental fieldcraft principles that transcended specific implementation methodologies, universal tactical understanding applicable across dimensional variations despite technological disparities. Naruto maintained central coordination position, his enhanced senses providing additional detection layer while communication capabilities facilitated information integration between team members with different specialization areas. The arrangement developed through natural tactical evolution rather than predetermined protocol, organic implementation based on demonstrated capabilities rather than formal hierarchy or rigid operational doctrine. Their journey toward Valley of the End proceeded with impressive efficiency despite team composition unfamiliarity, individual capabilities integrating smoothly into collective operation without requiring extensive adjustment period or formal coordination protocols. The natural synchronization demonstrated professional adaptability transcending cultural differences and operational methodology variations. As they traversed forests surrounding Konoha, conversation developed with natural rhythm unforced by artificial requirements or uncomfortable silence. Throughout these exchanges, Naruto observed fascinating integration between drastically different perspectives. Time Force operational experience combining with shinobi tactical knowledge to create comprehensive understanding beyond what either system could develop independently. Your world's natural energy concentration creates unique tactical considerations compared to our dimension's implementation requirements, Gen observed, Ranger experience providing comparative framework beyond isolated assessment. Operational methodology developed within chakra-rich environment emphasizes energy efficiency rather than technological redundancy, creating different strategic priorities regarding both offensive capabilities and defensive implementations. Resource availability fundamentally shapes developmental pathway beyond conscious design parameters, Sasuke acknowledged with uncharacteristic philosophical perspective beneath practical observation. Your dimension's limited natural energy availability necessitated technological compensation through artificial implementation methods, while our abundant chakra resources encouraged biological manipulation techniques requiring minimal external equipment dependency. The unexpected insight from someone whose conversational contributions rally remained limited to direct tactical observations or critical assessment surprised even those familiar with his typically reserved communication style. Sasuke's growth beyond former emotional Itations occasionally manifested in such moments, genuine intellectual consideration emerging between extended periods of characteristic minimal expression. Their journey continued through changing landscape as forest density gradually decreased while geological formations transitioned toward rocky terrain indicating approaching boundary between fire country and former sound territory. Throughout their advance, specialized equipment and enhanced perception abilities maintained continuous monitoring for potential dimensional disturbances beyond natural environmental variations. Approaching high historical boundary region with significant geological restructuring resulting from previous conflict, Hinata reported, her Byakugan providing comprehensive environmental assessment beyond visual observation alone. Chakra residue concentration increases exponentially with proximity to primary battlefield location, creating background energy patterns significantly above normal environmental parameters. Confirmed anomalous energy readings consistent with historical release event rather than current active manifestation, Jen added, scanner providing quantitative measurement alongside Hinata's qualitative assessment. The residual pattern suggests massive energy discharge exceeding standard combat parameters by several magnitude factors. Their combined observation created comprehensive understanding through complementary methodologies, biological perception systems providing qualitative assessment while technological implementation offered quantitative measurement. The integration demonstrated perfect balance between dimensional approaches, neither system claiming superiority but contributing unique perspective toward shared understanding. As Valley of the End came into view, conversation ceased naturally without requiring explicit command or formal protocol. The massive geological formation created imposing visual impact even without historical significance context, sheer FF faces framing substantial waterfall where ancient statues once stood before destruction during Fourth Shinobi War conflicts. Despite extensive damage from multiple historical battles, the location retained majestic presence that transcended physical appearance into almost spiritual significance within shinobi cultural consciousness. For Naruto and Sasuke, the location carried personal significance beyond historical importance, site of multiple confrontations representing pivotal moments within their complex relationship evolution. Neither commented on these private associations, professional focus maintaining priority above personal history despite emotional resonance that required no verbalization between individuals whose shared experiences transcended conventional friendship category. Into something approaching spiritual brotherhood despite former adversarial positioning. Hinata's Byakugan activated automatically upon approaching significant location, her enhanced perception immediately detecting anomalous patterns beyond normal environmental variations. The chakra residue concentration creates unique signature pattern distinct from standard battlefield remains, she reported with professional precision despite obvious concern beneath analytical assessment. The energy distribution suggests deliberate manipulation rather than natural dissipation processes following historical release events. Confirmed artificial interference patterns consistent with extraction methodology rather than natural environmental interaction, Jen added, scanner providing technical verification of Hinata's biological perception. The distribution pattern indicates systematic collection process rather than random energy absorption or natural convergence phenomenon. Their combined assessment created immediate tactical significance, confirmation that location had already experienced interdimensional interference beyond theoretical vulnerability into active exploitation. The information transformed reconnaissance mission parameters from potential threat assessment into active investigation regarding established enemy operations within their dimension. Recent activity indicator RS present despite dormant current status, Sasuke observed, Sharingan detecting subtle environmental modifications invisible to conventional perception. The implementation methodology suggests periodic activation rather than continuous operation, creating operational window between collection cycles that prevents immediate detection through conventional monitoring protocols. The technology eats minimal dimensional disturbance during dormant phases, Jen confirmed, specialized equipment detecting residual signature patterns despite current inactivity. Standard monitoring systems would register energy fluctuation as historical echo rather than active manipulation without specialized calibration parameters specifically designed for dimensional boundary assessment. Their collective analysis rapidly established operational understanding regarding enemy methodology, periodic activation creating effective concealment between collection cycles while utilizing natural energy concentra. Qian from historical events to mask artificial manipulation beneath ambient background patterns. The approach demonstrated sophisticated understanding regarding both chakra mechanics and detection limitations within shinobi world, suggesting either extensive research or insider knowledge beyond general information available through conventional intelligence gathering. Deployment pattern indicate systematic implementation beyond isolated collection operation, Hinata noted, her Byakugan examining surrounding terrain with expanded perception range. Additional devices positioned throughout adjacent territory following chakra distribution patterns rather than geographical convenience or tactical positioning. Creating comprehensive collection network utilizing natural energy pathways as conduction system. Naruto translated with growing concern, enhanced senses detecting subtle disturbances now that specific signature patterns had been identified. They're not just harvesting from concentrated locations but establishing integrated extraction system throughout entire regional chakra network. The implications created disturbing strategic assessment beyond immediate tactical considerations. Enemy operations representing systematic resource collection rather than isolated experimentation or targeted acquisition. The methodology demonstrated sophisticated understanding regarding chakra network mechanics beyond general knowledge, technical implementation requiring both extensive research and specialized equipment beyond conventional development parameters. We should examine primary device without disrupting operational status, Sasuke determined, tactical assessment prioritizing intelligence gathering above immediate neutralization despite potential security concerns. Maintaining system integrity while extracting technical information provides optimal balance between immediate security considerations and long-term strategic requirements. Agreed, Gen confirmed WITH Ranger precision that matched his direct approach. Disabling collection network prematurely alerts operational controllers regarding detection while providing minimal intelligence value compared to comprehensive technical analysis during dormant phase. Their professional understanding demonstrated tactical compatibility despite vastly different training backgrounds, shared operational priorities, transcending cultural differences into universal methodology regarding intelligence gathering versus immediate threat neutralization. The natural synchronization impressed even Hinata, whose extensive experience with diverse team compositions provided comparative framework beyond isolated assessment. Approaching primary collection device required careful advance through potentially monitored territory. Conventional stealth techniques combined with specialized equipment detecting surveillance parameters beyond visual observation alone. Throughout this tactical movement, team members demonstrated impressive coordination despite limited joint operational history, individual capabilities integrating smoothly into collective function without requiring extensive familiarity or formal protocols. The primary collection device itself presented fascinating technological implementation. Physical components disguised within natural geological formation creating effective concealment against conventional detection methods. Only specialized perception abilities like Byakugan or Sharingan could identify artificial elements integrated within natural structure. The camouflage methodology demonstrating sophisticated understanding regarding both shinobi detection capabilities and environmental integration techniques. Remarkable technological implementation utilizing minimal physical component. TS relative to functional output parameters, Gen observed with professional assessment masking genuine concern beneath analytical terminology. The integration methodology suggests advanced understanding regarding both chakra mechanics and dimensional boundary manipulation beyond our current technical classification schema. The device incorporates materials not naturally occurring within our dimension, Hinata added. Her Byakugan providing detailed composition analysis beyond visual identification alone. The molecular structure contains elements inconsistent with known substances within Hinobi world material classification systems. Sasuke's Sharingan provided additional analytical layer regarding functional mechanisms beyond physical composition. The operational methodology utilizes chakra principles adapted for technological implementation rather than traditional energy manipulation techniques, he noted with characteristic precision despite obvious concern beneath professional detachment. Someone possesses comprehensive understanding regarding our fundamental energy mechanics beyond observational knowledge into practical application parameters. Their collective assessment created disturbing strategic implications beyond immediate technical observations. Enemy operations demonstrating sophisticated understanding regarding both chakra mechanics and shinobi detection. Limitations suggesting either extensive infiltration or insider knowledge beyond general information available through conventional intelligence gathering. The possibility created concerning suspect parameters regarding potential enemy identity, someone with intimate familiarity regarding shinobi world operational principles rather than external observer implementing theoretical understanding. We extract technical data without triggering detection protocols. Naruto questioned. Tactical assessment balancing intelligence requirements against security considerations with characteristic direct approach. Affirmative with appropriate methodological implementation, Gen confirmed after careful equipment assessment. The dormant phase provides operational window allowing limited interface. Connection without activation signature exceeding background energy fluctuation parameters. My Byakugan can monitor chakra flow patterns during extraction process to prevent accidental activation through disrupted energy distribution. Hinata added, her specialized perception abilities providing essential safety parameter beyond technological monitoring capabilities alone. With careful coordination between team members, technical information extraction proceeded with methodical precision, specialized equipment interfacing with collection device through minimal connection protocols while enhanced perception abilities monitored potential activation indicators beyond conventional detection parameters. Throughout this delicate operation, team members demonstrated impressive professional integration despite vastly different training backgrounds and operational methodologies. Data extraction proceeding within established safety parameters, Gen reported, equipment providing real-time analysis regarding both technical information and potential detection risk factors. The operational programming contains sophisticated implementation protocols beyond standard temporal technology classification schema. The collection methodology incorporates fundamental understanding regarding chakra network mechanics comparable to medical research division specialization level, Hinata observed. With growing concern beneath professional terminology, the implementation demonstrates knowledge parameters exceeding general information available through conventional intelligence gathering methods. As technical extraction continued, recovered data provided increasingly disturbing strategic assessment regarding enemy operations beyond immediate tactical considerations. The collection network represented systematic resource acquisition rather than isolated experimentation, comprehensive implementation extracting chakra energy through natural network pathways throughout entire regional distribution system rather than concentrated harvesting from specific locations alone. The collection efficiency exceeds necessary parameters for experimental purposes, Sasuke noted with characteristic analytical precision. The implementation methodology suggests strategic resource acquisition rather than research requirement satisfaction, stockpiling rather than sampling. Confirmed resource ACC. Accumulation significantly exceeding experimental consumption requirements, Gen agreed, equipment providing quantitative assessment alongside qualitative analysis. The collection volume suggests implementation preparation rather than continued research operations, transitioning from development phase into activation stage requiring substantial energy reserves. The assessment created alarming EGIC implications beyond immediate security concerns, enemy operations potentially approaching implementation stage requiring substantial energy resources rather than continuing experimental phase with limited consumption requirements. Whatever they developed through multidimensional experimentation, actual activation apparently required energy reserves beyond standard operational parameters into strategic resource accumulation territory. As data extraction neared completion, additional information transfer provided final disturbing component regarding enemy operations, activation timeline parameters embedded within collection programming suggesting predetermined implementation schedule rather than conditional execution based on developmental milestones. The countdown methodology indicated specific temporal target rather than general preparation window, creating urgent strategic concern beyond theoretical threat assessment into imminent implementation territory. The activation parameters indicate predetermined execution timeline rather than conditional implementation schedule, Gen reported with professional composure masking genuine alarm beneath analytical terminology. Current Programming suggests approximately 72 hours remaining before automatic activation sequence initiates regardless of external command authorization or conditional satisfaction requirements. Quote, creating mandatory response timeline rather than theoretical threat assessment parameters, Sasuke translated with characteristic directness that prioritized practical implications above diplomatic sensitivity. Whatever they're implementing transitions from potential concern into active threat within established temporal framework requiring immediate strategic response rather than continued investigative procedures. The assessment created immediate operational significance beyond reconnaissance mission parameters, information requiring urgent transmission to command structure rather than comprehensive analysis before reporting. With characteristic efficiency, team members initiated emergency communication protocols while maintaining security parameters regarding current position and operational status. Emergency transmission authorized regarding critical timeline information. Naruto communicated through specialized equipment allowing secure transmission despite field conditions and potential monitoring concerns. Confirmed activation parameters indicate 72-hour implementation window requiring immediate strategic response development rather than continued investigative procedures. As emergency protocols engaged and secure information transfer proceeded, team members maintained comprehensive environmental monitoring against potential threat response, enhanced PTION abilities and specialized equipment providing multi-layered security awareness beyond conventional surveillance capabilities. Throughout this operational transition, individual specializations integrated smoothly into collective function without requiring explicit coordination or formal command structure. Data extraction complete with minimal activation signature generation. Gen reported a specialized equipment disengaged from collection device with careful protocol implementation preventing detection signature beyond background energy fluctuation parameters. Technical information say, cured without alerting monitoring systems regarding unauthorized access operation. Confirmed energy distribution patterns maintain baseline parameters without disruption indicators, Hinata added. Her Byakugan providing verification regarding operational stability beyond technological monitoring capabilities alone. The collection system remains dormant without activation signature suggesting unauthorized interface detection. With technical operation completed and critical information transmitted to command structure, team focus shifted toward strategic withdrawal without detection signet. You're exceeding natural environmental interaction parameters. Their movement demonstrated professional precision, leaving no physical evidence regarding investigative presence while maintaining energy distribution patterns within natural fluctuation parameters preventing detection through ambient monitoring systems. As they established safe distance from collection network operational range, Team discussion addressed immediate tactical considerations regarding both continued reconnaissance requirements and potential neutralization options given confirmed threat parameters and established implementation timeline. The collection network represents systematic implementation beyond isolated experimental activity, Sasuke summarized with characteristic precision focusing on essential strategic components rather than technical details. The operational methodology suggests coordinated campaign utilizing natural chakra pathways throughout regional distribution system rather than concentrated harvesting from specific locations alone. Creating comprehensive resource acquisition beyond conventional detection parameters through dispersed implementation rather than centralized operation, Hinata confirmed. Intelligence background providing structural framework for strategic assessment beyond immediate technical observations. The methodology demonstrates sophisticated understanding RDING both chakra mechanics and shinobi detection limitations suggesting either extensive infiltration or insider knowledge beyond general information available through conventional intelligence gathering. The activation timeline creates mandatory response requirements regardless of complete intelligence satisfaction, Gen added, Ranger experience providing operational framework regarding time-critical mission parameters. Whatever they're implementing transitions from theoretical concern into active threat within 72 hours, creating specific temporal requirements regarding strategy. See response development and implementation methodology. Their collective assessment created comprehensive understanding regarding both immediate tactical situation and broader strategic implications. Enemy operations representing sophisticated threat beyond conventional parameters requiring coordinated response across dimensional boundaries. The implementation methodology demonstrated advanced tech HNICAL capabilities combining chakra mechanics understanding with dimensional manipulation technology creating unprecedented threat category requiring equally innovative countermeasures beyond traditional response protocols. We should continue reconnaissance regarding additional collection nodes while awaiting strategic response coordination from command structure, Sasuke determined with Chirac. Heuristic assumption that operational necessity superseded formal authority channels regarding field decisions. Comprehensive network mapping provides essential intelligence regarding both ion scale and potential neutralization vulnerabilities despite limited remaining temporal window before activation sequence initiation. Agreed with appropriate methodological modifications ensuring minimal detection risk parameters. Gen confirmed. Professional assessment matching his tactical approach despite different training background and operational methodology. Prioritizing information. Gathering regarding network architecture and connection protocols provides essential intelligence for potential neutralization operation without compromising immediate security considerations through premature intervention actions. Their professional understanding demonstrated tactical compatibility transcending cultural differences and organizational variations, shared operational priorities creating natural synchronization despite limited joint experience and vastly different training backgrounds. The integration impressed even Naruto, whose extensive experience with diverse team compositio. NS provided comparative framework beyond isolated assessment. As they prepared for continued reconnaissance operation with adjusted protocols based on confirmed threat parameters, Naruto found moment for private conversation with Hinata, brief exchange between trusted colleagues regarding concerning aspects beyond immediate tactical considerations. Their friendship allowed direct communication without requiring elaborate introduction or contextual explanation, shared understanding creating conversational efficiency beyond formal briefing requirements. The technical implementation demonstrates knowledge parameters exceeding general information available through conventional intelligence gathering methods, he noted, observation requiring no additional explanation between experienced professionals who recognized concerning implications without explicit elaboration. The chakra mechanics understanding suggests medical research division specialization level combined with technological implementation capabilities beyond conventional shinobi development parameters, she confirmed with matching directness that prioritized essential information above conversational formality. The integration methodology indicates either extensive infiltration providing access to classified research or direct knowledge transfer from someone with intimate familiarity regarding fundamental energy principles rather than observational understanding alone. The assessment created disturbing possibilities regarding potential enemy identity, someone with specific knowledge about chakra mechanics beyond general information available through conventional intelligence gathering. The suspect pool became simultaneously more limited and more concerning, potential candidates possessing both technical capabilities and specialized knowledge representing particularly dangerous combination beyond random threat parameters into directed operation with specific targeting methodology. We'll identify them, Hinata stated with simple certainty that required no elaborate reassurance or excessive confidence demonstration. And implement appropriate response protocols with optimal efficiency. The understat ed assurance contained both tactical confidence and personal support, professional assessment alongside subtle reminder that Naruto faced these threats with established support network rather than isolated independence. Despite conversational brevity, the exchange provided genuine reassurance through shared understanding developed across years of demonstrated reliability rather than empty promises or elaborate declarations. As their team resumed operational movement with adjusted protocols based on confirmed threat parameters, Naruto recognized fundamental truth transcending immediate tactical considerations. Whatever awaited beyond current investigation represented sophisticated threat requiring equally innovative response methodology. The interdimensional nature created unprecedented challenge beyond conventional experience, but their combined capabilities represented unique opportunity for effective countermeasure development through integrated approach incorporating both dimensional perspectives. The chakra harvesting operation confirmed worst-case scenario regarding enemy intentions beyond theoretical concern into active threat parameters, systematic resource acquisition for specific implementation purpose rather than general collection or experimental sampling. Whatever they developed through multidimensional experimentation apparently approached activation stage requiring Substantial energy reserves beyond standard operational requirements into strategic resource accumulation territory. With 72 hours remaining before automatic activation sequence initiated R. Regardless of external command authorization or conditional satisfaction requirements, time-critical response development became mandatory operational parameter beyond theoretical threat assessment or continued investigative procedures. Whatever awaited beyond current understanding, their response required immediate strategic development with coordinated implementation methodology across dimensia. Boundaries within specific temporal framework. The countdown had begun. Chapter 4 End. The end. I hope you enjoyed this episode. Remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.